Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
You don't do an intro? You don't. We're not.
Well, we're on the preamble screen right now. I don't think
I
we've
see.
I don't think we've technically begun. This is the gentle hello section before the formal hello.
I see.
This is when we tell the audience to turn their cell phones off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And to
Confessions are
expect
available.
a coming hello.
I see.
Yeah,
Soon there'll be
yeah.
a second hello.
Soon there will be a second hello. We can also check our levels here. How do I sound? And how does everybody else sound? I mean, other people would
me,
need
I
to
sound
speak to
right.
test that.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
say,
Sorry,
yeah.
we all needed to talk. Hi. Hello.
Hey, Aston.
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, I will go second. Dre is here as well. Hi, Jack. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm fine. Ali Keith.
Hi, I'm third, and I'm going now, and I'm also listening to the live version. It's disorienting.
You shouldn't do that.
The audio
Sounds
doubling.
sounds pretty close. Sounds all pretty close to me.
Yeah, we're near enough, good enough for jazz, and then we'll be fine on the edit that goes into Patreon. All right. Now we're gonna say, oh, Keith could be up a bit. I think Keith is fine.
I'll get louder. It's fine.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
the
we're all-
quietest I'll be all
That's
day.
the actual thing. Is we did our intros and we were all like down here, but we're actually probably gonna be. We're gonna be up here the whole time. Coop, it's called
One
a
thing
land
about
once
me is I'm
magic.
talking loud.
Yeah, exactly.
Roll 20 isn't working again, Coop.
This damn machine. I'm sick of it.
It's not picking up my audio. All right.
A whole world of ones and zeros. It's madness.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay.
I think we'll be
we're gonna
fine. Welcome to Friends at the Table, an actual play podcast focused on critical world building, smart characterization, and fun interaction between good friends. I am your host today, Jack DeKeat, and we are coming to you live on twitch.tv. Unlike our first Live at the Table in January, in fact, on January 1, which was live to tape, this is true live. We are here right now. I am joined by Austin Walker.
Hello, I'm Austin Walker. I'm here. You can find me on the internet. We are listening Kickstarter now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is being kickstarted, and it's going really well.
It is going really well. Thank you so much for your support.
Also joined by Andrew Lee Swan.
Hey, thanks for joining us, everyone. You can find me on Blue Sky, and if you are enjoying watching this and you don't already, please check out our Patreon, friendsathetable.cash.
And Keith J. Carberry.
Hi, you can also find all of us in various configurations listening to the podcast Side Story and also Media Club Plus, where we talk about video games and also TV and movies.
We got a lot on.
Yeah.
We do. It's true.
Let's talk about the fucking Sopranos.
I'm very excited. I just finished the first season of X-Files, so I've cleared my plate of 90s television to move on to The Sopranos, which I'm very excited about.
No, Jack, you've got to watch season 2 of The X-Files.
No, I'm also going to watch season 2 of The X-Files.
Oh, okay.
The X-Files got disbanded at the end of season 1.
Uh-oh.
They're clearly never going to come back.
I guess they got canceled. I guess the end.
I guess the end. Oh, and that creepy cigarette smoking man put a small, I think, rubber alien baby in a vault in the Pentagon.
Ooh, scary.
Sure.
Which
The
is
alien's skin is made of rubber. Interesting. I'm going to add it to my list of clues.
Mulder's famous. Imagine if Mulder said, "I'm going to add that to my list of clues every time." I'm going to add that to my list of clues. We're going to be making some lists today, I think. We are playing A Land Once Magic, which is a conversational post-fantasy world-building game by Viditya Voleti, with layout and graphic design by Luna P, illustration by John Gagne, editing by Charu Chandni Patel, and production by Elliot Davis. This is a world-building game, which is very exciting because we have played a lot of world-building games, but we tend to play them in the context of beginning a season or beginning like a new setting or something. It's been a long time since I've played a world-building game, just kind of for the joy of it, you know?
Yeah, just for the love of the game.
Just for the love of the game, because you do this long enough and you start to tell yourself incorrectly, well, why would I play a world building game if I'm not going to do anything with the world?
Yeah.
Why would you smell a beautiful flower knowing that the flower is going to fade in autumn? You smell it for the joy of it, But at the same time, I also wanted to play a world building game kind of early in the year, such that if during later Live at the Tables we go, oh my God, what if we do a story in that world with all the weird shit that we made earlier? So you might see some more world building games kind of in the early part of the year. Has anybody here played this game before?
I haven't. I'm supposed to. I was supposed to play it in like December and then January, and then it all got away from me. But I backed this game at the level of you'll play the game with me, and I live close to Vid, and so we keep rescheduling and punting and being unable to line it up. But I'm supposed to play with Vid, which would be really nice because this game kicks ass.
Everybody everywhere is constantly fighting scheduling to play tabletop games. It is
so true.
Just it's how the world works. I'm really excited to play this. I have heard really good things about it, not just in terms of the kind of the way the game design works, but also the worlds that it produces. I've heard people whose work I really like kind of come out of sessions of this game saying, we made something really cool. We are going to be playing inside Roll20, and this game, as Vid says early on, only requires a deck of standard playing cards. Hell yeah. So
Love
we
to hear
have
it.
a very loose Roll20 that you can see here. I have playing cards down in the bottom right. I think everybody should be able to see the playing cards, but I am so rarely in Roll20's GM level that if you can't see the playing cards, let me know.
They are here. You
Yep.
just drew a 7.
And a 7 has appeared.
Yeah.
We also have index cards, but the book even says, you might not really need index cards. I think that, since we're doing this on Twitch, it might be a good idea to keep track of some stuff. But I like a tabletop game that just sort of says, yeah, deck of cards. That's it. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start just by reading this through. This game kind of talks itself through play. Do you want to start reading this how to use this book page, Dre?
Yes, I do. How to use this book. A Land Once Magic is a conversational world-building game for 2+ players that, through prompts and discussion, creates a fantasy world like no other. This game is a conversation, an excuse to dig deep into the things you love, swing hard with big ideas, and get excited when someone creates something you've never thought of. Playing the game is simple. Move through the book sequentially, starting with palette and touchstones, then into your first table, a magic. Work your way through the table sequentially, mixing in exploratory tables as you go, and finally bring this game to a close with a point of use. The game teaches you as you go, so feel free to jump right in. Do you want me to keep going, or did we want to talk about any of that stuff we just covered?
I'm happy to keep going.
Okay. Exploratory tables are unique. You choose one of 6 to accompany certain tables throughout the game. You will only draw on them when a prompt has already been answered. Because of this, you may only ever answer 3 to 6 questions between 2 exploratory tables. But you are encouraged to dig further into the exploratory tables during or after the game, or play the game again with new table pairings. This book is also a tool to inspire new ideas or flesh out an existing world. Jump around the tables as needed, return to them throughout play if you wish to craft a new legend or build a new city. Jump in and out of the various exploratory tables to see how deep your world building can go. Drop this game in your bag, keep it handy. Pull this game out at cafes with friends, in hotel lobbies at conventions, as a session 0 before a new campaign, or to inspire your next story.
Okay, and we just need playing cards. We have playing cards. This is a game with jokers in it, which is good, and the jokers do something that I think is very fun. As I think is often the case with Friends at the Table, when I was just making sure that the cards worked, I drew a joker on my second draw. I sort of have to remind myself that there really are only 2 jokers in the deck.
There really are only
but
2.
they do keep showing up.
Yeah, the adversary is clever.
And real. Okay, let's see. Austin, do you want to tell us about palette?
I would love to tell us about palette. Before you begin crafting your world, as a group, you will create a palette. Your palette consists of a few paints, heavily descriptive words that help everyone get on the same page when crafting together. You will create a palette of about 3 to 4 paints. Each player should create or pick 2 paints and write them down, but don't show the other players. Once everyone has 2 paints, reveal them at the same time. Discuss amongst each other which paint you want in the game. Each player gets the final say on at least 1 paint. Look for complementary and contradicting paints. Your world will contain multitudes, and the more evocative and diverse your paints are, the easier that will be to create. Below is a list of suggested paints to help create that palette. And then there is a list of, 90 words.
We got a
80 words.
beautiful little action poem happening here.
Yeah.
I think alphabetical as well, which is great.
It is alphabetical.
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
From A to Y.
From A to Y. I don't want
The last
any of
one
those.
is zany, but it's hidden somewhere on the page. You got to fill it yourself.
Can you find it? Are there
Yeah.
any adjectives that begin with 0? Well, with 0? With X?
With 0.
Um,
Xeroxed.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's like two-tone and kind of faded, and you can see
or
the
like just
staples.
copied.
Or just copied,
specifically.
yeah.
Yeah, weird.
So we don't have to.
There's got to be another one.
X-rayed?
Oh, I thought you were going to say X-rated, which is also.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I
X-rated
guess
is
so, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I have thought of one. It's xenophobic.
There we go.
Oh.
Xanthic, like yellow. You have a
Oh.
big yellow world.
Wow.
Um,
That's Venus is xanthic.
there's a lot of like ones you make by like that aren't real, like you could like xenagogic, like interested in moving around different spaces, like a xenagog, like a traveler. Like
Is there anywhere we could find a
transporters
Xenagog,
one.
Austin?
Yeah, Realis on Kickstarter right now.
Xylophagus, which is feeding on wood, used for insects.
There we go.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
We don't have to draw from this palette, but we are going to come up with 2, and we should put them in the Roll20 chat. I think because of my screen resolution, our Roll20 chat is not visible on screen, but we are going to read them out and bring them onto the main screen once we decide on our 2.
Interesting.
So everyone comes up with 2. We put them in the Roll20 chat, but we don't hit go until it is time to go.
Okay. Now we're doing this now.
Yes.
We're thinking
yes,
of them now. We're typing them, but not hitting go yet.
Okay.
Oh, half my chat is visible. It's very,
very funny it
enjoyable.
is.
Hmm.
Just
Yeah.
peeking in.
Peeking.
Ooh, I'm typing in all caps. What a treat. Okay. I have 2. Obviously, the chat can see mine.
Right.
I'm thinking too hard. You just gotta.
Yeah, you just gotta
pick
feel
words.
this. Yeah. Okay, I got mine.
You gotta let your body be the tuning fork. You know?
Yeah, size Xenagog. Artyom did the Xenagog. You can see it. It has a really sick orphan vessel in the art. In fact,
Bonus orphan vessel drawn by Artyom.
that's right.
Okay, I am ready.
Okay,
Same.
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Ho, ho, ho. Oh,
All right.
wow. Okay, we have a vibe emerging.
Yeah, we have a vibe emerging.
Keith has said
Yeah.
miniature and vernal. Austin, what have you said?
I have said sprawling and eerie.
Dre?
Coastal and dense.
Keith, you can read mine since I read yours.
Sure. And I clicked away. Misty and drowned.
Interesting.
Okay.
Seems like we got a little water action going on.
Seems
maybe.
like
but also,
we...
but also maybe a coastal action.
Well, where is the water if not the coast?
Right.
Well, I can tell
Well
you.
is right. The water is the
When I said vernal, I was thinking of the woods near my house when I grew up had what's called the vernal pool. If anybody's never heard of a vernal
Ooh.
pool, it's a pool that emerges in spring long enough for like tadpoles to spawn, and then it disappears during drier weather.
Is it symbiotic with the tadpoles?
Basically, yeah, it is
Wow.
like
That's cool.
it's an impermanent pond basically. And so vernal just means like to do with the spring,
Right.
But when I associate it specifically with this small like temporary ecosystem.
Wow. Boxes
Cool.
of Boxes in chat says, this place is wet. Double Forte says, friends at the table's soggiest one yet. Okay, so we need to choose, how many here? 3
1
to
each.
3 to 4.
Because each person gets to pick one, so it's one
Yeah.
each.
Oh, sure.
It's 4.
Okay. Yeah. Should we just go down the list and pull them in and write them on the palette as we
Do
go?
we want to each pick someone else's?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Let's go in the order down at the bottom, the Roll20 order. Dre, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to pick Sprawling from Austin.
Okay.
I'll put that on the palette.
Nice. Thank you. Sprawling. Keith.
I'm going to pick Misty from Jack.
Nice. Austin.
I'm going to pick Coastal. I'm going to pick Coastal from Dre.
And I am going to pick Eerie from Austin.
I would almost love to pull more in because I think we kind of have a set, like I like the vernal in the sense that maybe we don't put them on the palette, but we shouldn't forget ideas like Keith's vernal pools.
Yeah.
Which are really cool. So
we can just pull them in. We can say vernal also.
Yeah.
We're gonna get letters if we pick 5 paints. People are gonna be so mad.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna put vernal in.
Okay, put vernal in, and then we also said, oh wow, I don't have the tools like copy and paste. That's really funny. I didn't know that you couldn't copy and paste as a player in Roll20.
Oh,
I have to imagine that this is Roll20 is horrible to each of us, but horrible in different ways, and we're discovering where it's horrible on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, our palette is sprawling.
Wait, but there's Misty should be in here too, right? Because didn't Dre pick Misty?
Oh yeah.
Or
no, I picked Sprawling.
I picked Misty.
You picked Misty. Keith picked Misty. Okay.
As a Pokemon fan, I'm putting that in.
That's why. Oh, did you mean the other kind of Misty?
Misty. Okay.
Okay.
Sprawling, Coastal, Eerie, Vernal, and Misty.
Yeah.
Sweet. Keith, do you want to tell us about touchstones?
Sure. Everyone picks one piece of media not traditionally considered fantasy and draws an aspect of inspiration from it as a touchstone. These are themes, setting elements, specific moments, or just vibes. It can draw on a small element or a big idea. For example, your touchstones could be Cowboy Bebop's Jazz and Bluegrass soundtrack, Legally Blonde's fierce determination in the face of prejudice, Hellboy's stark shadows and deep colors, Borderlands' funky guns. This helps create a fantasy that pulls from outside itself. Don't be afraid to get weird and out there. If you're struggling to think of a touchstone, pick an aspect of something you're currently invested in or a favorite piece of media you always go back to. Be excited about your touchstone and get excited about others. The easier it is to draw from them, the better your world will become. Once everyone has declared their touchstones, make sure to keep the palette and touchstone where everyone can reference them throughout the game. If you're ever stuck when playing, always go back to these to help guide your answers. Is this next paragraph part of this, or is it part of another thing? These palette and touchstones aren't laws upon your world, but they are guiding principles everyone at the table agrees to. So if you break away from them, check in with others. If you have a paint bright and you introduce some very dark content, ask the table or respect a fellow player if they call out that it fights an established paint.
Yeah, if we suddenly start getting very autumnal, having put vernal on the on the list, or we say all the mist burns off.
Right.
Okay. Does anybody
I have one of these?
Yeah, go for it.
I want a fantasy world that has the divide between Houston and 13 in Apollo 13. I want a home and away. I want people going out somewhere and people back at home calling in and being like,
Connected
what's
to
the
them.
status? Yep. What do you see? Tell me what you see. I want people calling home and being like, yeah, we need you to help walk us through what we're looking at here. What do the
Building
books say? What do the records say?
The thing.
How do we deal with this? Yeah.
When they bootleg that thing inside Houston in Apollo
Yeah.
13.
And then, importantly, there's distance. Houston cannot send them what they need. Houston can only talk them through what they might need to do.
Yeah. Jim Lovell has to make it in the
That's right.
in the little thing. I haven't heard it myself, but I saw it reported that there was a great conversation between the Artemis 2 astronauts and Houston this morning, where one of them was talking about how beautiful the moon was on approach. You know, they were talking in really poetic terms about seeing the moon outside of the capsule, and Houston responded, "Moon joy, copy," which was really good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, you want to put that down? I have one. I would like a touchstone that is intense stillness, and gradation of Rothko. When you look at a Rothko painting,
Ooh.
and it looks like one color, but that color is just imprinting itself on your retinas. And then the longer you look at it, the more you notice that there's this very subtle, gentle gradation in that color from the top to the bottom. And if you stand in a Rothko gallery, that nearly rotated. If you stand in a Rothko gallery for long enough, all these pictures, which at first seem like these hard blocks of color, just sort of like open up into this softness and movement and intensity. But it's not a softness that is always comforting. There can sometimes be something insidious in that softness, or soft like terrain that is uncertain under your feet. But then you look at one on another wall, and there is a kind of grace or a kind of comfort or relaxation in that softness.
Yeah, I really like in that there's the sense of like it's a big block of color, and then like and it's all red. This is all red, and then the longer you sit with it, the sense of like actually like it literally isn't. It literally isn't all red. There's white in there. There's flecks of pink in there, and even two reds that look very alike are actually kind of different in places. I think some of his pieces are easier to pick that out of than others, but the thing that you're hitting of like when you sit with it, you can see something is actually a little off or a little different. Off, not bad necessarily, but in a fantasy story of sprawling coastal eerie vernal misty, maybe off in a creepy way sometimes too.
And often in Rothko painting, it's off in a creepy way.
It is. Yeah.
I'm percolating.
I'm thinking something with like wind being very important and primary. I've recently started playing Valheim again, and I forgot like how subtle but very present like wind and the wind mechanics in that game are.
I didn't get deep into Valheim. Can you tell me how the wind works in Valheim?
Well, so first it's very visual. Like you can always see like which direction the wind is gusting in. They do this with like little like particle effects and things like that. But like the wind is like animated in that way. So first you're just always seeing it for the most part. Early in the game, it's important because like you need to be upwind from like animals so that they can't smell you when you're trying to like hunt them. I believe it affects like the flight of arrows. And then once you get later in the game and you start sailing, like you have to learn how to like tack into a wind and like sail a boat properly.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I think that sounds like a great touchstone to me. Both the part of it where it's visible and the part where it's like a major force to be learned and that has its own, agency in the world, its own power.
Yeah. Very happy with that. Valheim looks so beautiful as well. Their color palette is so great.
Yeah.
I started playing Myst again recently for Run Button, and I was thinking about Myst and Uru and how especially Uru has this like multi-layered archaeological nature to it. Maybe someone who's like really following those games can tell better than me, but when I'm reading something in Uru, I'm always like, now, is this person, am I reading this like these are the notes of someone that's contemporary to me about like this sort of disappeared culture? Or is this a different second middle layer of disappeared culture that's also themselves writing about an earlier disappeared culture? And so Uru has this very like out of time feeling to me where I'm like never sure if I'm reading it, who they're talking about and how old the things they're referencing are.
Yeah, that sensation of like trying to locate something in history or trying to locate it in time as being part of the sort of broader puzzle of like, when you play Riven or when you play Myst or something, there are these sort of top level puzzles, right? Of who is talking to me, what happened, how do I activate the thing that looks like a cauldron with legs to do whatever I want it to do. But then at the same time, there's that great feeling of like, when did that happen? Was that before or after?
About?
Yes. Yeah, Riven is so good at that. There's so many bits of Riven where you're reading documents and you're like, how does this fit into my understanding of what was happening here? So you're talking about like an uncertainty in time, or are you talking more about that feeling of finding the things?
More the former.
Yeah.
Like the layering of history, but you don't know. You don't necessarily know which layer you're looking at.
Right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Do you want to put that down?
Oh, I can put it down, right.
In this beautiful beautiful handwriting font.
What was the font?
It's what is it? It's Cedarville
cursive.
Cedarville cursive.
Cedarville.
You got it.
After working
old
together
Cedarville.
for so long, we all, the four of us, all have the same handwriting, which is strange because we don't handwrite a lot.
Yeah, no.
Very
The,
peculiar.
that way.
the isomorphic field.
Is it
That's
called the
right.
isomorphic field? What is that called?
No,
What's it
it's
called?
the,
Morphogenetic field.
Morphogenetic field.
yeah.
There we go.
Did I tell the story that my parents met him? The man who
invented the morphogenic field.
morphogenetic field.
I
Yes.
remember hearing about this. Yeah.
Yeah, they ran into him and they were like, he was introduced to them. What's his name? Sheldrake. I can't remember his first name. My parents were like, this man's name is so familiar. This man's name is so familiar. And they got home and they looked up the name and they were like, oh my God, it's that guy. Which I feel
really
was a
funny.
real missed opportunity to be talking to Sheldrake and not remembering.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you could have really taken that conversation somewhere good.
You remember also that the son is like a mushroom scientist?
And the other son is like a quirky musician. And they're like English gentry or something? Or they're like, the Sheldrakes come from like a very old family?
Oh my God, their names.
Yeah.
Yeah, the names are so funny.
Cosmo and Merlin Sheldrake.
And then his name
Merlin
is...
Sheldrake, the
Sheldrake.
British mycologist, that's great.
His name
Yeah.
is Rupert Sheldrake.
Yeah,
I googled him, and the first thing, like one of the first things that pops up is a YouTube thumbnail, which is like a very YouTube looking thumbnail with the question, is the sun conscious?
I take it back. They are not from a noble family in England, but they have developed an extremely weird family between the mycologist and the musician
and the musician
and the inventor of morphic resonance.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to read the next page. The world shifts. If a joker is ever drawn, that player may immediately add a new palette, touchstone, or both. This can reflect how your world has organically taken new shape to encourage that continued direction in play, or this can introduce a new direction for your world. After shifting the world, shuffle all cards, including the drawn joker. That player then continues their turn by drawing a new card. I think this is really great. This art is so good.
Yeah, it's excellent. It's really great.
A magic. Start your world with the titular magic, a story about its origins, what it's capable of, and how it is changing in a way people aren't ready for. This creates a shape of your world's magic, without getting too specific, that will become clearer and deeper as you play. It also plants the seed of the conflict your world is going through, as everything reacts to its magic. Take turns drawing one card for each subtable in sequence and finish the sentences. Each player who drew a card can name or elaborate on the result, but make sure to discuss the entire table as a group. If you need jumping off points, use the suggestions. Keep things open-ended. You'll be expanding on these throughout play. So our first question is, it is said that magic was... Who is up first? I think it's Dre.
Oh,
I think so.
You want to draw a card, Dre?
yeah. We've done this a lot, and I can never remember how to do it. There we go. A 10 of spades.
Which here is just spades on this table.
Oh, right. Yeah. So it is said that magic was found by us.
Can you read the whole thing that it says? Because people listening won't see it.
Yeah. Sure. It said that magic was found by us, and the examples they gave are in craft, in song, or in violence.
It's interesting that you read that as examples, because I read that as inclusive.
What does
I
it
read it as
say?
examples because of the little like example box where it says,
I see.
Corbin draws a spade, answering, It is said that magic was found by us in craft as we infused objects with
I see.
magical ore.
We
That
also
makes sense.
have, if you need jumping off points, use the suggestions. So I think
I see. I missed that. My
real
bad.
guidance here is in bold, but we can pull from.
That makes sense. So then where did we find it? So I will say that's also an interesting thing. Found by us, but then the three things are things we do. It's not
Right.
found by us. The
In the
example, none
pit.
of the examples are like
We
in the
cracked open a
plants,
rock and there was magic
in the
in it.
rocks. Right, exactly.
I'm gonna say it was found by us in these. I don't know if we want them to be pools, but I think this is going. I'm thinking back to Vernal, where there's something about some sort of ephemeral process that makes magic only available like limited times, as like this
I love
transitional
that.
time is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love them being the actual pools. Yeah.
God, finding magic in pools is... It's like the hand coming out of the lake holding the sword, except the magic is the lake, right? It's not...
And the lake is only there for
Yeah. And then as
small
the
amount
summer
of-
comes...
How long are vernal pools around, Keith? in
Depends
your-
on how hot it is. So that's one of the
Interesting.
problems with being a tadpole is you got to make sure that you're getting legs fast enough before it gets too hot out.
Can you give us an example of another problem faced by a tadpole?
Forest creatures, squirrels will eat the
That's
hell
a
out of
big
a
one.
tadpole.
Yeah.
Fish too, right?
Yeah, fish too. But vernal pools can't sustain fish.
Yeah.
So you got salamanders.
Wikipedia says that's why they're so important, is because it's like one of the few places that some of these creatures can like live or be born.
Totally. Yeah,
Right, because they're
like a
not-
salamander in a real pond will get eaten by a fish, but in a vernal pool, you are in long enough to get wet, and then in your adolescent stage, and then you make your way to a bigger body of water when you're older.
Interesting.
I bet it feels so great to be in the vernal pool.
I bet it
Yeah.
feels great to be a salamander under a log, and you flip over that log, and you're like, I'm just under here. It's cold and wet, and I'm breathing in it all in through my skin.
And then I
I'm
can go and
sleeping.
eat the tadpoles, and I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keith, you
Yeah.
want to learn With It We Could?
Yeah, of course. Here's my let's see. There we go. I have dealt us another spades. With it, we could defeat and conquer.
Ooh.
Or defeat and conquer whatever stands before us is what is the little example text. We could defeat and conquer. Okay. Sprawling, coastal, eerie, misty. Oh, there's got to be something in the mist.
There's got to be something in the mist.
There's got to be something in the mist.
There's got to be something in the mist. If we have to defeat and conquer something, it's whatever's in the mist.
And is that the thing that we're connected to, Apollo 13 style?
Oh no, I go the other way so much. Yeah.
The teams that go out to defeat the things in the mist.
Oh yeah,
I was going the other way. I was going the teams that go out to find the vernal pools that have the magic we need to survive whatever the mist is. You know what I mean? But maybe it's both. Maybe it's you got to send one team out into the mist and one team towards wherever the vernal pools are.
I think,
or maybe you have to go through them.
Unless you've been thinking of the vernal pools as being
in the city limits,
or the wherever, in the within reach.
I can totally imagine a Minecraft style, like everything's dangerous until you put a torch there, and so you've got to get to the vernal pools by creating chains of unmisty, undangerous land.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And so there are pools out there,
right?
But also there's pools here.
But we've built our lives around pools.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess maybe it's important. We are not necessarily playing as a group of adventurers or something, or the civilization.
No.
We are building a world, which means there might be more than one group of people who are building their lives around vernal pools. This is not a But by default, this is not like a Quiet Year post-apocalyptic game or something. This is a world-building game. So, we're saying things that are true about the world. It is true about the world that vernal pools are tied to some sort of magic. And how people relate to that might change as we go forward. How many different types of people relate to it differently, right?
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what it is out there in the mist.
We know there is some defeating and conquering going on, though, and I'd like to refocus a little on that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to strip it back down to the original, with the magic, we can defeat and conquer. Was it the mist itself or the things in the mist?
What
do we feel about? How do we feel about those as different but similar ideas?
I want to know more.
I think.
Oh, go on, Austin.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I want to know more about the mist, but I also want to find that out in process, in play.
We've all seemed like we're orbiting around the mist is not good, or is scary, or is a thing. We keep coming back to because we drew defeat and conquer. We're like, oh well, it's either the mist or it's something in the mist, or it's not another group of people. It's not it's not a different kingdom. It's not. It is whatever stands before us, and or it's defeat and conquer a danger in the mist, whether that is the mist or something alive.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't know. All we know is when the mist comes, it goes bad.
Right. Could be a kingdom in the mist.
It could be. Exactly.
But one thing we do know is that there might be vernal pools out there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if the only way to get light bulbs was to go out into the mist and collect them from a ditch in the ground surrounded by bad stuff.
That's what that scene in the middle of The Prestige is about. Me misremembering The Prestige. I think it's okay.
So it's danger in the mist is what we're saying.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That we are with the magic from the vernal pools.
Yeah.
We are able to defeat and conquer.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because mist is liquid in the air.
I know well, let's play to find out what happens, Jack.
Yeah. You want to draw a card for But As the World Changes, Austin?
I do. I got a club. But as the world changes, magic has begun to disappear suddenly, leaving us stumbling and scared. ?
I think I have a pitch.
Give me
about the pools in the mist. What if this is very much like society is built around these vernal pools, but we have to like they're finite, and so we're constantly moving. And so the mist is like a thing that we have to move through in order to find like vernal pools in order to like pre-build and prepare for, whatever mana source that we're using to run out.
So this is like introducing a sort of nomadic drive. Like in order to stay by the pools, we have to jump from place to place.
Move from pool to pool.
Mm-hmm.
But so it disappeared suddenly. Then what you're saying is they naturally, as we use them, they get used up, and then we have to.
Or maybe they haven't, and suddenly they have started to.
I see. So we're newly nomadic. We're newly moving from pool to pool because before they used to return long enough for us to draw the magic from them.
Mm-hmm.
But the wells
And
are all starting to run dry.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does this work, Austin, with your idea of like a home and an away and like having communication but being extremely separate?
It does, but it might actually not because the point, one of the things of the thing that I want to get is like there is a place that we are in contact with that is not at threat.
Okay.
Flight control.
I see.
Houston is not in danger at any point during Apollo 13, but they
Mhm.
also cannot physically help the away team, right? I really want to get that sense of like there are people who are out in the world who can hear from the safe home, but are not. Like you can talk to each other, but you can't. You
Go
can't
there.
directly. You can't go there, and they can't come to
Yeah.
you. You're trying to get back there.
Mhm.
Right. They can't send backup.
They can't send backup. Exactly. You can't, it just doesn't, it literally, that's part of the thing that makes that story so interesting. And that type of travel so different. If you break down at the highway, you can send somebody out to the highway. It might be hard to get the call out. It might be hard to find it, but like you can fly a plane or a helicopter over anywhere that people tend to travel in the world without it, and then eventually get someone there. But you literally cannot get a rocket into space quick enough because of the way the scale of it all works. The type of travel is so demanding that it is impossible to reach those, to reach through and help. Right. So I like the idea of there being some element of this that is about bouncing from pool to pool or something like that. But this goes back to Keith, what you were suggesting of like maybe there is a place that is safe and then there are places out. Maybe the safety is what is now changing. Maybe the local pools are because then we lose the home and away.
Mhm.
When you're playing StarCraft and the minerals by your base, run out and it becomes like, okay, it's time to like build a second base, or I have to send my guys further away to get that. To me, that's sort of the thing that I'm thinking of, like how far do you have to go to where you can still talk to that first base, but there's no real going back or sending more. Like it would be too big of a challenge.
Yeah, but that does mean that the home base one could maybe be in threat, but it's not the natural state of the start of play or however we're framing this is not we've been the whole society has been bouncing from pool to pool, because I think that's what erratic, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe the way it works is that you have, if you think of it as like a caravan, the caravan moves from pool A to pool B, and then it says, okay, we can be here for a year. By the next year, we have to go and find another place we have to find a place where pools still exist or something, and we have to move to that one. So you can still kind of have the home and away where you're like sending out scouts into the mist, in order to, or I'm imagining this as a town surrounded by mist and you're sending people out into it, but maybe that's wrong. I don't know.
Well, we do have sprawling as a key palette option.
Yeah.
So I think there is a town that is sending people into the mist. Two sort of adjunct ideas that I had that I don't know if they are useful here. The first one is very stupid, but might get us somewhere. What if it's mist you can only move through one way?
That's interesting. Yeah.
Ooh.
I can't work out whether or not it would be more interesting that you can send people out, but they can't come back unless they've got a certain thing from the pool. You know, that could be a way to do it. Or you
they
could
can go ahead.
send people out holding a special object that they then
Right.
have to use with the pool, and once they have expended that object, they can't come back.
Or once you could send them out to find the pool, and then when they find the pool, you can go to them, but they can't come back to you. It's like if the astronauts landed on the moon, and then we were like, oh, well, now we can go to the moon because you found the place to land on the moon, but you can't come back here. You don't have what you need to get back this way. But we could slowly move towards you still if we wanted. You know what I mean?
So it's one-way
There's a Philip
mist
K. Dick book
outwards.
like that.
Yeah. Right, one way out. Right, yeah. Isn't that's what you were suggesting? Was like one way outwards, not.
Yeah.
Once you leave, you don't. We just don't have what you need to get back.
Which
What
means
is-
that we have to
Yeah, go
come to you, which is really scary.
Well, that was going back to Dre's idea of like the kind of nomadic sense of we're losing what we need to live in this place.
Right.
The Unteleported Man,
Is that the
classic
name of
Philip K. Dick book title.
I haven't read this. That's a great
Oh.
name.
The Unteleported Man is about this corporation has figured out how to teleport, but it's only one way, and so you get to teleport to their like work colony planet. But to go back, it's like thousands and thousands of dollars and decades of time on a ship.
Right.
And so one guy is like, I'm gonna fly a ship out there and make sure that everything is cool.
Oh, before because
I'm not
once you
gonna teleport. I'm the
yeah.
unteleported man.
I
I'm gonna fly
see.
my ship out there
Slow way. Yeah.
because I'm not so sure that everything's on the up and up. Out in the formal Hout system.
Great. Love it. Two things I want to say before we leave this section. Does it still feel like it's disappearing suddenly?
No, I mean,
Because it doesn't to me necessarily.
No,
It doesn't feel
no.
like the magic has begun to disappear suddenly in the story
Mhm.
we're telling. It feels like what we're telling is a story or a world where we have become used to it disappearing, and so the natural flow of things has become it disappears, we move, it disappears, we move. And so disappearing suddenly feels like we might need to go a little harder on something here without somehow losing one of our touchstones.
Yeah.
We also haven't dipped into part of our palette, which is coastal, which maybe could give us an answer here. Is there a boat answer here?
There's always a boat
the
answer.
first thing I think of is we
Yeah.
can't find the pools. So we're just sending out astronauts. We're just like shooting them out into the mist. I'm calling them astronauts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Astronauts.
And we're just
Mistronauts.
the Houston is just talking to these remote teams of hunters who can never come back, who can literally only move one direction in the fog, some out into the mist over the water, some out into the mist on the high cliffs on the other side of the city walls. And we just aren't hearing from people. We've done this in the past, and they find the pool within 20 miles, and they're
I see. Right.
there's just teams and teams and teams out there, and they haven't found it. That could be one way of doing it, because that would count as suddenly if you're just like, it's just not here anymore. We just can't find it. And we would be stumbling and scared, because the only thing we can do if we want to keep having magic is keep sending out more scouts in the hopes that, we pick the wrong angle. We shoot someone at a 75-degree angle and we find it there or whatever. But this is like when you were playing Kerbal Space Program and you learned really early that kind of one of the worst things you could do was go off half-cocked on a Kerbal rescue mission, because then all you've done is stranded a second Kerbal in space.
Sure have. Yeah. I feel like building on what you just said and going back to our touchstones, I'm rereading our touchstones. So there's a few things here that feel like they're absent but could connect. One is, again, going back to the palette of coastal. And then the other one is, Dre, you had wind as a presence, invisible force. I think there might be something there that intersects with the way the mist moves, with the way ships might move in the water. If we're coastal, if we're sending ships out into the water, if we are moving up and down the coastline, And so maybe there's something there to build on here, and maybe building backwards a little bit when we talk about defeat and conquer. Because right now what we have is defeat and conquer the mist. Is that what we've written down? The dangers in the mist, right? Which is also tough because it's like partly I'm like, well, what's magic do for us? We know we have magic, but what it does with magic, we could defeat and conquer the mist. It's not like with magic.
We power our fancy
Right.
ship or something.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Well, maybe we do. Maybe that's part of, if it can get back to that's how we defeat and conquer the mist, or we defeat and conquer the dangers of the mist, then maybe that is justifiable. Maybe it is, it powers our ships. Maybe it is, it provides the energy and sustenance we need for these long journeys, whatever, because that's what we're
Or
doing.
it lets us talk to the away teams, which is even more frightening.
Right.
Because it's
yes.
like,
yeah.
well, we have no magic. Our magic is running out. The only way we can get magic is by sending out the away teams. And the only way we can speak to the away teams is the magic, which means that if it doesn't work, there is eventually going to come a point where it all goes dark, and we just have to hope that our away teams are like stumbling out through the mist, and they'll find it and they'll make contact with us.
And they can use it to make contact back with us. That's
but they
fun.
can't come back.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'll make sense. We already live in a world where the same stuff that we use to commune and connect and build and power also defeats and conquers.
Yeah, true. The other thing that I think we haven't hit quite yet, and we can come back to this later, though, is ambiguous layers of time and history. Have other people been doing this? Are we picking through the ruins of a culture that had a different relationship with the pools? Maybe we can answer that later. Sorry, the pools and the mist. Yeah, sure, totally. But does that? I guess what that means is the people who are going out are finding a world that had history, had other people who lived there, had geological eras or whatever, right?
Sure, yeah. And how long do you spend fighting the mist before the first person finds like a book?
Right.
In the mist.
Yeah.
That's supposed
All right, so it sounds like we're kind of where we're at is it's taking longer to find the pools. The pools aren't closer. We're sending people further and further away. There are more and more missions that go quiet before they find the pools. And there's more and more people who don't come back at all. Lost explorations, lost whatever.
Yeah. I think because it says we are, what does it say? Stumbling and scared. I think I actually want to go a bit
Dude,
harder.
that is just a suggestion. We don't
Oh,
have to be
right,
stumbling and scared.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're right. We just have
Otherwise,
suddenly.
it's in craft, song, and violence, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I got it. Disappear suddenly. Making our exploration for the vernal pools longer and less successful.
How jolly we were when we wrote down "found by us in vernal pools." Okay. Right. A legend. Your world contains many myths and legends, and this one is foundational. An ancient story is told that forms a basis of how people interact and see their world, but like many tales, it can be warped to fit anyone's motives. As you play, this legend's influence echoes through every corner of your world. How do different cultures relate to it? And how does its warping bring about the changing magic? Option 1, or rather Section 1, a legend is told of. Now I am drawing a card, and I have drawn a 10 of clubs. A wandering creature. Ooh.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, wow.
The examples in the book are the nightingale, behemoth, the worm-toothed,
The worm-toothed.
worm-toothed,
Weirm. The
Weirm.
worm-toothed. I think it's a worm. I think it's a worm or a snake or something. Something, because I'm picturing, like, hang on. Let's look at our touchstones again.
Worm with a Y, not
Jack
worm
is
with an
picturing
O.
a snake.
Oh, no. We have sprawling, coastal, eerie, vernal, and misty. To me, there's a bit of what's that thing called in Stephen King in the thing with the piebald side? What book is that in? It's just this sort of like this massive worm-like creature. It's
Oh, the long boy. You're talking about in Lisi's story.
Yeah, in Lisi's story, yes.
Oh, I
Just
haven't
this
read that one.
immense worm-like creature out moving through the mist. This thing is gigantic, but I think it's, and I'm saying worm here, I think with more of an O than a Y. Although here at Friends at the Table, we love dragons that are kind of snake-like. Spiritually, I think those are good dragons. But I think that this is something that kind of chews through the boggy earth, moves through the mist, slithers and slides. When you picture like a sandworm from Dune or something, those things are very wide, but this thing is narrow and thin and long, and it is snaking through the mist, miles and miles long. It could do that bit in Snowpiercer that I think about all the time, where they turn and see the train on the other side of a valley. You know, the train is so long that they have made a curve and they can look back and see the other side of the train.
It's like when you play Snake for a really, really long time.
Like when you play Snake for a really, really long time.
Or Light Cycle, the Light Cycle game.
Yeah. What does it
Or
say?
Nobi Nobi Boy.
I don't know that one.
No,
That's
you
the
should
worm
check out-
game, right?
You should
It
look
is
up
the worm
Nobi
game.
Nobi Boy. Yeah.
And the
Oh,
worm
yeah,
has
yeah,
to
I know
go
this
to
thing.
the planets
Just look for Nobi Nobi Girl. Yeah.
to look for Nobi Nobi Girl. Yes, the worm is also very interesting because of culturally in our world, the way the worm intersects with history. The worm is kind of like, here we have ambiguous layers of time and history.
Right.
And on Earth, culturally, the worm is, you know, so closely associated with death, so closely associated with like eating things away,
Yeah.
and things coming to nothing. But at the same time, the worm is like a recycling or a rejuvenating creature. You know, the worm is the process by which humans come to nothing and then are restored to, you know, the Earth. I don't know how that works in our world, but I do think that we are getting some sort of, we're carrying in some sort of theme when we bring a big worm into story about layers of time and history. The worm is eerie. I don't think I need to explain that.
Well, we don't actually know what their tail tells of yet, Jack.
No, we don't. But I mean, a giant worm moving through the mist. That is conceptually
It's
eerie.
certainly teeing us up.
It's teeing us up.
Dre, do you want to draw a card and tell us what their tail
Sure.
tell of? Their tail tell of.
Their tale tells of personal sacrifice. Well, I guess it doesn't have to. Sacrifice is the
Personal.
example. Or
Yeah,
no, sacrifice is
something.
Yeah, sacrifice is the thing.
sacrifice is the thing,
golden.
and then
Oh,
personal
sacrifice
is the
thing.
example.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it could be impersonal sacrifice.
Well,
Oh, what has the worm caused us to sacrifice?
Or what is the worm sacrificed?
yeah. Yeah, it's funny. This is a legend, right? So I've been reading this as an ancient story is told that forms a basis for how people interact and see their world. So this isn't just like a folk tale, or it is a folk tale, but it isn't just. It's a legend that it's like a core legend that we move through life referencing. Right? It's not it's a worldview legend, you know?
Yes.
And so right now it seems like, based on looking ahead just a little bit, where we're going to warp this story, we're telling a version of it first that is like, this version of the story has been core to who we are as a people. And that could be, oh no, the worm is scary and wants to eat us. It makes us sacrifice ourselves, or, you know, whatever. But it could also be some other version of that in which the worm is a symbol of personal sacrifice or other types of, you know, sacrifice for the world, for nature, sacrifice for whatever.
Yeah.
Or it could be, hey, the worm eats us. The worm makes us, you know, it's sacrifice, or we have to sacrifice in little ways to make sure we don't get swallowed by the mistworm or whatever. Like there's a lot of space here. But the thing that I just wanted to emphasize is, like, it isn't just a spooky story that we're coming up with. It is particularly a story with cultural significance.
Right.
Yeah. What if the worm used to not be spooky and scary? What
Right
if
now-
the legend?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what if the legend was that the worm made some sort of sacrifice and now is like cursed to wander because it like can never be full
Wow.
again or something like that?
Made a little frown. I'm sad for the worm.
I
So
know.
the worm is like a specter of its, a permanent reminder of its sacrifice, whatever that was.
Yeah.
Did the worm do something so that it could make the pools
That's
that
what
we
I was
live
wondering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's also where I was
maybe.
going.
through?
Yeah.
It permanently left home so that it could.
Permanently.
It permanently left home so that it could make the pools of magic that we need to keep the mist at bay.
Mm.
Or it, chewed into an aquifer or something way down, and
Right.
and the magic flowed through its body ruinously. But, a worm is sort of a tube. It
Yeah.
opened up the aquifer, and the vernal pools kind of crept up from that.
Right. It freed the crystallized magic below.
But in
And
the
allowed
same
it
way
to-
that, holding a live electric current, would be bad for you. In that moment, the worm was kind of like shattered spiritually
And
in some
now,
way.
this is a legend.
The Elden Ring
so
broke.
Is there
Right.
a worm?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
We don't know. It is a legend. That's correct. But we tell that story, and I mean, the book actually asks us, even at this point, how do different cultures relate to this? How does its warping, which we're about to talk about, bring about changing magic?
Mhm.
Mm.
Some people like this. Some cultures go, you have to be like the worm. You got to dig down there and find the aquifer of magic and release it. That's
Yeah.
good to do. It's good to give yourself
Well,
to
because
what we all need.
what else are the away teams doing?
Right. And there are other
Mm.
people, even at this point, who go,
Don't
well,
be like
that's
the
not-
worm.
you don't want to be like, don't be like the worm.
Don't get yourself cursed. Be cautious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are some people who say the worm was greedy.
The
Mm.
worm actually kept more of the magic than it gave us.
Yeah. And it wouldn't have shattered itself if it hadn't been sniffing away through the dirt,
And now you've got
Right.
this fucking worm to deal with.
Maybe.
Out there in the
Again, we
mist.
don't know if the
Mm.
Maybe.
worm is
We
real.
don't know if the worm is
Maybe.
real.
Well, that's
Some
what,
people
but people
probably-
might still say that they have.
Yeah. I think the worm is in the mist, etc.
And people say, of course, it's just a story. And then the first person with a real wise posting expression on their face says, "Oh, why are the away teams going missing then?
That's right. Yeah.
If not the worm."
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy with this. How do we
How
what
do
do
we
we
write
want to
that?
write this down? I mean, so we need the first
Sacrifice is what we need.
Yeah, we need
The tale tells of sacrifice
well, the first a tale tells of a worm.
of a worm,
The tale tells of a wandering creature.
of a wandering creature, a big long worm.
It's a lot less romance when we just describe it like that.
Big long worm.
Big long worm, little guy, a big little guy.
A big, big, little big guy.
A big long worm. Okay. And then the tale tells of sacrifice. The worm. Sacrifice the worm. Don't sacrifice the worm. Can we?
I'm gonna let you type, Jack.
Okay. The worm bit
Sacrifice the
into
worm.
an aquifer of magic
I'm gonna quickly grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sure.
And was ruined. Though this act of sacrifice gave us the vernal pools. No, I don't want the space there. I want it here.
All right. It's time to warp this.
Well, let's wait until Austin's back, but yes.
Anybody watching anything good?
I finished season 1 of the experts.
I mean, I know that's good. I know that's good. Season 2, Jack. Oh my God. I mean, when I rewatched season 1 every time. I'm surprised at how many bangers are in season 1.
I'm really excited. I think my favorite episode of season 1 was EBE. Oh no, it was Beyond the Sea. Yeah, it was absolutely Beyond the Sea.
Oh, Beyond the Sea is so good.
Not Under the Sea.
No,
Beyond the Sea, like the song.
The
Wait, Under the Sea is also a song, Jack.
A different song.
Okay.
When you know something is gonna hit harder than you expect when Brad Dourif is there.
It's a true rule of the world.
It's a rule of the world. Whenever Brad Dourif shows up, you're like, holy shit, I think this is about to be fucking awesome, whatever this is.
And whatever character he's playing, I mean, he's usually playing a Brad Dourif character, but it can be any kind of character. And you might think, this probably isn't going to really hit for me, but then it does. That's his power.
By the way, Jack, have you continued on your journey through the Myst games?
No, I've kind of got stuck halfway through Riven and sort of fell off. I need to come back to that.
Do you know who is featured prominently in Myst 3?
I saw chat just say Myst 3 is rad because of Brad.
Yes, Brad Dourif is like the main FMV character that you interact with.
And does it hit hard?
Myst 3. He's so good in it. He's really good in it.
Keith, do you want to warp this legend?
I would love to warp this legend. Is Austin back? I didn't hear Austin.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay, great. Warping the legend. That is a spade. It's so small for me.
You can zoom in and you can also make them bigger.
Yeah.
That is
that's spade. But now the legend has been warped, giving rise to rebellion. The Ashen Rose, the Blaspheme, the Heart's Crescendo.
Wow.
Rebellion. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I feel like we illustrated a little bit of what this could be in just talking through the sacrifice of the worm, which, sort of through human nature or whatever nature, through social nature, will sort of like bifurcate opinion on what is happening. You say that the worm did something to cause a thing, and then you have a bunch of people saying like it's good that happened, and then a bunch of people being like it might be fucking bad that happened actually. If we have people who disappear suddenly because they're going out to find these pools, the pools of the worm, I think that is an axis for civil unrest and potentially rebellion.
Is the rebellion people saying we need to find another source of what?
It could be that. It could be people who've moralized the power from the pools negatively. So you're like, we don't even want the power from the pool inherently has led to this. We have relied too, or the reverse. Like, I can see it going any of these ways. Like, we need to take the power for ourselves. We need to find a new source. We need to even increase how much we're using the pools. We need to find a way to make this permanent. To stop having to search for them. We need to punish the people who are making us go out to find these pools. I think any of these are possible. I don't think anything is off limits.
Right.
Like, how can people use this for their advantage to foment rebellion, or how can people like feel passionately about this sincerely to foment rebellion?
Right. I think we just have to pick one though. If I'm looking at the list of examples across each of these, and it's like a particular thing rose.
Yeah.
A tier like you said, the Ashen Rose, the Blaspheme, the Heart's Crescendo.
Yeah. It's not a conflict or something. It is like a rebellion of some kind.
The Worm Killers, the
Worm Killers, or the Aquifer Closers, Find
Right.
it and close it, or find another.
Oh, anti-astronauts is very fun, but I don't know. we've built a sort of like they'd have to kind of be fatalists, right? They'd have to be like, nope, the mist has to come get us. We're gonna stop being able to put the mist away. We're blowing up our ability to keep the mist at home, or keep the mist from home, rather.
When you say anti-astronauts, do you mean people who are anti the concept of sending the astronauts out? You mean right? Yes, you mean like
They
anti-matter.
send out their
hunters.
own. We've just sent people out who are there to destroy the pools instead of connect us to them. You still have to send people out to because what I'm imagining is if there's a group that is like, hey, we are going to change the way things work here. No, we want the mist to come get us. We want to break our reliance on these distant pools of magic, whatever it is. You would have, those people couldn't do that. I guess they could do it by stopping you from sending out astronauts, but you could also, if you had people who are like, I don't want us using this power anymore, not in an ecological, we shouldn't be interfering way, but in a it's evil, it shouldn't be here way. They've just sent out their own astronauts to, in quotes, their own scouts, their own teams to go find those places, and instead of letting us connect with instead of letting the whatever the status quo leadership or government or society is connect to that magic and draw on that magic, they have to somehow separate us from that magic permanently. They have to cap the
I like this, but
you know what I mean?
I would like to just refocus it a little on the legend, right? This is also about a legend of the worm.
Right. But this isn't.
I suppose my question
the
is,
tyranny, rebellion, faith industry is happening now.
Yes, but the legend has been warped, giving rise to
Right.
this. Like, what is the nature of the warp?
It sounds like the nature of the warp is that it was actually bad that the worm did this. The worm should have never.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
Raised the pools.
Yeah,
We're capping the pools. We're draining the pools. We're getting rid of the magic.
Right.
There's
There's like a reframing of the
sacrifice
sacrifice as like an attack.
Here's the cleanest way to do this. You idiots. The magic doesn't help us survive the mist. The pools make the mist. We have to go out there and cap all the pools.
Yeah. This is some Yoshihiro Togashi thinking.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. I also am just deeply fascinated by the idea of like astronaut versus astronaut combat in one-way mist, where it's like, what does that do to the way you fight? If you can't, move. If I am ahead of you and you attack me, I can't move towards you. I just have to hold my ground or take cover.
You're still. Yeah, sorry. I now realize we were thinking about this differently. You literally mean they can't turn around.
You can't move through the mist. Yes, the other
You
way.
literally, I'd been meaning it as once you enter the mist, you can't leave the mist back into home.
I mean,
not that you couldn't like scratch your back.
You could. I think there's probably a loose circle around you that you can that you can move back in. Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I absolutely get what you're saying, and
I couldn't scratch your back if you were behind me.
No, you couldn't. You couldn't take my helmet.
We could rotate around.
You couldn't take my helmet off if I needed you to, or something. If we drop
you'd have
something,
to get in front of me to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
The thing that I was actually thinking, that's one of those things where you think it and then you don't say it and you realize it's central to the way you're thinking about it, is that it's like fur that you can stroke one way but is very sharp if you stroke it the other way or something.
Like a porcupine.
Like a porcupine.
Yeah.
Where it's like the mist will shred you. It will tear you apart if you.
I have a question that I don't think is practical, but I do need to know the answer of.
Absolutely.
Is the world a sphere?
We don't know.
I don't think we're moving in distances enough where this would ever come up. But theoretically, if you kept going straight and there was a land bridge in this world or whatever, if there was a way to wrap back around.
Yeah.
Would it start pushing out? Does it push out to its sort of like opposite point on the world? And then from there, can you not go anywhere anymore?
God, if you get to a pole, are you just stuck? You're just
That's
stuck
what I'm saying.
there.
Yeah,
I think it is something like that. It's like iron filings in a magnetic field, This also explains why I was talking about like sending out hundreds and hundreds of teams in lots of different like scattering them out, because you want to try and capture as many like angles as possible.
Remind me, because Jack, I understood what you meant by not going backwards, but I also just forgot about it. How are we getting back to, like, how when people are coming back, how are they getting back? The pools let them come back.
I don't think anybody is coming back, right?
Ever? Once you go off to find a pool, you're never coming back. You just
This is what you were saying,
pool.
right, Austin?
No.
I thought that we had discussed modes of return.
No, I
think, Austin, what you said was that there was something in the pool that you could go back if you brought it back.
Well, at the time that I was pitching was inside of the kind of construct of the what if they're nomadic people. And what I was pitching was once they get to a place, the home culture can then move to the new one, like nomadically around through the mist. You know what I mean?
Right, and we talked about the unteleported man. You can go,
that's right. But then I was like, oh, wait, that gets rid of the home and away thing in a way. It doesn't feel dangerous. Right. We kind of abandoned that whole set of things, but we kind of kept, you can't go backwards in the mist. I'm fine with like the magic teleports the astronauts home once they make the connection between home and
right.
pool.
They have a pool of magic. They can get home via magic. But if you get to a pole without ever finding a pool, you just have to live at the edge of the earth.
I guess. Yeah.
That's evil. That's so bad.
Well, again, it's not actually, it wouldn't be a pole. It would be the opposite point of the map, right? I mean, we could just say it's the pole,
edge
but what that would do is then change what we're talking about when we talk about the direction you can't go in. Because if there's the porcupine hair pushing you back or hurting you, right? If you go towards home, then where that will naturally lead, I believe if I'm doing this right in my head, is not one of the poles unless you are at the equator. Unless home is at the equator, then it will lead you to one of the poles, because that will be the furthest point away, or not the furthest. No, it wouldn't, right? Because
it would be the other equator.
It would be the other side of the equator, exactly. And so so what I'm saying to begin with is right, which is like it's only the opposite if you're on a pole, you know.
Right. Well, I guess the idea of a pole is like, is there a spot on Earth where there's no direction to walk that isn't away? That isn't into the mist.
Right, exactly. Or that isn't right, exactly. Or that isn't back towards home.
Right.
That's the point at which you get trapped.
So on a flat Earth, you get to the end of the world and can't go back because you're walking into the shredding mist.
That's
but on
correct.
A globe, there's a point where the mist, or potentially there's a point where the mist converges, and all directions from that point are into the mist, the shredding mist.
The shredding mist, right? Exactly. Which is, again, maybe not a thing that happens, because this is not a practical question. Like I said, if we're talking about like walking around a continent-sized landmass, you're never gonna run into the point where, I mean, you will actually when you hit the coast, right?
Right. Well,
weirdly.
And maybe I guess my question is, are we leaning into how horrible this sounds, or are we trying to figure out how a people can live like this, and then the coasts can either become like a killing field, or the way that you can avoid, like maybe the reason you stay by the coast is because the mist is different over the water, or being on a boat is like a way to be above where the mist line is.
Yeah, I want to be very careful about I don't want to throw away the mist kills you if you go backwards, or hurts you, or it stops you. But I do, in a funny way, I want to talk about the video game Mist really quick, because I have to tell you, you cannot play a game like the video game Mist if you can't go backwards.
Oh yeah,
and
right.
So once I just want to start thinking about actual we're talking about a sprawling world where there is ambiguous layers of time and history, and I'm cool with actually continuing. I want to be very clear. We're playing in a realm almost of poetics at this point. I love the shredding mist or the stopping mist that prevents you from going home, but I want us to imagine people walking around an apartment building or an archaeological dig. You can't go backwards.
Right.
What happens if you open? What happens if I walked, if the mist was to my north right now, and I walked into my kitchen south? I could never leave. I would die in the kitchen.
Yes.
or I'd have to break the wall and keep moving in that direction. Which is cool. Like that's if the astronauts have like wall breaking capabilities and they have to keep moving forward. There is something really cool here because that's worm like, right? Worms have to keep moving forward, right? Worms. I don't know that worms can. I mean, they can turn. They can turn,
but a
they
worm
can't-
can't back up. I don't think.
Well, maybe a worm can back up because a worm. Both sides of a worm can be its head, right?
Well, this is also what you introduced is like an aspect that I hadn't thought, or not that I hadn't thought of, that I had thought the opposite of, which is like the mist inside your home, because for me that's the reason why you would build a city or a town or
I meant
temporary
old
residence.
homes.
Oh, like old, like you come across someone else's
Right.
like house that is now in the mist and you have to walk through it.
If there's ambiguous layers of time and history, that means there are other
Yes.
people probably
Right.
lived out there at some point.
You said
And
my
so-
kitchen, so I'm just thinking like this is your domicile.
Oh, I meant
That
my
you're like-
human, the place I'm the place I'm
Right.
looking in my life. If an astronaut
Right.
walked through here,
Yeah.
you know,
Not that you build a house and then you have to live your life
correct.
from one
Yeah.
side to the other.
Yes. No. Yeah.
It'll be so annoying.
Like I just wouldn't build a house if that was the case.
You put
Yeah,
your phone down in the wrong place, and you're like, well, shit.
Well, shit, it's gone now.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Austin, and I think sitting in the realm of poetics here, there are kind of there are ways we could work this that are not particularly subtle, but would do the trick. You know, the astronauts deploy with these kind of like globes of light that can push the mist back or something. But that comes at a cost. They only have a certain number of them. It weakens.
Right.
It makes the mist angrier around it, or it draws something within the mist. I think that's
Well,
the
this is why you have
cleanest
to
option.
defeat the mist.
Right, this is also why you have to defeat the mist. And our city is ringed by this light, but at the same time, magic is kind of pouring out, so there's the risk
Right.
that we won't be able to construct these globes, and also that the big ones that protect our city will also start failing. Of course, there are the
Right.
people who are sending out the anti-astronauts who say, wow, that makes their position really interesting as well, because they're these kind of like knife sharp futurists where they're like, we only need to move forward. Let the mist come, you know?
Right.
Um
The other way of doing this would be like, you can't go back. There's always like a mile or a half mile behind you, and once that, you know what I mean. You're able to move back a little bit, but not past
Right.
a mile.
It's like
You
if
know?
I'm reading sheet music when I'm playing, I can see 4 measures ago and I can think about what happened. But if you want me to think
Right.
about 30 measures ago, I'm going to completely lose my flow because that's,
Yeah.
pages back or whatever.
In a way, this is actually a different type of coastline.
Yes,
Right?
it is.
You
It is.
go until you can't see the coast anymore. And then the coast is always fading. You know what I mean? Like it's a sea of mist behind you, but you always have a little coast. The area around you is coastline, and then the coastline moves with you, you know?
Yeah, this would
for-
also allow for combat without just being this sort of like Balladian nightmare.
But
Because
it
we
does
wouldn't be
give you
able
the thing
to-
you said, which is if there's a group behind us by a mile,
by a mile.
we
yeah,
can't go back and
fight them there.
fight them there.
No.
You know, we can try to get past, let's imagine they've climbed a hill and they can look down on us. Like there might be a position there where like the only thing we can do is try to outrun them going forward,
Yeah.
because they can back to the other side. There'd be overlapping. I'm going to draw a tactical map on this here really quick, right? Let's imagine, I'm going to use the top really quick. Let's imagine up is away from, like north is away from the center where they're moving, right? You might have a northern group that is like, this is all flat land, right? And then a southern group that is up on a hill. And the southern group, well, it's not a good circle. The southern group is how do you draw 2 circles that are the same? There we go.
Copy and
I
paste.
actually know how it's copy and paste. Yeah, but I can't copy and paste.
Can't
They won't
copy
let
and
you
do
copy and
that.
paste.
Can't do that.
Yeah,
No.
can't
They
do
don't let
it.
you do it. But yeah, you get a second group
The
like that.
blinking circles.
I hate it. You get a second group, and like, let's say that's all hill. They can just like tiptoe a little bit to like move their circle up a little. You know what I mean? They have like a really
Yeah.
nightmare advantage. So the North group is like, we got to fucking keep going until their circle gets off the hill. You know, that's fun.
There is a little bit of the contemporary battle royale mechanic in here, right? Where, you know, in the late stages of a battle royale, when you are like, if we can go out of the circle and take damage, but our position will be better. Except here you couldn't do it because you would just be torn to pieces if you know.
Right. We don't even know that. And we're talking about like height advantage. Like we're talking about astronauts, and so I think we start thinking about astronaut era technology, but we don't know that that's the case, you know. But
no, astronauts. This is and I was thinking about this. We're using astronauts in the same way that we use panther, you know, where it's like this is a word that we have that means something on Earth, and we have taken an aspect of it, but it means something completely different.
That's right. Yeah.
For people who are unfamiliar, a panther is a sort of bird.
That's right. That can split into many other little birds.
Many other birds.
And then other people might make, for instance, a giant robot based on that animal.
Yeah. It is not a big cat at all.
Except it moves like that still somehow, you know? It has panther-like qualities.
Yeah. Also, the animal's name is pronounced ibex, but that's not for us. We say that differently.
That's we say ibex.
Okay, so what do we write here? This is the legend has been warped, giving rise to rebellion, and the rebellion is this group who are pro-mist, right? They are anti-astronauts. They are trying to cap the wells.
Yeah.
Oh, I just moved the index card. I hate Roll20. Okay.
Yeah.
A rebellion of anti-astronauts has grown. These people try and cap the wells and produce more mist?
I don't think they're pro mist as much as they're anti messing with the pools, and which necessitates a life of dealing with the mist.
Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, so they try and cap the wells and restrict the kind of like vernal pool hunting or economy.
Because they believe that if you get rid of the pools, the mist will go away.
They're the people who say, the idiot, the pools make the mist. The trees make the wind.
Trees make the wind. Right. Yeah. Speaking of the wind, does the wind touch the mist in interesting ways?
In certain areas it does, and that's got to suck because it can move it, right? It can it can like send currents of mist.
And I guess now is the time I want to ask, is the mist dangerous, or is there something in the mist dangerous?
Oh, I see.
Well, I mean, is the thing in the mist that's dangerous is you can't go backwards in the mist after.
I think it's got to be both.
There are also things in the mist, creatures in the mist.
Yes.
People in the mist, something you don't
Things
like.
that have evolved to live in the mist.
Ooh.
Yeah. Mistborn.
There are rumors out there of...
That's a game, right?
Is that a game?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, no,
It's
that's
the
the fucking Brandon
thing, right?
Sanderson series, of course.
Oh, okay.
Is this what that book is? That what
Are
this
we
book's
copying
about?
Brandon
Are we
Sanderson?
copying? Is this whole thing? Are we from First Principles? We invited?
Does Brandon
I don't think
Sanderson
this-
say you can't
Branson
go
have mist
backwards?
that kills you?
Does
No, I don't
Branston
think
have mist that kills you?
I don't think.
Stephen King has mist that kills you.
What's the mist in Mistborn called?
What? Mist? I don't know.
The
Is there
Mistborn-
mist in Mistborn?
The final empires in the dystopian world of Scadrial, where ash constantly falls from the sky. All plants are brown, and supernatural mists cloak the landscape every night. There we go. Different thing. We're good. We're safe. But we can't call them the Mistborn.
There are ghost stories that people tell of people who have walked back in the mist and have just, been rendered into white bone, and they were so determined that they still walk through the mist,
Right, Mistwalkers.
Nope, I think that's also another thing.
Damn it.
when you go to the desert, you know what I mean? Like, all the animals that live in the desert are mean as fuck because they have to live in the desert. It's all like evil snakes and evil scorpions. And like, when you go to the forest, the rabbits are like cute and scared. But when you go to the desert, the rabbits will kick the shit out of you You know what I mean? And like the mist is the ultimate version of that. It's a really hostile environment. You go deep, deep, deep into the ocean. You don't get goldfish. You get anglerfish.
It's true. And maybe there's a worm out there.
And maybe there's a worm out there.
I've heard there's a worm.
You know, where at the top
Everybody's
of the
heard about the
ocean,
worm.
the squid are calamari. At the bottom of the ocean, the squid are the size of your house.
Right.
Those guys rule. I love those guys so much.
Do the creatures of the mist also have to live by the you can't go backwards in the mist rule?
Some do.
I think that's what causes.
Some do.
I think that the thing that evolving to live in the mist does is make that part of it maybe not as important for them.
They live in like small enough areas or can keep moving forward in various ways
Yeah.
or whatever.
God,
Okay.
can you imagine how frightening it would be to see something coming out of the mist towards you the wrong way?
Oh, that's really good.
Ooh, yeah.
But it would happen based on this
No, you
mile
see
rule
it
we're talking
way
about.
off in the distance. You look through a
Well,
telescope.
no.
Oh, no, you're right. Because it would.
Because it's mist.
Yeah, it would breach the mist. This was the astronaut on the hill example I was talking about before, because the spheres of movement, if we're doing the mile long or even 100-yard long movement, those don't line up evenly for everybody.
Yes, you're right.
I could have mobility that you don't have anymore, and so I could very easily jump in and out of your mist because it isn't my mist. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't even know I'm moving in and out of your mist.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone has their own mist.
Which maybe is not what we want to do. Maybe we found the broken problem with this, is that not everybody has their own mist.
Well, the mist is magic, so it can work however.
Yeah, maybe I see thin mist and you see thick mist.
Well, because it's weighing your soul, right? There's
Oh, now wait a
Right.
second.
some sort of.
The mist can feel. I think we're reaching midichlorians very quickly. The mist knows what direction you're moving, and it has a problem if you go backwards.
I'm drawing more circles briefly.
Okay, sounds good.
'Cause I want
For
to
your
make
own
sure that everybody.
edification.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about when I talk about like the mists having different amounts and different whatever, right? So I'm doing two different colors, right? Do
Uh-huh.
you see what I'm talking about?
Right.
The orange team can move anywhere in the orange circle, but the
Right.
green team can only move in the green team circle, which means that the green team sees everything that isn't green inside of the green as the mist, whereas the orange team doesn't. The orange team doesn't see they only see the stuff that's outside of their circle. So they see this little bit. I'll move it up more. They see
This
all
is
that.
very close to how I've been imagining it.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna do my
But the difference,
version
the
of
difference
this.
being is the thing that I want to be really clear on is if you're in the orange circle,
Yeah.
right? You are your mist is not the same mist as the other team's mist. The other team would be seeing mist in let me go freehand for a second. All of this would be mist for the green team. I've drawn a little mask on this green guy. All of that would be mist for the green guy, but not for you, you know?
Yeah.
Actually, or yeah. Maybe the other way around, actually.
Yeah.
It is the other way around. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, so
All
it would
of
be.
this would be green team mist, you know?
Yes.
It looks ugly. But not for you. Because you're just there.
Yes.
So we're imagining in pursuit. This is what we're.
Because it goes back to Jack's initial. I'm locked in on Jack's initial thing of like, it would suck to fight in the mist because a group could be behind you and you couldn't go back towards them. Exactly.
Right. So this is what I've been imagining. Like you've got the orange team has come up on green. Orange is completely free to move forward, but
Right.
green is not free to move back and meet them.
That's right. And Keith,
Yeah.
this I'm going to change to red. This spot, we're assuming this is the shape. This
Yeah.
spot is where it becomes mist for the green, but the orange team can't see that as mist at all.
Right, because they're in it. They're in their mist.
They're in their mist.
Yeah.
Right. So that
or
is
whatever.
yes.
They're in
so
their
like,
non-mist zone.
So there's an area of non-visibility for the green right there. That the green sees that as mist.
That's right.
But Orange doesn't. Orange has that whole area of inside their sphere.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
This is but this is the less strategic zone.
And again, I'm really less interested in even the combat part of this. It's just that, like, what we're getting at then means that there is different phenomenological experiences
Right.
of being in the mist. The mist
Right.
is not just physical. It might also be physical, but it hits you in your brain in some way, or in your magic soul, whatever, right? That is like, I know that there is stuff out there that I can't see, and it's not because there are tightly dense particles of water that are preventing me. It's not just that. It's also that if I got closer, I could start seeing it.
Yes.
Is what we've been saying.
Right.
Unless the reason they can see through the mist for a mile, they can move through it's not just seeing through, it's moving through. That's the thing that's different. Because if it was just we can see a mile, that's because they have special goggles or they have a magic spell on them that lets them see for a mile.
Or the mist is light.
Or
that
the mist
day.
is light. Well, right. You can exactly like a normal mist. Like, oh, I can see a little bit into the mist. Exactly. But then there's a point at which it's house being. But because it's tied to each individual person and you can't move backwards past a certain point before it becomes porcupine and starts shredding you, then that means there's something very weird happening.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, I think
I'm cool with this.
I think we're essentially on the same
page.
We are
Yes.
essentially on the same page, and it's very strange because we are both. And I don't think that these two things are necessarily in opposition, and definitely aren't in opposition in like a piece of live collaborative storytelling. But we're doing this strange dance between the sort of like practicality of it and also the poetics of it. It is like which is very Balladian or like Philip K. Dick or something, right? Where it's like, or Ray Bradbury, right? This is like part of what makes the Martian Chronicles go so well is that he stages both of these things at the same time and is kind of orbiting them around one another. But it does feel very weird and kind of enjoyable to do, to be being like, you know, telling Beowulf and also being like, how did he get that arm up there? How did he attach it to the arch above the doorway?
To the yeah.
Well, and all of this knowledge of how the mist works, the people who live there have it, and it's because it was paid in blood.
Right.
And this is why there's a rebellion.
Yes. The pools make the mist. And someone else says, no, the pools make the lamps we use to set up.
The mist makes the pools.
So let's say I'm an astronaut who finds the pool. What happens then? How do I get the magic from the pool back home?
Batteries.
Because I am not going. Because in your view, Jack, I'm not going back home. Or is it we put the water? We maybe it's not even the water. It's like there's a off gas of magic. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Okay.
What if
maybe
you've got to carry with you or assemble as you go some form of like transportation?
Dig a trench.
You dig a trench and you just like run the little bit of pool water back through the trench all the way?
So then it is the water.
That would be the water in that case. Yeah. The other way is we do
How big are these pools?
They 15 to 50 feet wide.
Okay, so we're probably not digging a trench dozens and dozens of miles long
for a pool
to then run a 15-foot pool of water back through it. I don't think it would make it.
No, it gets stuck in the middle. Okay, so the poetics answer to this, right, is that like there's some sort of transference. There is an empty pool in the capital, or in the sprawling eerie city, and the astronauts dive into the vernal pool out and emerge in the pool along with the water. It's very Jeff Vandermeer, right? There are those incredible moments in Annihilation where the characters dive in the water and are transported with the water somewhere else.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think that's great. I love walking into the water and walking out of the water at home. Yeah. The only way back is forward. Right?
Oh, this is very worm-like, right? Too.
Yeah.
And lots of people say, well, is there a tunnel between the vernal pool and the main pool dug by the worm centuries ago or whatever? And other people say, well, the astronauts don't report any knowledge. They close their eyes as they go into the pool and they open their eyes as they come out in the capital. Other people are saying we should close the well in the capital because, as we keep saying,
well, maybe that's like the big action that the rebels want to take.
Yeah.
But they can't get no one. There's not enough support for that yet.
It's much better to do sort of guerrilla war against the.
You have a name for the pool closers?
Not that.
I don't think it's the pool closers.
What about something that evokes like a stone being dragged over something, or like the cap isn't quite right. It's a big day for moving stones here on the 5th of April.
Oh, I guess it is.
Maybe they don't cap it. Maybe they scrape things into it, or they just throw dirt into the pool until it fills up.
Oh, they poison the wall, shut the well.
Why don't you think it's tied to capping? It's just you think that it's not a particularly fun word.
Yeah, I don't think it's a particularly fun word. I mean, if we could find a way to do it, like capstone or something is, but that's a different meaning, right? Capstone is not really.
I mean, what's the capstone etymology? Let's find out. Yeah, just the final stone, the top stone, the fitted stone.
Which suggests the completion of a process, whereas instead it feels like this is like the solution of something, right? Or the
yeah.
If this was set in the 80s or something, they'd be called something like clean air.
Oh,
but I don't think that's quite where we're at.
Yeah, I don't know. We all of our metaphors lean kind of science fictional here, but so I would almost like to overcorrect towards something that feels really fantasy.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Something about closing doors. Something about.
It's not really damning, right? But it's. I'm going to read all of their examples across, all of Vid's examples across the 4 things. The Radiant Crown, the Scepter, the Dawn Sigil, those are tyranny. The Ashen Rose, the Blaspheme, the Heart's Crescendo, that's rebellion. Faith is the Sacred Scorched, we born of blood, waiters of her worldly waters. And then Industry is the Raging Forge, Ophelia Industrial, the Rapid Ascension. So there's a little sci-fi in there. Ophelia Industrial.
What about a cork or something?
Oh yeah, the cork feels. I might listen to the tavern space more than the rebellion space. The big cork.
Look, Marielda has told us, as has real life, that the rebellions are in the taverns and the factories.
That's true. Can we get a little? What we need is the right adjective with it, right?
Yes.
I'm
Adjectives beginning with X.
I was literally going back to look at our palette words. So, but I don't know that the coastal cork, the eerie cork,
Yeah.
The gold cork, the kinetic cork. I'm looking at the palette words, all of them now. The crisp cork.
Ooh,
the corked world. Something about they're not draining the pools, right? They're maybe they are trying to drain them, but they're not, because they're not bringing it back. They're just trying to close them. Or freeze them? What if they freeze the pools? Is that a fun
They
visual?
scrape something in and they freeze them. Yeah,
And
that's
it,
really
like,
good. It
freezes
flash
them.
freezes the pool.
It flash freezes them. Yeah. And then we can get into things like frozen and frigid and, you know, all the ice words.
So we're looking for an adjective.
We're looking for a name. We're looking for a name.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be the core. Now that we're talking about freezing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The something rhyme, you know, the
Oh, yeah. What about like
Rhyme is also good because coastal.
totally. Yeah.
is it just like the future's rhyme or something? You know, is it
The future's
like
rhyme is kind of nice. Or tomorrow's
tomorrow's
you know.
rhyme?
Tomorrow's rhyme.
Tomorrow's rhyme
And
is
then
pretty
rhyme
good.
RIME for the listener.
Yeah. Tomorrow's Rhyme was my favorite Jethro Tull album that he didn't get the chance to make.
Yeah.
I'm happy with Tomorrow's Rhyme, honestly, because they are these people with an eye to the future, but then at the same time they're freezing things, which is kind of cool.
Which is kind of yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And rhyme is specifically like frozen mist, right? Like frozen. It is specifically that.
Yeah, are Rhyme and Hoarfrost the same thing?
I think so. Rime ice forms when super cold water droplets freeze onto surfaces. Yeah, Hoarfrost is exactly similar to Hoarfrost. Yeah.
God,
There's
it's so
different
cool when that
types
happens.
of rime.
I
it
love to
sounds
see it
like,
when that
yeah.
happens.
Yeah, hard rime is a white ice that forms when the water droplets and fog freeze to the outer surfaces of objects. That's interesting. Cool. Soft rime is when ice deposition that forms when the water droplets in light freezing fog or mist freeze to the outer surfaces of objects. So there's light and hard, and I just read them both. They basically sound the same to me.
They sound pretty similar. I think we could
pretty
get rid
similar
of
to me.
one of them, or you could just trim the fat.
Yeah.
And don't worry
It
about
looks
the science.
different, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, tomorrow's rhyme. Let's write that down.
Yeah, we can add this to the... It's also, as Lilith in the chat points out, a Twilight Mirage name.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's
All
a
right.
New Earth name.
Yeah,
Okay.
to Germany. Yeah.
A world. This table is where most of your world building will take place. Here you are zooming out, creating foundations and riffing off each other by answering questions within 3 categories. The culture, questions that flesh out the people of this world, how they connect, and their societies. The land, questions that flesh out the physical world, what makes it weird, how it exists and the people's relationship to it. The changing magic, questions that flesh out the state of magic in the world, how it was used and how it's now changing. Take turns drawing one card and comparing it to the table, answering the question under the corresponding section. Each player should answer at least 2 questions or until a total of 6 questions from this table have been answered. You can continue to draw, but the point of this section is not to answer all of the questions, but to create conversations. Leave gaps to let others fill in later. Before drawing cards as a group, choose one exploratory table, which to further define specific aspects of the world, to pair with this table. If a card is drawn and that question has already been answered, answer the corresponding question on the chosen exploratory table, or draw a new card. You can pair any exploratory table, but for this table, I suggest either magic or wildlife or vocations. This mechanic is so cool. I would recommend going and looking at these here, because the exploratory tables are so detailed. You know, Vid asks things like, what animal used to be wild but is now kept as a pet? How has this creature changed from its ancestor? Or does magic have a bias as to who can use it? And they say that we will draw from the exploratory table if we essentially double up, but we can also dip into it whenever we want. And my suggestion is that if we find that we haven't drawn from the exploratory table at the end of a section, we should
Yeah,
pull
we should.
one on it.
I agree.
And see,
I think
because
that
they
makes
are
sense.
so good. Do we have a strong feeling about which exploratory table we would like to use?
I really lean magic because I'm still like, well, what's it do besides
Yeah.
stop the mist?
Yeah, definitely. What's great,
Mhm.
and I really love the way this game has been structured to kind of draw these questions out, is my first thought was, oh, well, I mean, we've already riffed off each other and asked questions and things, but we kind of haven't. There is so much in here that we don't know about. So let's do the magic table.
But I'm fine if there's an overwhelming, like, all three of them sound great, just to be clear.
We're going to get more opportunities, or I think one more
Okay.
opportunity to use them. And again, we can dip into
We can
any
always
of
go
these kind of
back.
whenever we
Yeah.
want.
Gotcha.
Cool.
Okay, who drew the last card? Keith drew Rebellion, I think.
Yes.
So, before we start, each player should answer at least 2 questions or until a total of 6 questions from this table have been answered. I
Yeah.
think we should just do 6 rather than 8.
6.
Yeah.
Also, Dre, I think, left the roll 12. There you go. You're back.
No, I'm here.
Weird. My roll 20 pushed you off the game. Weirdly.
Weird. I was in a different tab. I don't know if. That
Oh, I
makes
think it
that
did. I think
weird.
it unloaded it from. Oh, no, I think it saw that you weren't on the right tab. And it said, "Hey,
Weird.
Roll20 is starting to snitch on us?
it's a
Yeah.
snitch
Wow.
service." Yeah.
Oh my god, I gotta get a fucking mouse wiggler for Friends at the Table work, otherwise Austin would tell me off.
I've been frequently tabbed away to look at the PDF, so I don't know. Maybe something else weird that interesting.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm drawing a card for the world.
You sure are.
Me too.
Okay.
This one's for the world.
Which one have you drawn, Dre? I don't...
I haven't drawn it yet.
Oh, okay.
A 9 of hearts.
Okay.
so that is odd, and hearts.
Okay, the cultures. What relics remain of the common ancestry amongst all people?
Ooh,
Wow.
maybe something from before the mist. Do we believe
Yeah.
that there was something from before the mist?
That makes sense because I feel like that would also like give both sides of this like conflict over the mist something like it would add further fuel, right, to this group that's like we need to go back to the time before the mist.
It's
Yeah.
also an interesting thing to learn because, you may not have records of a time from before the mist. And so you'd have to notice, like, hey, all this stuff that we know, whenever we find stuff, like, they're not talking about the mist or depicting the mist at all. And we
Oh,
talk about the mist
sure.
all the time. It's like one of our main things that we're talking about. So you have to, like, notice it from its absence.
That's great. Yeah.
Hmm.
But what are the relics? What relics remain?
Of the common ancestry,
common
yeah.
ancestry. So that so
Yeah.
already there's like that does suggest there is not one home in the mists.
Right.
Yeah. There's another town
Right.
out there somewhere. Or another
Right.
culture or
Well,
another
other cultures.
you know,
multiple
yeah.
cultures.
Multiple
Mm.
cultures of people. Yeah.
and we have a common ancestor.
Yeah.
Which I when assuming that there's like an easy through line, if there's suddenly mist, then you sort of necessarily sever the relationship between all major civilizations.
Right. Because it's you can't
You can't just like you
go
don't know
back
how
and
anything
forth.
works yet, so you can't like go
Mm.
somewhere because
yeah.
or you can and then you can't go back.
Can't go back. Maybe you can you move between linked big pools?
Only
Astronauts
if
can.
they had pools that pre-existed the mist. If the pools in the mist
I see.
were created at the same
Mm.
time, then they
Yeah,
wouldn't be
right.
able to.
Which they clearly were, says Tomorrow's Rhyme, because
right.
okay, what relics? Gosh.
Trying to think of like what would exist that would be very common in a world that is like not ruled by mist that would become useless once the world is covered in mist. All I can think of is like hats and like sunglasses.
Yeah, be a beach stuff. Yeah.
Circular
The
racetrack.
beach used to be cool instead of eerie and wet and evil.
Oh, what about
I mean,
ruins? Oh, sorry. Go on, Austin.
no, you go ahead. You were really excited.
Ruins of like mail stations, postal stations, something that
Mm.
suggested like
Hmm.
Yeah.
bidirectional movement. Is that
Oh,
a
yeah.
relic of common ancestry? That's a relic of pre-mist. It's not really a relic of common
That's not a relic of
ancestry.
common. Yeah, common ancestry is really
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
different thing, you know, because otherwise it's like
Yeah.
pictures and paintings of distances. You know
Yes,
what I mean?
yeah.
You used to be able to
Over
see more than a
there.
mile. Yeah. You
Doesn't
used to
say
be able to see
anything
over
about
there.
our
Well,
ancestry.
it's not relics. It doesn't say like what are the relics that show that there is a common ancestry. It's just that it has to be of them.
But there is a common. In other words,
But
there is common ancestry.
There is common ancestry. The relics don't have to be of the common
Sure,
ancestry.
you're right. Yes. Yes.
I mean, an option here could be something as simple as like statues to a sun god. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
Ooh.
And I think that would be a really great way to go in terms of trying to get us back towards traditional fantasy spaces. You know,
Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
sun god, water god. You know,
Hmm.
But the
some sort
sun
of
god
pantheon.
being something that, what's
Is
the
there
sun god in
at
the
all?
mist?
Like, is there a visible sun like in the town when
No.
you're living in the when you're
No, maybe
home?
that's a great reason for there to be statues of a sun god because none of us have seen the sun.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's pale,
light.
awful light. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
light.
Yeah.
There has to be light, but there's no sun, no visible sun.
Like I'm thinking of like when it's like a super duper cloudy day and you can tell it's like daytime and the sun is out, but it is
Yeah.
not bright.
It could even be
is-
bright,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It could be bright.
but you can't see any visible sun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So let's say statues of a sun god. Are relics that speak to a common ancestry before the mist. What do these statues look like? What is a really sick statue of a sun god?
Hmm.
We like our sun gods here.
Seems. Do we want a person or an animal?
Ooh.
I'm kind of thinking animal just because of the presence of the worm.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe very colorful.
Yeah, like I'm thinking a toucan for some reason. Like that is just the thing that has popped up in my head. Or some other kind of like tropical bird.
Tropical birds, fun.
Toucan
Tropical
holding
bird,
the
are
sun
there-
in its beak.
Are there tropical birds that have like rounded crests that could be the sun?
Cock of the mott. Mott of the rock. What's that guy called?
Rupert, you mean?
Rupert.
That's
Oh,
not the
you're
type
right.
of. That's not really what I mean. But like,
What do you,
what about the
crested
gray-
caracara?
The gray crowned crane.
oh, cranes are so good. Let me see. Oh, look at that thing. Yeah.
What is it called?
The gray crowned crane.
Great
That's a
Wow.
sun god right there.
I'm gonna put a picture of this on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
look
put-
at this.
Look at it. Like
Jesus, you can tell.
there he is.
There he is on this day.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on the screen now. Great crowned crane.
That's a damn sun god to me.
Look at that thing. Wow. Holy shit.
Also called a Balearica.
Oh.
Where does he live?
The sun.
The sun, yeah.
He lives in the sun.
Gosh, that thing's so cool looking. God, and that thing on the top, his hat on the statue is made of like spun gold, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like it's sub-Saharan or south of the Saharan desert,
I was-
actually.
I was looking at the picture of the wrong thing. The thing I was thinking of was a red-crested turaco. Which I like the
Oh, yeah,
other
they're
thing.
cool.
I said a
Yeah.
bird that wasn't the bird that I was looking at.
I
It
see.
was
Mm.
listed poorly.
Okay. And these statues, they just stumbled into them in the mist?
No, they're in the cities.
Oh, they're in the
stuff, right?
city as well? We have them too. Yeah. Okay.
All of the cities,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
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 And in the world, right?
Yeah.
Oh, bird and worm is so good.
It is very fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is a gold crested crane. This iconography is all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes you just get the crest. Sometimes you get the whole bird. Sometimes you get the bird in action. You get the bird silhouetted against the sun. You get, you know what I mean? You get all sorts of various.
Yeah.
You get, and like there's like slightly different meanings, right? Because like the sun crane in motion, like going after food, is different than the sun crane at rest, standing on one leg. You know.
Do you think there are statues of the bird sun god in the building that contains the big moon pool? The one that they.
Well, no, 'cause that would be the moon god, probably.
No, I mean the
I know what you mean. I know what you
the
mean. I know what
vernal
you mean.
pool. Sorry.
I don't know.
Do you
Maybe
think that they're
no.
that close? No, there's not.
I think it's interesting. I don't know. Both are interesting, right? Both are interesting.
I don't know. We can come back to this. This is a good one. We got a statue of a bird.
I love it.
Previously, we knew two things about nature. One, the mist hurts you if you go backwards, and
Yeah.
two, maybe a worm is out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's my turn. I'm gonna draw a card, and the card that I have drawn is an Ace of Clubs.
Ooh.
That is an odd club. The cultures. How are ideas recorded?
Does it count? Does Ace count as face?
Yeah, Ace's face, Jack.
Ace's face? Okay.
Mm.
When magic changed, how did wildlife also change? Okay.
We sort of touched this, right?
Well, sort of, because the change is that the vernal pools are disappearing. That's the change.
Right. You're right.
Making
You're right.
exploration for the vernal pools longer and less successful. So, I mean, I wonder if animals rely on the vernal pools as well for their magic or for their sustenance. And they are having to range out further, which means that animals are becoming both more spread out, but also in the way that you sometimes get with starving animals or with disrupted animal populations. They are like wandering into areas they shouldn't go. You know, we're seeing like migrations of animals, like wild horses through the mist looking for vernal pools or something, or big flocks of strange birds, descend on the city for a weekend as they are flying out, in search of the magic. All living things need magic, maybe the theory goes. We don't know whether or not the animals are looking for the vernal pools because they need the vernal pools to live, or if they need them for their own magic, their own culture,
Yeah. I do like the idea. Some of them could have started to like come into town in a way that they never did before.
Yeah, exactly.
The big weird ecological upset as groups of animals that once stayed in one area have now moved into neighboring areas, neighboring biomes. Astronauts have been coming back and being like, we ran into stuff we never run on this route.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and people's animals have... Oh, sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
People's animals have gone missing as well. They're like a cow farmer's whole herd, breaks out of the fences and goes out into the mist in the hunt for like stronger, more powerful magic that they can't get.
The thing I was going to say was kind of broader, which is one of the things I like about the vernal pools is you don't know if you're going to run into any on your way out because they come and go.
Oh, yeah.
And so you could send two people on the same angle separated by a month, and the group that goes out second might hit one that wasn't there while the previous group went out on the same exact route. And so what you come to learn is the route and what might show up there, as much as like you're not like, oh, we know there's a pool there. You're like, oh, I know that there is, an old post office there, and then the mountains, and then then that cave system. We would go through the cave system, and then you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's like at the 38th degree. If we go out on the 38th degree, Expedition 1 went through the post office, and then the shipping yard or something, and then 6 months later, when Expedition B came through,
Right.
the shipping yard had floated up into a vernal pool, and that was a real source of excitement.
Right. Well, and this is
Um,
also the sort of like this is also the sort of home team away team stuff of like you could call back and be like, "Hey, there was a landslide here." But
yeah,
since the
yeah,
last
yeah.
time a team came this way, we're trapped here. We have to go like we've already traveled a mile into the canyon. The way that was supposed to be cleared has been covered up. Has a team come through here in the last decade? And have they come back with any alternate paths that you have written down? Because the way that we studied before we took this trip isn't open. And someone calls back and says, we think there's a cave system near there. We don't know if it opens all the way through. The last group that went through there didn't go all the way through, but if you have enough light in your lantern,
The
you might be able to
horror
make your way through.
of getting into that cave system and discovering that it doubles back underground.
Right. Exactly.
You just,
You're
oh,
like, well,
it
fuck.
doesn't work. We just can't go this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so excited. It's something that we kind of know exists and have sort of been gesturing at the very edges of, but the game hasn't asked us to come to yet, which I'm so excited to see if it does, is whatever Houston is,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to write down here animal migrations are disrupted as magic hungry wildlife seeks vanishing vernal pools. Okay. Wait, sorry. I don't think I should have gone. I think Keith should have gone.
Nope. I think I haven't
agree, but that
gone
wasn't
in
a big
forever.
deal. Yeah.
How many? I think here's the time that I went was, but the magic begins to change, which was the third card drawn. So since then, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4 cards drawn.
Whoops.
Okay, so Austin, you're one behind. I'm one behind, but only just. I only just missed my first turn.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So I think I should go and then you should go.
Yeah,
And
totally.
then we can restart the whole thing from the top.
Okay.
Or we can go back to Dre or something.
Yeah. That sounds good to me.
Okay. So this is another face card, King of Hearts. So it's a face card heart. When the magic changed, what crumbled first? My pitch here is that it's like the city walls. That like the magic hadn't changed. The magic changing being the vernal pools have started disappearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or becoming harder to find.
They're becoming harder to find. The internal pool is getting shallower because of that. And the mist is pushing in for the first time in the era of the mist. And so we had built out to the edge of the mist. And we had built, the sort of structures. At some point, many, many, many generations ago, someone said, we need to mark the edge of the mist and we need to build something so that if something tries to come at us through the mist, it hits the walls before it hits the people. And there just weren't the mist closed in on the walls. And so and I don't know if they're out there. Maybe they're not out there. Maybe when you pass through the mist, the first time people went through it, at that point, when magic started changing, they're like, well, of course, the walls will just be on the other side of the mist. And they're not.
Are there ruins of the walls?
Yeah. The walls have been it's as if the walls have been aged. It's like the walls have suffered 1,000 years of aging, They're dilapidated. They're marked up in weird ways. The whatever sort of internals are there might still be there. But the rocks have fallen in strange ways.
What is the new what has been left as the thing on the edge of the city?
Whatever would have been on the outskirts already, right?
So is that
well, it depends from town to town, right? In some towns, that's the cheapest housing. In some towns, that was farmland. And now the farmland is right up against the edge of the mist. The people had to hurry and put up fences because the stone work walls used to be the natural end of the pasture, but now the cows started wandering into the mist.
Those are the cows that are going off to,
Right, exactly. Etc. Right. And so people now rushed to try to put up ad hoc walls, but those walls were stoneworks. Those were like
ancient.
We inherited those good walls, and at some point there are old walls further inwards that represent when the town space was different. When previously you built walls to be like, this is the edge of the town, but in some cases the town, in many cases maybe the cities got smaller because the mist intruded in on them, but in some cases towns kind of got bigger as conceptual social objects because they took up whatever the space of the mist was allowing us to have. You might have had a little village center once that now everybody inside of this little chunk of the mist hole, right, is now connected because it might have been 2 or 3 townships is inside of one section of mist. And that's like, well, we're one unit now. The world has put us together,
Yeah.
But it's those outer walls that have now broken.
Yeah.
Quite literally crumbling and then disappearing into the mist.
It's not a great sign when that's the first thing that goes.
I mean, it's the mist pulled in,
Yeah. Are you writing that or shall I write that?
Oh, I'll write it. I will write it. I forgot that we write. This is world?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're very quickly going to run out of space on world.
No, this is short.
We have, I think we have 3 more though to go for world.
Oh, I see. Then we'll maybe need another world.
We maybe need another world.
Maybe need another world.
Yeah, I've long said this.
Let me just copy and paste this.
World 2.
Good Earth. Okay. Beautiful. Keith, do you want to draw a card?
Yes, I would like to draw a card. I drew the 7 of diamonds. The cultures. Is there a common language? Where and how do cultures converse? That's a tricky question. It's hard to know how long it's been because we haven't said, and we've said various things like they've forgotten what these statues really mean. Oh, maybe we just implied that. Did they forget where the statues come from? Yeah, because they had to discover the no, just what relics remain.
No, I think they know
them.
they're statues of the sun god. They're just there's no sun anymore.
Right.
Well, we don't see the sun anymore.
Yeah.
We also talked about, evolution of animals. That's a very, very long time.
It's magic. It's not,
but it's magic.
Yeah.
How quickly do places that are almost totally disconnected develop new languages or diverge the language that they're speaking to where you'd lose cognition between 2 speakers?
Yeah.
So I guess, is there a common language? Sort of.
You think there was one in the era before the mist, but we've been in the mist era long enough for it to be the world.
Yeah.
Is there communication? We know there's communication between the sort of home team and away team stuff.
Yeah.
Is there communication between?
But that's not intra-culture.
But that's right. Well, what I was going to ask was, is there communication between different cities using the same magic system of communication?
I mean, it would be really great for them if there was. If you couldn't go to another city, like how hard is this world to be in?
Mhm.
Is every city that you come across that isn't yours a no-go zone? Do you have to be afraid of every orange group that
No,
comes up on a green group?
I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think so. So, yeah, I think that
It's
they're
eerie, but it's not, we didn't choose some of the other words that were in the palette that we didn't, the suggested palette that we didn't choose were things like um, uh, stark and ruthless. We
right.
didn't choose ruthless.
Yeah. Um the so yeah, I there we did choose eerie.
We
And I
did.
think there's probably something eerie to like, you know, who knows how long time ago, the connections between places are sort of severed by the mist, sort of becoming in between them this difficult to pass through thing that takes time and effort to learn how to navigate, even approaching safely. Um, and in that time, you go to another city and they have like all of the same inputs, but they have like different ideas about what's going on and where things came from and why things are happening. And like, it's not like going to another country because two countries don't have like the same cultural inputs, but these places do have the same cultural inputs. They have a common ancestry. It was not so long ago that they've forgotten everything. They sort of speak the same language, but it's sort of like all of the conclusions are different, or not all, but like they're different enough to be like strange.
Is there a way they can communicate at all?
When in person or uh telecommunication wise.
I suppose either, right? You could theoretically send someone to a city.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to imagine if you, again, maybe there's something in the magic that we haven't answered yet that will help us understand this. But if Jack, if all four of us live in town A and we send you out into the world and you go to town B, if we can talk to you using whatever magic
Oh, yes.
has connected
yeah.
us,
Yeah.
then what would stop us from having similar magic communication to town B? And the answer might be magic has allowed that sort of contradiction. You have to have done something. Like maybe there is some sort of ritual that you have to set up
Right.
to create that sort of magic communication. Maybe it fades over time. Maybe there's all sorts of realm of how and why it might be limited.
Yeah, you have to connect yourself specifically to the control tower before you leave, and you can't talk to anybody that's not been physically connected.
Right. But maybe is this a world where we send Jack to town B to live so that
This is
there will
my
always
suggestion.
be a connection?
It's
You're a
the
diplomat?
fish from Twilight Mirage
Town-
again.
Yeah. But the
Where
fish is a
it's like,
person.
there are a pair of people.
Yeah.
Person A stays home, person B goes out to the town, and then I'm this sort of like, I'm the telephone line,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Send the ambassadors out. They can never come home, but they are connected to the other place.
I really like that.
Yeah.
This is like deep in your Houston thing, except it's kind of not, right? Because the other interesting thing about the Houston thing is that they are scientists, is that they are explorers, right? It's not one loved one trying to talk to another.
It can be though.
But it can be, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, there's I mean, that movie is loved ones trying to talk to loved ones and also loved ones not being able to talk. You can't. The envoy, if I sent you to a different town and you were my partner, I could never talk to you. You know what I mean? I could never talk directly to you again. I would have to talk to whoever's on our side who talks to you.
Yeah.
You know? Or
This
vice
is
versa.
There's a little bit of Agent 47 and Diana in here.
Yeah.
The like intimacy of a handler and an asset as being different from the intimacy between an asset and someone, personally close to them or whatever.
Yeah. Have you read the the William Gibson story? It's in Burning Chrome. Someone in chat's gonna remember it before I do. It is called It's not Winter Market.
I haven't read Burning Chrome.
Are you sure? Oh, Hinterlands. Have you read Hinterlands?
No.
You've not. Hinterlands is so good. Hinterlands is so good. The very short version is that a cosmonaut stumbles into the zone in space.
Oh, cool.
She disappears. She disappears for 2 years and comes back, and she has something in her ship that is advanced technology from another world. She doesn't know where she came from. She dies, but it completely revolutionizes science. And so the world starts sending people out to that spot in space. And the story is not about people who do this journey. The story is about a type of person whose entire job is to talk to the person who just came back from this journey into the other realm. And they are like very carefully trained to be super personable, to be a little flirty, to be really calming, to try to prevent this person from dying from immediate shock from wherever they've been and coming back. And they have handlers who tell them everything to say, who are like piloting them in this encounter. And so part of what that story is about is the relationship between this guy who is this like perfectly attractive, perfectly, charismatic, self-hating, miserable person whose job is to talk to these astronauts who are coming back, these travelers who are coming back, and his relationship with the guy who tells him what to do and what to say in these moments, who he hates, but also has the deepest, most careful intimacy with in the world.
God,
also, they're high as hell. Yeah, that's correct. Krill Desova.
This is also Authority, right? The second Southern Reach book as well is about these kinds of things, right? That sounds extremely sick.
What does it do in the story to have the guy that you talk to be perfect and hot?
It's a way of maybe getting some information from the person who comes back. The person who comes back is like
a
going to give up on life basically immediately.
Okay.
20% are dead on arrival, 70 have irreversible mental damage, and then have to live in long-term care. 10% get brought to a place called Heaven in an effort to keep them alive as long as possible and tease out any information they can provide before they take their own lives.
Horrible.
Bummer.
Wow.
It's one of my favorite
good.
stories in this collection. It's just incredible.
Oh, that's really good. Okay, so how are we framing this? Is there a common language? We said it is starting to shift, right? Dialects and but probably not quite mutually unintelligible because we have these ambassadors, right?
Yeah.
But God,
have you ever seen videos of like people in Germany like talking to or listening to like Pennsylvania Dutch speakers?
Yes, I have.
And it's like, oh yeah, I like get like almost all of this. Or like if you see someone from Newfoundland speak and like an Irish person is like, oh my, like that's exactly like he sounds Irish still somehow. Like it's like that, I think.
Yeah. And where and how do these cultures converse? They send out half of a pair of people who are connected to each other. And the other half can never come home.
They don't get shifts. I'm going to invent shifts.
Well, maybe they do. Maybe you send out, group three. A team is going to go live there.
Yeah.
And maybe it's like, hey, we're going to send someone whose whole job is helping with agriculture. We're going to send someone whose main job is helping with agriculture. We're going to send somebody whose main job is helping with, magic and learning how trading magic secrets, and someone whose whole job is building stuff. But all three of them can be the telephone person,
Yeah. Teams of telephone people go out for telepathic communication.
Is it telepathic?
Or
magic?
But is it visually You know.
Is it visually non-visual?
Are they talking through a scrying pool? Do they have a rock that makes sound? Do they have a crystal ball of some sort? Do they have some sort of book that words appear in? You know, there's like all sorts of ways for long distance communication to work in fantasy, right?
It can't be a scrying pool because this has got to be the same tech that they used for teams on the go. So it should have to be an object or telepathic, like a portable object.
Okay, terrible idea. It's like an organ transplant. They've swapped something.
Oh.
Which is kind of like having an object.
It is a little. It is, and that would connect us. I think that does move us closer to sci-fi though than we. I mean, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe we just want to start leaning in that direction. But
let's give them a fun object. Let's give them an object.
Some other stuff that feels like it would work for us. A little bird. Some sort of jar of sound.
Bird that they've raised together is really something.
Yeah, a bird is kind of fun.
Which fits us with the bird talk?
Yeah, also, yeah.
Yeah, the bird talks.
Okay, so you talk to a bird, and the bird is like a phone, and you each have a bird. So you each have a bird, and then also you have to have a guy still.
Well, it's because the magic comes from the person. The magic is in raising these birds.
Right.
Ooh.
But what happens when the bird dies? Then that's the end of your job. You can just live here now.
Yeah, but I can't go home.
You can't go home.
I think you could go home.
No.
Keith, remember why you can't go home.
Well, but if you can go home if you find a vernal pool.
Oh, that's true. And this other town has a vernal pool.
But then I would have to...
Oh, but then people can just jump back and forth between the vernal pools.
You can't...
There must be some cost to it.
You can't go to... Okay, hang on. You can't go from one town's vernal pool, the central pool, to another central pool. The central pool that you will end up in if you walk into a vernal pool is your first one.
And you can't go through another central pool to get to your home one?
No, if you go in a central pool, you're just swimming around in that pool. The magic doesn't work that way.
Right, because there's something different between a home pool and an away pool.
You can go home, but you
have to be an astronaut. You have to be an away team member.
But you were already an away team member. If you got to the other town.
Yeah. You have to go out again.
Yeah, or you get escorted by an astronaut team.
Yeah.
To then bring you to.
Yeah, but there's an immense risk. You know, I can be eating conscious and drinking coffee in town B. My job is over. I never get to see my love again, but I don't have to work.
But I'm safe. I don't have to go back out through. You probably have to work.
Yeah, but not as a telephone person.
That's right. Yeah.
But it's like, if I want to go home, I have to put on the gear and go out with a team and find a vernal pool, which is already getting hard to do. Teams of telephone people go out accompanied by magical birds to act as communication.
I don't know about these birds. I don't want to.
You're anti-bird. Okay, let's walk back bird.
Yeah. The thing I kind of want to avoid...
I'm anti-telepathy. The thing I don't want is... Or I'm not anti-telepathy, but I'm anti... I want there to be an object. I want there to be a relic. I want there to be an artifact. I want there to be a something instilled with magic that connects us.
A ring?
A ring.
As long as the object can produce the drama of needing to radio back home.
Yeah.
To be like, what the fuck? I need this. I need help with this. Do you know the way for here? And for them to be like, yeah, we're looking at the... Like, as long as that can happen, then I'm fine with whatever
Moonjoy,
object.
copy.
Moonjoy, copy. And that to me, Keith, is why telepathy doesn't work.
Yeah, the important thing is that Jim Lovell is talking into a headset.
Something has to make sound in space.
Yeah.
For me.
Right, sure.
Yeah. Okay, what about...
And this is why the bird doesn't work for me, because I'm like, we're going to say this to a sparrow? I can't be dramatic to a sparrow.
Oh, well, I could be dramatic to a sparrow.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a you issue.
I'm fine with it. I'm just saying that I know why I didn't have that feeling. I'll walk past a pigeon and have a little soliloquy about it.
Okay. And I actually I don't want it to be sci-fi. I want it to be I want it to be something that would be in my bag in Diablo. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm.
You know, they're like a little stone that resonates a sound, like a little gem. You know, finely polished round gem that you can hold in your hand. Some sort of instrument, and a harp that plays itself.
A stone that
A
gets
music
warm.
box.
Yeah, that you
A stone that gets warm. It should be something that maybe doesn't naturally make sound to really emphasize that magic is doing this. A little jar of water or something that like vernal pool water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Bell with a clapper missing.
Yeah.
There's maybe something that you have to like bring to your mouth and your ear, like a phone, but it has the water there.
A shell. A shell.
A shell. A shell is nice.
I mean,
Gets us back to coastal.
I'm not so tied to not having bird as to put the show at a halt.
No. I'm happy to find I'm happy to find object instead of bird.
Mm-hmm.
Or insect instead of bird, or a little hive, Let's look at our words again. Let's go back up to the
yeah.
touchstones and to the
Mm.
palette. Coastal again gets us back to shell.
Mm-hmm.
Vernal could get us to like flowers.
Eerie could be a whistle or something.
Eerie could be a whistle.
Why?
We don't have a lot of. I mean, we actually do have a lot of intense stillness and gradation of Rothko. We've just kind of made that the world, as we were talking about language and stuff recently,
Mm-hmm.
and even as we talked about the fog closing in, the mist closing in.
Horrible helmet that you wear.
Mm.
The speaking helmet, yeah. I do like that. I mean, that's like a fave for me. Is like
Putting on
the
my
big
speaking helmet.
the big, and this is drawing from the same pool of Apollo 13's long distance communication stuff. Is like World War I and II communications officers who have like the big backpacks.
The backpacks, yeah.
Chrome Hounds requiring Chrome Hounds, the Xbox 360 mech game from FromSoft, where the only way that you could communicate between teammates with voice chat was to have someone who has that style of like commander communications
that's so
equipment
good.
built into the mech, and even there it had limited range, so you have to like be in the range of
Chrome Hounds
the
rules.
comms mech. Yeah, there's private servers up and running.
I think that last time we talked about Chrome Hounds, you mentioned this, but I haven't like looked into it.
I was just reading into it, so I haven't like done it yet, but I'm very curious.
Bluetooth headset, but it's a thing of water taped to your ear. Bone conducting water speaker.
Yeah. Water, you like a drink you drink.
I was thinking about this. A drink you
Like,
drink and then you speak aloud.
You speak aloud.
Abyss,
you give yourself
Abyss style. You have to drown yourself in a goo in order to talk back home.
That's sort of walking into the vernal pool.
If we do want to go eerie, I think the idea of I am letting my body be possessed to be a speaker is eerie. And then it's not, then it is eerie, but it's not telepathy. I'm not going, I'm hearing the sounds that they're saying over there. It's some sort of process by which I become the radio that connects us to Houston.
Right. You're the bird.
Yeah. I'm the bird.
This is pretty good. And it also is sharper use of the word telephone person, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. I like this.
Yeah.
And I like it being like you have to take a shot of something, like a drink.
Yeah. Now we're kind of inventing Dune from first principles, right? This is the Chum
Yeah.
Company and the Guild Navigators to
Mm.
act as communication devices following a
To act as birds.
shot of
Yeah.
a drink.
We used to send communications through birds, but the birds can't come back anymore, you know?
The first homing pigeon.
Mhm.
Awful.
Oh no.
I mean, actually, maybe homing pigeons might still work. It just they don't come home. So maybe they don't. No, they don't work because you can't train them, right?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
You could do step one of the training, and then you
You
just
could use
kill the bird.
But birds can't migrate anymore. They only can migrate in one
They can only
direction.
migrate in one
Well,
direction. We
they may
have
be
this.
able to
Animal
escape
migration is
the
disrupted.
canopy of the mist.
Right.
So
Oh,
there may
wow,
be
that's
animals.
fascinating. They can get up above the clouds, the mist.
Yeah. So I think,
Ooh.
the animals that fare the best, I assume that when the mist shows up, there's sort of a mass extinction. And the animals that are most suited to avoiding the mist are the ones that benefit the
Yeah.
most. So
This is
birds
great
that
for our
can
sun
fly
crane
above
god.
the mist, creatures that can burrow underneath the mist. All the worms are fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit, does that mean that the worm, if it's real, does that mean that the worm can go wherever it wants,
The worm
right?
go wherever it wants.
Well,
yeah.
underground, yes.
Underground.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Interesting. Wow, okay.
Wish I were a worm.
Yeah.
That was me role playing briefly as someone in the world.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I already feel as if I'm wriggling through life.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm also proud of us for none of us saying like vernal pools, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Well done,
Worm-like
us.
pools.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Who should we go next? We have now rectified the Keith Austin problem, sort of, but more.
Right. I've
More.
gone twice in this section, in the section of card drawing stuff.
Okay.
So should we just say Dre goes, then Keith goes, then Austin goes, and then I pick up again? That sounds
Because
fine
you've
to me.
gone, how many times have you gone, Jack?
I don't know.
Okay.
I believe Austin is still behind one, but maybe only. I don't know. I think that I just did my third. I think
see
everyone's done
9.
3, but Austin.
I see 9 cards. Was there a card? No, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. Which means
Okay.
we're
That's
in the
10
middle
cards,
of a
Austin.
run.
King,
Where's the 10th card?
4, 7, 7, Queen, 10, 9, Jack, Ace, 5. That's 10. 1, 2, 3,
I'm
4,
missing a card
5,
somewhere.
6, 7,
We did
8,
3
9,
for
10.
magic, 3 for
Oh, yeah,
legend.
10. You're right, 10.
I also only see 9, but that's okay. 3. Oh, okay. I see it. I found it.
Yeah, I see it now.
3, 4, 5,
So that means
6.
we are
Oh,
we are
no.
7.
halfway through a run, which means that yes, someone else has only gone twice, and then that should be that person, and then maybe me again, and then we're good.
Let's see. I
Though
think
really, what's happened here is maybe partly did we
I'll just go that I did.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I did. Defeat and conquer dangers in the mist.
Yeah.
And then my next one was rebellion in legend. So I did 1 in magic, 1 in legend, and then my first one in world was dialects are shifting. So
Right.
that's 3.
Okay, I've also done 3 because I did Found by Us and Vernal Pools under Magic, the Sacrifice Story under Legend, and the Sun God statues in the world.
Right.
I did Animal Migrations Are Disrupted. I did, I think, The Big Long Worm.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a big long worm for sure.
And
Vernal pools are longer and less successful. Jack, was that you?
that might have been me, yeah.
No, vernal pools are
No.
longer and less successful is me. That's disappear suddenly.
Oh, Jack, you were disappear suddenly.
No, I was disappear suddenly. Making
Oh, that's
our
what that is.
exploration.
One. Okay, on two
Yeah,
lights.
yeah.
Got it,
So
got
I'll
it,
lower
got
it
it.
a little bit so it's clearer. Yeah. So Jack, I think maybe you have to go again,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then I go, and then we're back around.
So I'll go, you'll go, and then where should we pick up?
Then Dre, then me.
Sure. It truly doesn't matter.
No,
yeah.
it's-
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
essentially-
I'm not worried about it.
Okay, and this will be our 5th in the world section
Okay.
of 6.
Cool.
All right, I'm going to draw a card, and the card that I've drawn is a 3 of clubs. Oh ho ho!
Mm.
How are ideas recorded? How are those ideas shared long distances? Now, we have part of the answer to this, right? Which is that the ideas are shared with the telephone people.
Mm-hmm.
How are ideas recorded?
This is great because it's going to really answer part of like setting vibe.
Yeah, I mean,
do we have big books?
The first
Do we
thing I
have-
thought is like scribes guilds, right? It's like
yeah, sure.
it's like I'm thinking real like monastic library, illuminated manuscript makers. Although is that fitting with eerie and vernal and misty? The Name of the Rose
I
is
think
kind of
so.
eerie, but not quite in the misty way. The Name of the Rose is eerie in the bodies are showing up way. And what's in
I
the
think-
library, I suppose.
I think monasteries are eerie in the misty way too.
Sure.
They're up on the hill. They're there. You know what I mean? They're separated from.
If we give Guillermo del Toro a monastery, it's going to be an eerie monastery.
Sure.
I simply mean that the monastery is offset from everyday life. It is not the church that people go to for services. The monastery is separated in the way that mists separate,
Yeah.
and in the way that it can produce a perspective on life that is different. The way that the mist can do that. Not our mist, but real world mists. You know.
Right. And it requires you to like take vows to keep you separate too.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah.
Wow,
So I think
yeah. So do we have
monastery makes
isolate,
perfect sense.
scribe, isolate, information organizers? People bring them
Yeah.
things.
We're now creating canonical for Leibowitz from First Principles.
You give us long enough. We're gonna get
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is, so it wasn't me.
And the monasteries
Yeah.
are
You might know it as the Fallout Brotherhood
the
of Steel,
Brotherhood of Steel.
which is just lifted from the canonical for Leibowitz.
And
They don't
these,
have power armor, but they, but the rest, the parts of the Brotherhood of Steel that is like a monastic order is from canonical for Leibowitz.
and these things are within the towns, but they are isolate. They are on the edge of the towns in the way that Foucault thinks of like prisons and hospitals and schools, right? Where it's
And
like
schools, yeah.
they're sort of they are peripheral, which obviously puts them at risk from the mist. And I imagine there's some sort of internal tension about that of like, do we move the organizations closer to the
that's
heart
good.
of the city?
Yeah.
And I imagine that Tomorrow's Rhyme are like, no. But I think it is important that within the cities or within the towns, the communities, people can actually go to and from the monasteries because they are the
Yeah.
ones who
Yeah.
are organizing information. It would be
Yeah.
really, and I'm sure that there are some monasteries that became lost in the mist, or away
Oh, for
teams
sure.
that went rogue and set up these monasteries. And those ones are really interesting because you can go there, but you can never leave, right? So like,
You could leave, you just can't go back home.
oh yes, you're right. Yeah.
Mm.
I just have to keep going out.
Or you could leave and go home, but you have to keep going out and find another vernal pool to come home through.
Mm-hmm. This has come up a couple of times in chat, but people are also pointing out that we're extraction shooter
Yeah.
builds
yeah.
as well. Okay, but yeah, there are organizations of scribes. Organizations of monastic scribes on the Does periphery have an A after the PH? No.
No.
Peripheries of communities.
Free.
collect and organize information. Cool.
Which one was this?
Peripheries has an IES though, Jack.
Oh, yes, periphery has a Y.
Yeah. Also, I just want to emphasize one other thing here, which is like, the other place that information is kept, and I don't think this is introducing something new. I think this is honoring what we've already said, is in people.
Yeah.
People teach each other things from generation to generation in this world.
Mhm.
So there might be knowledge that exists that is not only in the scribes, or maybe not at all in the institutional knowledge. Yeah, exactly. But
Right.
instead is, you know, we talked about like, oh, the telephone men, the telephone people go from place to place. You know, when they set up in a new thing, it's not just that they're going to go serve as the communication possession person.
Yeah,
they're
there's a
also gonna
knowledge
go, oh,
interchange
hey,
there.
I know how to grow yams, and I brought these seeds, and I know what they need, right? And that style of thing is probably also true for blacksmithing and for, you know, keeping birds and for playing music. And there is a sort of like, I don't know that we don't need there to be like a blacksmith's guild, but like there is a system of apprenticeship and mastery that reflects individual artisanship and craft, you know, in that traditional way too. We
Definitely.
don't need to write that down. I just want to say
No.
it.
I appreciate it. And the reason that I went for the scribes first is that I feel like the how are ideas recorded, how are these ideas shared long distances, speaks to the telephone people and speaks to
Yeah.
that kind of personal exchange of knowledge straight away. So I wanted to make sure that
God.
I hit recorded first.
Something else that's interesting about this is you can't go out and bring anything back with you, I think, or there's a limit to what you could bring back with you because there's a limit of what you could travel
Carry,
with,
yeah.
right? But that means that, like, let's say you leave from, I'm just going to use the United States as an example because of ease of reference. Let's say you leave from a town in North Florida and you're looking for vernal pools all the way up the East Coast, right? Let's say that in North Carolina, you get something really you find something really useful but very heavy. You know, you find a big chest, you know, filled with, let's say, like it's a seed vault, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, it'd be so good to bring this home, but we can't carry it. We haven't found a vernal pool yet. And you get to a town in Maryland, and the town in Maryland is like, you can stay here, but only if you give us that seed vault. Or you say, please let us stay here. We'll split this seed vault with you. And so, likewise, like the way I got here is like, where's the monastic order getting paper from? And there might be places where they can produce their own paper, but there might not. There might be places that need paper in trade. And so you either set up trade with places that can, but that trade is always very circuitous because you can get someone to bring you something from outward in, but you can't just deliver it right back.
Yeah.
Whatever comes back has to go through a pool again, you know?
Would you, the way that you would do this is maybe you'd communicate via your telephone people to send out a party simultaneously. They would each reach each other's place and then each have to leave to get to a vernal pool to go back home.
Yes.
Oh my God, but if you get that wrong, you've shot two Kerbals into space again.
You shot two Kerbals into space again. Yeah.
And you've shot two Kerbals into space with goods so valuable that you would want to coordinate them.
Totally. And you might do the other way, right? Which is like, oh wow, we found a stockpile of paper, and you on your journey, and you call home and go, hey, we don't need this paper back home, right? And you know, back at the desk, someone talks to another person as a microphone and goes, no, we don't need it. And then your friend, who's your astronaut, goes, no, we don't need it. Exactly in the tone that the guy back at base says. And then you go, well, where should we bring it? Should we divert from our current path to drop this off somewhere? And if so, should we go to town A or town B? You know, who needs it? Who do we have agreements with that if we found paper, we would bring it to them? Yeah, this is really good.
This is Death Stranding, but sicko mode. And I know you might be thinking, isn't Death Stranding sicko mode? No,
because if you turn around, the mist doesn't shred you.
Yes.
Yeah. There's simply special places in the world where the mist will shred you when it's raining and make you age quickly. Unless you happen to be a bridge baby or whatever, and you've been born weird, and just, you know, Death Stranding's cool. But this is more sicko. All right.
God, this
Did you
is
see
also
the post, the Kojima post about he went to a store that had only self-checkout, and so he took his backpack and put it on his chest like BB because he felt like he was in Death Stranding.
Very funny. Oh my God. Normalest guy to ever live.
Yeah.
there's like a different version of this. There's a different version where we have tuned the adjectives differently that becomes like unidirectional Fury Road. You know, the really important bit of Fury Road is that you have to go back.
Right.
That's the midpoint of that movie. But the idea of these mad caravans just endlessly rocketing in one direction through a wasteland is really cool. All right, we have one more thing for world. Who have we decided its turn is? It's you or Keith, right? Let's do you, Austin, and then we journey back down the line.
Did we decide that? Okay, we did. Okay. The adversaries here.
Oh, Austin, here we go. So let's
I
scroll
told you
up.
he was clever.
I have
Joker.
forgotten about the adversary.
If a Joker is ever drawn, that player may immediately add a new palette, touchstone, or both. This can reflect how your world has organically taken new shape to encourage that continued direction in play, or this can introduce a new direction for your world. After shifting the world, shuffle all cards, including the drawn Joker. That player then continues their turn by drawing a new card.
That's interesting. Can we take 5 for me to run to the bathroom and
Yes,
think
that sounds
about how I
great.
want to?
Yeah.
Absolutely. We will
Yes.
be
All right.
right back. Hello.
Hello.
Austin,
I have a pitch.
you have had time to think about. For viewers who may have kind of just arrived during the break, we sent you away with a task.
Mm-hmm.
And your task is to immediately add a new palette, touchstone, or both, because you drew the adversary.
I drew the Joker. I drew the adversary. It's true. I
To
have
me,
both.
the Joker is a friend.
That's great. I don't trust that motherfucker with my life.
You want to start with palette
Wow.
or touchstone?
Palette. The palette word. I think it's acrid.
Whoa.
I think it's it. The mist has a scent. It has a feel. It has a sort of like sharp, bitter quality that grows as you walk closer, like backwards through it.
And it's
Right?
that acridity that eventually kind of like explodes into or like crescendos into the violence of it.
That's right. And I had like a real simple touchstone, and I remembered I'm not allowed to do the simple one because the simple one was just like the simple one was from fantasy, and I remember the touchstones can't be from fantasy.
They should.
And so let me try to like ground this maybe, which is in like a moment. I think one of our away teams is out there and makes a discovery, makes a realization. And this didn't happen recently. This is before Magic changed. So this is a while ago.
Still
because
is the
Magic
good
hadn't
times
started.
of the vernal pools.
Well, the good times of the vernal pools, but still mist world. Still world surrounded in mist. And historically what we have found is we found the solar statues, the solar bird, the sunbird god, right? Hey, we're all from the same culture, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They find something finally that talks about the mists out there. And what it says is, in some version of the language that they speak, but diverted, sure is good we got through those times. The mist, the short touchstone is time travel fuckery. I already started hinting at this a little bit, and I didn't mean to, but I talked about how the stone walls, when you stepped outside the mists, were like aged by thousands of years. I think that what is in the mist is all of the world across all of time in both directions, forward and backwards, from the moment that is caught in the mist. This is why you can only go forward and you can't go back. Because you can't go back in time. You can only go forward. And so there's like a forward metaphor happening here. Of course, if you get to the vernal pool, you can, because it's magic, right? But that means that when you're out there, you know the geography generally. Maybe it's not all of time, but maybe it's all of the time of the civilization you're part of from its start to its end, right? Because it's not like you're going out there and the planet isn't in the same place, or like but you might go out there and like the canyon has water in it now and it's a raging river. And you might go out there and the canyon is dry. And you might go out there and the post office was newly built, and you might go out there and but it's still abandoned, right? You might go out there and the post office has been turned into a village, an abandoned village. And it's like you're kind of moving through, the vision of time that is like time is a cube and it's all happened already.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like on a pathway moving through it in a loop forever. Like that's what consciousness is.
Yes.
It's like that. And the astronauts can move sideways. The astronauts can move through. They can when they leave, they're sort of like moving into a version of a snapshot of the world in a certain time when they leave home. When they leave the coast, they're moving into that version of the world. And what gets really tricky is when multiple groups of astronauts cross over and multiple parts of time start overlapping each other in strange and sometimes destructive ways.
But in this, the place that is out of time is just the mists, as far as we know.
Well, or is the place that's out of time the towns? Is the aberration of this that we are able to, that we exist out of time? Unfortunately, is the TARDIS out of time? Or is the TARDIS the thing that is locked? Which thing is out of time? Is it the TARDIS or is it the world? It's the TARDIS. And the town is the TARDIS.
Yes. But if I'm in, Miami.
Yeah.
And I send out a team of astronauts and they go out into this confused time space, or this true time space, whichever way you look at it.
The time mist, yeah.
The time mist. And they pass the post office that is ruined.
Or not built yet, depending.
Yeah, but is always abandoned because you can't really live in the mist unless you have built a camp or whatever.
The places in the world are all from times before or after the mist.
Yes, that makes sense. But then when I reach New York, is that
New York an active town in this world, or a more different ruins?
An active town.
Okay,
that town is like, as far as we can tell, as best as we can tell, live in the same time space as Miami.
All of the living towns are in the same. Because you can communicate between them, you can, etc.
Yeah. But when I go out, I am now walking into the swamp. I'm walking into the world chewed through by the worm.
That's right.
So somewhere in the plane of time, where the mist is, there is life happening as normal, and that gets sort of magnified.
I don't think that the life
outside of time that we are in the towns.
I think that the history of the world is, or the history of our people is, there was a time before the mist.
Okay.
There's the mist. There's our now new mist time, because this might simplify it. There's a post mist time that will be, but maybe there's a post that time that is mist again. In fact, maybe this cycle has happened a number of times. But we're the time that can move across the ruins of all of the times that have been ruined by the mist. There is no other era that we've run into yet of mist explorers. Normally the mist just closes and opens and closes and opens, but we're the ones who can go. We're playing Chrono Trigger, right? We can go we don't know what version of the map we're moving into, right? But we can go to prehistoric time, we can go to future time, we can go to fantasy time, we can go to whatever, right? Not literally those times, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Sonic
we can go to
CD.
Arthurian, we're playing Sonic CD, right? But each of the times is that each of the versions of the world that we see are ruined, abandoned, grown over, but what their ruins of is different. What's been grown over is different, etc. You know, but it's past and it's future. Sometimes we come back with stuff from after another sunny era, another era after the mist, which is part of what the fight is about. We know that other times have gotten through the mist.
And is my method the better way to do it?
That's right. And Tomorrow's Rhyme is like, this is how they must have done it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just going to write down here ambiguous layers of time and history again, but I'm going to put an exclamation point after
That's right. Yeah. This is the other thing that I did. I went back and reread all of our touchstones and said, the first thing I said is we don't have enough wizards. And then I said, well, but I can't put wizards from Earthsea on the touchstones because it says don't do fantasy as the touchstones. And then I said, well, you know, we'd been talking about Death Stranding, which has a different type of time thing going on. Thinking here about the weirdness of time in I'm thinking about The Time Traveler, you know, I'm thinking about like, oh, you can move through time, but also space, right? I'm thinking of the weirdness of time in like Tenet, the astronauts have a different relationship with time because they sometimes see the same place. No.
Sorry. And you said Tenet and then you said astronauts. My brain was like, what's the Nolan
I meant
film?
our astronauts. I meant our astronauts as the agents. Yeah, exactly. It is determinist. It is determinist. Coyote Blackberries is time determinist, or is it like hypothetical things? Do they know? There are particular eras of time that they're seeing.
God,
Nintendo could put out a timeline for.
That's right.
It must have taken them a while to even figure out what was happening.
That's why I said there's a moment where they're like, wait a second. This is the first time we've ever read anyone talk about surviving the mist. Yeah. But the thing they're reading is like, a book that then is about, unfortunately, the mists are coming back,
Yeah. Well, it's fun because if I was an astronaut out there who had been doing the astronauts are really odd because they're kind of archaeologists, but their primary function is they're sort of like oil drillers, they're like sent out to find these things. But if I found a book that was like the mist time is over, my first thought would be there was a time in the past when the mists came and then left.
And that might also be true, Jack.
It might also be true.
That might have happened. And so part of what the job is like bring this stuff home so people can figure out we need evidence of when our mist stopped. How did we do it?
And this is what the monks are for as well.
This is what the monks are for.
So there's multiple distinct eras according to our, the progression of the palette and the touchstones. And the answers to some of our card draws. There's, holy shit, no one that we've found writings of, they don't talk about the mist. Maybe they didn't have the mist. They find them talking about the mist, and it's like, oh, they had mist and then it went away. And then there's a new development where it's like, well, oh, wait, also it will go away and then come again. Yep. And that is a process of sort of understanding how these different texts fit together.
Right. And sometimes you come back and you have a weird red gem and you go, what is this? Is this did they use this for money, or is this how they talked from town to town? They don't do the possession drink? What do you mean they had a bird?
But this is also the same thing as your seed vault, though, right, Austin? Because sometimes you find something extraordinary and you can't get back. You can't find a vernal pool, and you arrive in a town and you're like, the only way I can pay to stay in this town or to resupply for the next leg to find the vernal pool is with this artifact that I found that might be extremely important if we can bring it back.
Yeah. You find a type of medicine that hasn't been developed in your world yet.
But I have to give it to those guys in the town where they're already charging me 3 times as much as they would for beer because they don't like astronauts from my town.
And maybe they reverse engineer it and eventually can develop the good medicine for the bad poison,
Yeah. I want to play this game. Okay. Now you have to draw a card. Oh, wait, First, hang on. I'm going to recall. Oh, roll 20.
Oh, right. Everything gets shuffled in.
Oh, roll 20. How I hate you. Oh, roll 20. Okay,
What's
there
up?
we go. Don't worry. You'll be able to see on the stream.
I'm seeing.
Okay, recall. And Oh, Roll20, how I hate you.
Oh, I see. I see what's happening now on the stream. Yeah.
Bro, I feel like I'm picking a lock. Can I just... No, I can't. Ah!
What?
What happened?
I
You
accidentally
okay?
drew a 10, but now I have to... Okay, now I have to recall that. I just need to shuffle it. Oh, it worked first time that time.
You can hit shuffle after recalling too. You
Yeah,
got
I
it.
can't go onto the menu is the issue. Oh,
You have to draw a card. There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it.
who just
I
drew a
think.
king?
I didn't touch it.
I also didn't touch
I
it.
have to recall this.
There's a button in the recall menu that says shuffle after recalling. Jack.
Okay, so if I can make it to the recall...
I don't. Why is your thing doing the thing where it's not? It's because Roll20, huh?
Okay, shuffle after recalling. Recall. Right, we're good. Okay.
Okay,
Austin,
I will
you
draw
may
a card. It is a face card. It is the
Ooh.
Jack of... What is that? I zoomed in too
Clubs.
much. Jack of clubs. Oh, I have to go back down.
The changing magic.
Is that what it is?
We've seen this one before.
Which means,
When
Wait, the
magic
changing-
changed, how did wildlife also change?
Yeah, we
got
did
that.
Oh,
that
okay,
one.
yeah, we did that one already. Yeah, okay. So
Which
that means...
we go to the magic table.
The
Right.
exploratory table.
And you
All
drew
right.
a jack.
The Jack.
Oh.
Okay.
it's a good one.
How does the way magic functions influence people's ideals and philosophy?
That's a doozy.
It sure is. It sure is.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I feel like I just went, partly also, I still feel like I don't have a strong sense of what's day-to-day magic like.
I was about to say, we don't really know what magic does. We know some applications of it. It can
Yeah.
create telephone people.
Yeah.
There was some talk about tools that could mitigate the mist.
Sure. Right.
And we know that it can transport people to home through a
Right. But that's
vernal
all
pool.
like, yeah, that's a real right. The vernal pool can do that. Does it provide light? Does it, can I cast a fireball with it? Can I heal someone with it?
Mm.
Can I, like, not to get too into the genre of fantasy, right? But like, does it allow me to alchemize things from one material to another? Does it?
Maybe something that we've kind of left on the table a little bit has been that we can use it to defeat and
I was
conquer.
about to say that. Yeah,
This is-
with it,
yeah,
we
uh-huh.
could defeat and conquer. And we wrote down defeat and conquer dangers in the
Well,
mist.
Dangers in the mist. So not just push the mist back, but
Right.
the wildlife of the mist, the bad
Reclaim
astronauts.
space from the mist. Yeah.
The rhyme, tomorrow's
yeah.
rhyme.
Tomorrow's rhyme. That means it can probably do fireballs.
Right. And I feel like if
Maybe
it can
not
do fireballs,
actually.
it can do lights.
Can do
Almost
sort of like a
Mm.
sickly little ghost light. Slow fireballs that track you.
You could.
Yeah, there is something kind of fun about, on some level, what is the magic for? Kind of prosaic magic stuff. There's something really interesting about, like, I mean, the stuff I use to go to the grocery store in my car is at the end of an immensely violent and destructive chain.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. People who are working day to day with oil have a very different relationship to it than someone at the gas pump, right? And so I wonder if the astronauts, we have been thinking about the magic specifically as it relates to the outside world. And I wonder if in the inside world, they're like, I can use it to, wash clothes, or I can use it to...
Yeah, but there's a risk there of being so... we're really using it to wash clothes when the mist is coming for us?
Yeah, and also narratively,
We have a
there's
scarcity narrative,
Yeah, and there's a risk that we neuter some of the tone as well, right? Like the tone of the world is so distinct, and then we're
so
like...
maybe there's rationing now, and that's part of what's happened. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like I sort of live in a world where people are washing clothes with magic when the mist is coming for us.
I mean, that's true. But we invented a fantasy world where this seems like it's the most important thing in society instead of a thing that we're all pretending isn't happening.
Sometimes it's both.
Sometimes it's both.
Seems like, again, I feel like I live where it's both.
Right, but we do live in
Yeah.
a globalized society where that is a thing that an entire system has been built to make sure happens. Whereas it sounds like we're talking about like towns of a few thousand people. And maybe I have more hope for the town of a few thousand people to be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't. Hey, we just lost the walls to our town. Maybe we should wash our clothes once a week instead of twice a week with the magic water.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it feels like the natural state of the narrative was already scarcity and not
agree.
abundance.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. I was thinking of bigger towns, but maybe that's just me.
The towns are sprawling, although
sorry.
that doesn't necessarily.
No, I thought the world was sprawling.
Oh, interesting.
This is
yeah.
I was
not
thinking of
about-
it as like a bunch of like little towns.
Same, Dre.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking more like small cities
interesting.
and some towns. Like, maybe there's not a place with 1 million people.
I have some good news about what the next section of the game is about.
Yeah, it's got
Um,
cities, right?
Here's something that I don't know if this is what we want to go with, but I think it's worth bringing up.
Okay.
What if the magic is only used for dealing with the mist and sending out the astronauts? There's something very blunt about that, where it's
Yeah.
like,
My main concern with that would be like, I mean, and then Tomorrow's Rhyme kind of has a big place here where it's like we're going through all of this effort just to deal with the mist when we could not go through this effort and not deal with the mist.
Well, no, because the current theory is if we don't keep the vernal pool full, the mist closes in and kills us. Is that's
Are we
what
refilling our home
yes.
pools? Okay.
When you get to the vernal pool, sorry,
right,
yes,
'cause
someone
it
mentioned this.
transfers the water.
That's right.
Yes, I remember
Yes,
that
we're
now, yeah.
refilling it with that stuff. So that's the thing is Tomorrow's Rhyme is kind of betting on their belief is we've got this whole thing wrong at the foundational level.
Right.
yeah,
and
yeah,
that
yeah.
if we stop refilling the pool, the mist will go away, actually.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the push the button and lost thing going on here, right? Where it's like we just do it all the time because we have been doing it forever and we believe that it has one outcome, but what if it actually has the opposite outcome? Yeah, scarcity magic is interesting, Austin. I mean, we could do this.
I'm really not set on we should have it should only be used for the astronauts. I am simply opposed to we should be washing our clothes with it. Mostly because, and like really aesthetically, I like to see someone wash their clothes by hand. I think that's like a classic fantasy visual.
Yeah.
Of the type of fantasy I'm interested in. Because there is a type of fantasy where you go hocus pocus, no more dirtus or whatever, and then all the dirt comes off the clothes, and I'm not interested in that. Very much. I'm interested in someone having to wash their hands or wash their clothes by hand. And then in some ways that like using magic can also be like using your hands to wash your clothes, but the effect is something different than that, you know? I think there's a big gap between you can only use it to go fight the mist stuff and we're using it everybody in town is using it every day for minor things, you know.
This is not an argument for this, just that when we were talking about using magic to wash your clothes, I was thinking of a magic clothes washing machine and not hocus pocus.
Yeah, same.
Sure,
like
but
magic as electricity more than
mm-hmm.
magic as like not like everybody's got a wand and are casting little help me out spells.
Yeah, I think maybe it's probably worth saying I've been imagining this as a fairly traditional fantasy world without washing machines.
Yes.
And not like, despite this is maybe the downside of using words like astronaut constantly and telephone people. It's like I'm not imagining this as a sci-fi world.
No, I'm not either, but I think that that's why it's interesting to use words like astronaut and telephone people.
Totally,
Really
but the
push it
slippage is
out of
risky.
the-
That's all.
yeah.
You know.
I'm also,
Mm.
magic, which is it functions as electricity. I think fits into a lot of different kinds of fantasy worlds, although not
Totally.
the most
I just wanted to,
traditional of them.
and if we want to slide more in that direction, we can. I'm just explaining why I was where
Yeah.
I was, which
Yeah,
is
yeah,
like
yeah.
people are doing hand washing or they're doing big tub washing together,
Yeah.
but they're not. If they have something that helps them wash their clothes, it's something that you could build with pre-industrial revolution, in my mind.
Like a mangle.
Right.
Okay, let's think of some other uses for magic.
For me, the easiest and quickest one that feels like classic inside of the space is healing.
Yeah.
Someone has gotten hurt badly and they heal more quickly through the application of a salve that has some of this water in it or something. You know,
You
some
think
of the
there's
vernal.
like animal
liquid.
husbandry here?
Sure.
We
talked about cows already, right?
Husband animals.
Yeah, we did talk about cows already. This is also like deep Earthsea magic as well, right? Like the
Yeah,
sorcerers in Earthsea.
big time. Weather magic.
Weather
The mist
magic?
I mean, that's what we already have in a way, right? Pushing the mist back
Yes.
is weather
Mm,
magic.
Yeah.
And then I think some kinds of scrying, although the telephone people are so like sharp
Yeah.
and interesting that I'm really wary of overplaying scrying, like additional scrying, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe divination, some sort of gestural divination.
Yeah.
I also
Do we include navigation as part of scrying?
Oh yeah, you're
Sure,
right.
big
Yeah, there's
time.
got to be magic that the astronauts use in some way, right? Whether that's a needle that points a direction. Although God, that stuff has got to be really rudimentary in the mist.
I can imagine it's a really, really big deal who decides and how it's decided where astronauts get sent out.
Big time.
Yes, this is where Houston comes into play, and we haven't really met them really yet. But I imagine there's some liaison with the monks as well.
What are other important things magic could do inside of limited space, right? Because we're all in towns or whatever. Even big ones.
Are we still answering how does
I guess we are.
Yeah, but we need to
Yeah.
get there first.
how does the way
Yeah.
magic functions influence people's ideals and philosophy? Well, we
Yeah.
first need the way magic functions, and then we can get to
Exactly.
ideals. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Keith. Yeah. The big picture sounds like, I guess it sounds like it functions in the way that magic often does, which is like speeding things up. It's hard to come by, so we use it for important things, which doesn't mean we never use it for fun things. I'm sure it's used for a festival every year, right?
Yeah, if we get to the
Many
calendar
times.
section, we'll see that.
Yeah, right. And I do think that the fact of like, if I can come back around on washing your clothes with it, in an era of abundance, maybe it did feel like we could wash our clothes with it somehow.
But we're at the
Right.
bottom of the barrel now.
That's right. We're in recession times. We're in rationing. We're in only the astronauts get it.
Yeah, or only that's another, and this kind of dovetails into answering this question on the magic page, right? Is that like another function of magic is for the establishment and wielding of institutional power, right?
Right.
Like
right.
magic is a way that you can demarcate class
Yeah.
or political power.
Is it used in the growing of food?
Yes, I think so,
In
right?
a world where the sun is stuck behind the mist.
Yeah, it's like people grind lenses that they can magicians grind lenses that they can put in the greenhouse roofs, or people offer prayers over crops. People bless regular water, normal water, not vernal water, so that it has better growing power.
Oh, so
Lenses
people
is
are waiting. Go ahead.
Lenses is great because that's a really efficient, that's a one-time use of magic for essentially an infinite amount of uses of
Light.
lens.
Of lens,
Yeah.
yeah.
You get
of
lens
light,
forever once you use magic to make one lens.
And maybe it wears
So-
off, but yeah, you
You
had
were
something else.
saying, Jack, that people pray over crops as a form of magic. Is that drawing on the same pool of magic that the communal well is?
I
Or
think
communal-
so, yeah.
Okay, so that means that it's not literally just the water. The water is sort of filling an invisible gauge.
I think so. There's two ways of doing that. One,
Yeah.
the water is filling an invisible gauge, and two, the priests and the sort of supplicants are dressed in religious bells or beads or costumes that have been created through a magical process, right? Where it's
I
like
see.
the
Right.
magic is imbued onto you by.
So if you're not wearing that stuff,
You
the
couldn't do it.
prayers don't do anything.
it would
Yeah.
maybe have
Well,
like a spiritual purpose, but
Sure. Yeah.
and I could
Well,
go
there's-
either way.
If
on
you've
that.
got a mana, if you have a mana bar,
Right.
if you're a guy and you have an amount of, and like, okay, at some level, there's some conversion, a mathematical conversion of like how much vernal water does it take to make X amount of
Right.
like good grow water. Like, can I use 1 cup of vernal water to bless a whole field?
Right.
Or does it take 10 gallons to bless a whole field?
And maybe for some people it takes a gallon, and for some people it takes a cup because they're
Mhm.
better with it in some way. If that's, I'm asking if that, that could be one thing that happens in this world. It might not be. It might be a 1-to-1 perfect thing. And it might be that if you mix it with different things differently, it comes out differently. But really what I was trying to get at was just like, okay, it sounds like one thing you can do with it is make stuff with it. We know for a thing that I think we now firmly established, telephone people, you drink it, there's some sort of ritual, you can now become possessed by someone on the other end and be and deliver a message, be possessed by them and speak as them, right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing, that's you consume some of the water. Keith, your lens idea, or Jack, your lens idea was you build something with it, you infuse something with it, whatever. Keith, you talking about the robes or whatever. Also, boom, okay. That's the other thing you can do with it. So that means
Those are
like
both Jack. That's okay.
others will check. Okay, well, like consuming it seems like it can give you abilities. Using it in construction or enchantment can produce magic effects. We talked about there being a salve, so applying it directly also seems like that it can do some effects. The chanting is different because it seems like simply by being, I know, because you said it. You said you're wearing the clothes that then let you do it.
Yeah.
That seems like a pretty clear. I mean, one thing ideologically that sounds like it comes down from that then is that's like the magic is not in us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
The magic is in the world and it's in this stuff. And I do think that that's maybe produces a different effect. And it's not in our sun god bird
Yeah.
who I can appeal to the sun god bird all I want. And it doesn't seem like magic happens.
And that goes right all the way back to magic that was found by us.
Right.
Definitely.
Right.
This is kind of important to me for the tone as well, where, the vernal water and the stuff that we put ourselves through in this world to get it is not 1-to-1 with oil. And I'm being very careful not to draw those things together, like as a 1-to-1 comparison. But the thing about oil, right, is that that's the thing that combusts. We can't wish for better oil. Our fervent spirits or our clear thoughts, can't. We are not in conversation with the oil in that way. The way we are in conversation with the oil is that it is a powerful, or it gives a huge amount of power, and we are sort of like adjacent to it, right? We're moving it around, and I think the vernal water is similar to that, right? This isn't a world where we have innate magic that the vernal water lets us touch. We need the damn thing to make the stuff go.
Yeah. It's really hard not to fall into the oil comparison then ideologically and philosophically though,
Yeah.
But where it's like, it feels like everything I want to say is tied to people having different feelings about how much we should be using, whether it is our, innate right to live that way, to use it versus to that we shouldn't be using it. It's really hard not to fall into that stuff along this line of thought. I'm curious if anyone has any other angles on it, which doesn't mean we shouldn't go that way, to be clear. But I, like Jack, my instinct is that leaning into the metaphor will limit us going forward. And you know, to call on a little Tolkien here, like push us way closer to strict analogy and not the sort of flexible, adaptable story that can apply across a bunch of, a couple of, different readings.
Mm.
Yeah. It's interesting because, there are a lot of quote-unquote essential commodities in the world that aren't oil. And there are ways in which our interactions with them and the sort of axes of power that intersect with those are similar, but there are also ways in which they are different, right? Like the food industry or factory farming operates in different ways than the pursuit of oil.
Right, and in the fantasy world we're setting up, there is no such thing, as far as we know, as a petrostate. There is no such thing as
no, there can't be, because
soft power imperialism, where a central, we just don't. That is not the world we have set up.
And something that is important is that we haven't, and I'm sure we're about to talk about the ways in which people sort of construct themselves around the vernal pools. But something that we haven't said is this culture controls the vernal pools.
Yeah, never. In fact, it doesn't seem to be possible.
No, the mist has the vernal pools.
Right.
I'm scrolling back down. I mean, would you like to have some sort of personal connection to the magic, Austin? Would that open doors for us?
Sorry, what do you mean by a personal connection?
Something innate in yourself that the vernal.
Oh, I don't think so necessarily. No, I was just trying to I was trying to get at where we were. I wasn't sure quite. When you were talking about praying over crops, that's where I was like, oh, is there other magic in this world besides the vernal pools? But it doesn't sound like that's the case. It sounds like it all moves through that. And so I think that, ideologically, one of the big things is probably about, there is a real limits of the self thing happening, right? That the big stuff that matters in the world is stuff and not people. But people can that's the axis on which counter ideology might emerge also, right? It was like, no, we have to go get the vernal pools.
Yeah,
we have to go
kind
find
of inert
the
without
magic.
us.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And importantly, I think this is a question about ideals and philosophy, right? And so you end up being like, if we have a scarcity world, then, some ideals are about, we've already have our big legend about sacrifice, right? It's like, I'm going to live like the worm. I'm going to give myself to the world such that I can bring back what we need to survive, and then other people who are saying it's all that stuff we've all said before, I think, kind of.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think maybe we kind of already have some of this. It's just we did need to know on the day-to-day.
Yes, I agree. And then also to the philosophy, there's that stuff about futurity that we've been thinking about that is more troubled and is interestingly troubled by this sense of time overlapping. But this idea of the one directional movement, that presumably shapes philosophy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this sort of there's a unique perspective about our place in time and history from the people alive here, right? There's a sort of the effect of knowing that there will be, maybe more than in our own life, there's a real conscious understanding that time does not end with us.
Yeah, because we keep finding bits of it.
Right, which can both drag you into the Tomorrow's Rhyme group, who is like, and we need to bring ourselves there, and this is how we do it quick, or it could go the other way. But again, it's on this axis of relationality to time is front of mind,
Yep. Yeah, there's I could see a sort of new archives position developing of like, well, we just hold on as long as we can in this moment because we might find the information out there,
Or we might be producing the ruins for tomorrow's travelers, as far as we know. We don't
Yes.
think we are. We haven't found any evidence of that, but we might be,
Yeah.
No one has shown up yet with a copy of today's newspaper from out there saying,
Hey, found this old newspaper.
yeah, you're in it, But maybe we will, and we have to admit that that's part of, and so maybe there is a sort of like, what is the astronaut effect called?
What astronaut
When
effect?
you see the whole Earth, that thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
The overview effect.
Yeah.
Which obviously not a thing that's been super well studied, I believe, but the way that when you can see all of the Earth, it shifts the way you feel like you relate.
But
to
seemingly only for a
it.
bit, given Neil Armstrong's history. No, was it Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah.
Buzz Aldrin, right?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. Big spiritual connection, but like you build a whole society around the whole cult. Everybody kind of has that relationship to time. Maybe that's not true. Maybe it's not everybody. Maybe if what your job is cow, I'm handling cow. You don't have that broad perspective.
Well, what you're thinking is my cows walked off.
Right. My cows walked off, bud. I don't care that they might have walked off into 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years from now. Can you get them back? And the answer is only if we can get them through a different vernal pool.
There's also a real, when you're watching a movie and you're like, that dog doesn't know it's in a movie. There's a real bit of that cow doesn't know it's time traveling going on. The cow walks out and finds the post office from 35 years in the future and goes, okay, just looks like a post office to me. That brings to an end the world section. Oh,
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, so wow.
Whew. What do we have left? We have
a city.
Cities?
And then there are sort of legends. So the world and the city are the big. We're going to do a city, and then we get to decide whether it's a city crumbling or a city flourishing, which is interesting.
Okay, that's
and then
fun.
we have a journey and a point of view, which are more like the opening two of the like broader. Okay, who wants to read a city?
I would be happy to. Create a city in this world. This table defines broad strokes of the city's purpose, how magic is viewed or uniquely shaped, and of a folk legend born here. Use what you've built from the previous tables and hone in on themes, factions, and environments. Take turns drawing one card for each subtable in sequence to finish the sentences. After you have finished going down this table, decide as a group whether the city is a city crumbling or a city flourishing, and proceed to the respective table.
I think Keith is drawing. We're journeying back worm-like.
Dre, were you the last one to draw?
Austin was.
I was.
Austin was.
So I think it's Dre and then me.
That was the order we were using. You know what? I'm just going to draw a card.
Okay.
I'm just doing it. Spades. Ooh. Okay, its influence was laws.
Oh.
Interesting. I'm getting the vibe of like there's not a lot of laws, but there's like a handful of very strict laws.
Yeah. Do we think this is the city that drew up foundational documents for how the astronauts work? It's not innovation where it's like we figured out how to build telephone people, but it's the like, this is what the operation is. This is what this is what you do. Or do we want to zoom in on a different kind of law and instead go for the kind of like, here is how a society is structured?
Personally, I am less interested in the latter, but I don't want to shut down that conversation if people have good pitches for it.
What was the first example? What was the first thing that you said, Jack?
These are the people who kind of develop the textbook and the operating procedure for the astronauts.
I think that makes sense. Though I do think law feels like it's broader than
than just
that. But maybe I guess the questions are being: are we going to get enough from that helps us understand whether it's crumbling or flourishing eventually, or are we just going to get more about our astronauts and not enough about what life in the world is?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I do like, but I think there's an overlap between these two, which is like, I talk about this all the time. I probably have said this in 6 out of the 10 or whatever Friends of the Table seasons. Harold Innis, the Canadian communications theorist, media theorist, and historian, has this notion of biases of time and biases of space in media and in like ancient empires. Basically, he has a book called Empire and Communication, and in that book, he kind of says, "Hey, there were empires that used media there are empires that biased time and empires that biased space, and so like empires that biased time built things out of clay and stone, and they used, I always forget which is more durable, parchment or papyrus. I think parchment, and those things lasted a long time." But were generally like heavy, and so it's hard to move things around. And so you ended up with the vision of the empire where there's like a town would have a obelisk, and the obelisk would have the 10 core laws on it, you know? And those laws would be then interpreted locally, but would last a long time. And it wouldn't be a very micromanaged empire, right? You'd have the center would occasionally, you know, once a generation, send out a change in the tax code, you know, but then it would last for a long time. Whereas empires that biased papyrus or, you know, oral history, you know, stuff that was like that you could travel with quickly, tended to allow for rapid communication and therefore more micromanagement, a center that has a lot of executive power, because it's very easy for them to say, no, we're changing taxes from this season to last season.
We don't have to chisel it into something.
They don't have to chisel it into something and carry it a long way. They can just send a messenger with some paper in an envelope, you know? And this is obviously, I'm butchering this argument, right? But that these are like different extremes of ways to think about time and space. And so I do think the idea we have built a world where I guess there is instant communication through the telephone people. So maybe with that, you can have a center of law that can say, we want to change blah, blah, blah. But it does, but the separation, there is still real separation. And we have not set up a world where it feels like there's a center capital that's going to tax
they're city-states
the periphery.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But if they did set up some sort of core rules around, you know, it does also sound like we've set up a world where there is some semblance of trading or different communities having different needs. And so there does something, maybe there's some sort of like, is there a place where some great accord was signed? Is there a place where some sort of agreement was reached and it stands in for that, and it still is the place where those sorts of decisions? Is there a place where there is a telephone person from each city, you know, from each city state?
I was going to say this. Someone somewhere makes a pitch, and the pitch is, you have to come here. And they somehow manage to make that pitch like compellingly enough, right? That like, they managed to draw telephone people from, and that is where they lay out accords, right? Trade accords or information sharing accords. There's something really, it asks a lot to say, you all have to come to this place, right? In a world where going somewhere is so intense. Also, I was thinking about how if I send out through the telephone person a law, if I decide in my distant town that I'm actually the boss of your town, and I send out a message, you just kill my telephone person.
It's a real kill the messenger.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to you anymore. And if you want to talk to us, you have to send out someone else. So is this city like a... It's weird because it's in traditional fantasy, right? This would be like a meeting city. This would be like a meeting place city. Except this was like a meeting place city once.
Oh, wait.
Like one
time? What if it's at the center of the continent? What if it's the place that everybody else can send people to?
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. Because everyone can walk forward towards the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And weirdly, a generation later, the people born there can go to any other city.
Whoa. Whoa. What does that look like?
I do think this idea is sick. I do think we're getting away from talking about laws, though.
I'm just saying, though. I'm just simply saying if there is a place there, yeah, you're right. But it would be a place that's pretty central.
Yeah. No.
Well,
How do you-
Central is great, but also as long as you leave your city, you can go in any direction you want, as long as you don't go back.
Right, but if you're in the middle of the continent, that means you could reach any city to any periphery. Whereas if you're in you're in Miami, right? I guess if you're in Miami, you can reach any city too. No, you couldn't, right? If you're in if you're in, I guess so, right? It's not that you can't go south; it's that you can't go back towards. You're right.
Hmm. How do we think?
Oh, but you can't leave. I mean, this is where it gets really tricky. Let's say you're in Boston. And you're going. Listen, it's where we're from. It's plausible. You're in Boston. You go from Boston to Indianapolis.
Right.
You can't go to New York after that.
No, you can't. You can't.
No, what I would have to do. What I would have to do is use the vernal pool that's in Indianapolis to go back to.
Well, you
Boston
can't do that.
And then walk.
You have to find a different because
Like
you
a
can't use the
nearby.
ones in the cities. Is what Jack said. Jack said we cannot go from the city ones.
I thought that we revised that to saying that you always go to your home one.
No.
So I have to leave Indianapolis, find a vernal pool,
hopefully
go back to Boston, and then go to New York.
And then go to New York. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. This is also, I think, this isn't laws, it would be innovations, right? But I think the idea of like chains of movement through the world is something that is very important to these people, of like how you do this.
Maybe that's one of the things that was agreed at like this great meeting, this great according, right? Is like the particulars of what setting up trade looks like are up to the people doing it. But like there's a live and drink caves of Cud.
Yeah.
Right? Like some core for people who haven't played Caves of Cud, there's a thing called the water ritual. Yeah. That you can do with anybody where you share some water.
Or blood.
Anything liquid, right? And or is it just water and blood?
It's
I think it's water and oil and blood, maybe?
Depending
because cannibals will want the blood.
Yeah.
Machines.
In any cannibals will want the blood.
Yeah. Cannibals do want the blood. Some of them. Some of them just want meat. But there's some sort of like system in Caves of Cud you can do this to like raise your relationship with them and with their faction, because you're kind of like, hey, look, we're sharing water. I'm signaling to the world itself and to you that we're tight. And you can imagine a version of that here, right? Which is like we have a shared whatever that is. We drink each other's vernal liquids, and then and then from there we are able to reach an accord after that,
Yeah, I agree with you. I also just think of these people arriving in this town and be like, yeah, we all live in hell, right? And they're all like, yep, yeah, this sucks. Yeah, and this is probably where there were some rumblings from Tomorrow's Rhyme for the first time around the signing of this accord, right? Where they're like, people are making these declarative statements about the world, and that, who's to say that any of this is. They are making statements about the world that we don't even know are true. And there's a danger in signing these accords that we are signing ourselves up to a future of perpetuating this nightmare rather than capping the wells and moving away from it.
Right. And this is also where if someone says, hey, we had a team of astronauts get killed, we think someone from Town C did it. The last thing they said was, Town C! We want some sort of justice or reparation or whatever. Is this the city where that happens?
Yeah, it is. And the telephone people in this city, jobs suck. Because they are like right down at the quick of it, right? And they are constantly, their bodies and mouths are barely their own, the amount of communication that's rattling through them.
We can talk about how the city was founded maybe at some other point, but I'm curious if the city pre-existed this use. The city became the city. The city wasn't like built by people from each. Like astronauts didn't found this city together post Mistfall.
I don't know that they did.
I
Part
don't
of my
think so. Yeah.
Okay.
There's something really compelling about like the case having to be made for this being the place, and there's like a
Right,
lot of
yeah,
intricate
yeah.
diplomacy that happens. I like the idea of this city
Mhm.
just being here. I mean, obviously, there's no such thing as a city just being here, but it's different than astronauts founding it. You know.
Yeah, city that realized we don't really,
They
you know,
found it. They didn't found it.
They found it. They found it. Yes, they didn't founded it.
yeah. But there's something really compelling about the city being, the people in the city being like, well, East City has the wind, and they you know they can use the wind in this special way, and West City has all the fishing, and North City, what do we have? And they are like, well, we got to convince people to have us.
Yeah, we're
we
in the
have
middle.
to be the thing. We're in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what should we write down for this? This is the city. Its influence was as a center. Its influence was as a literal center and home of multi-city accords. There's a bit of Constantinople in here as well, right? Like a city who uses its like geographic position and its cultural position. Whoop, way too small. Okay, now I think Keith draws.
Yes, I believe.
And what are you drawing for, Keith? Ooh, it's
drawing-
variant of the magic.
Yeah.
Variant of the magic, Queen of Clubs, brutal.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, fuck.
The city's
Okay. I know how
magic was brutal. The example is used with force and power for violence or protection.
So there's one way that it could get the other cities on board, right? Which is that it's the biggest and most violent city.
Or that is what it is. That is the result of the accord.
Mm.
Oh yeah, it wields its power with
we have
impunity.
given you We have given you monopoly over violence.
I don't know if this fits with brutal, but I'm also wondering if like part of this city's role is to also control movement, because like in a real way, if you are not careful with where you're sending people and where people are going, you could completely strand like little towns and cities. And so I wonder if part of how this city is brutal is that it is very controlling over like how people travel, where they can leave, where they can go.
Oh, so like you have to send in a request to approve a new expedition to this center.
Yeah, or even like probably like a trade route or something.
Even
Sure,
if I want to go
definitely
somewhere
a
else.
trade route. But
Yeah.
I'm saying if you're saying like you're one of the fears that people have is, or one of the fears that this city has is like, we can't let town be like keep sending out astronauts. You're feeding the coyotes or whatever, right? Like they go.
The worm is
"Stop
getting
it."
huge, bro.
The
You
worm-
got to
that's right.
chill.
Stop feeding the worm. All you're doing is feeding the worm. Are they in some sort of position of approving or denying not just big things like trade routes, but smaller things like, all right, everybody gets 100 astronauts a year. That's kind of a lot, actually. Everybody gets 20 astronauts a year.
I don't know. I can kill like a lot of astronauts very
Hmm.
quickly.
Oh, I see.
Have we talked about too how astronauts are chosen? I mean, that could be
No,
another
we have
version
not.
of brutality.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. They are. You know, throughout history, the human brain has been compared to the piece of technology that is ascendant at that time. For a long time, the human brain was a book. Now we talk about the human brain in
Right.
terms of a computer. And so when I say this, know that I am not trying to make this more sci-fi, but using the touchstone that I have as a personal life now. There's something like air traffic control about this, right?
Mhm.
There is like that. The role of air traffic control is not just organization, but is a kind of essential. Air traffic control is essential, but like there's a safety aspect to it, right? We choose where the planes go, and you have to listen to us, because if you don't, the planes are going to start hitting each other.
And let
in
me be
this
the first to say, we're not listening. We don't care. Of course, 90% of the expeditions are approved. But what are we going to do? Not send out a rogue expedition once a year? twice a month.
And how are they going to know?
How are they going to know? They don't know. Turn off your
They don't
transceiver or whatever. It's not sci-fi. Turn off your
Blindfold
transceiver
your
gem.
telephone.
Yeah, I mean, blindfold your bird. Whatever. You know what I
The
mean?
idea of them saying, yeah, no one's listening to this. Everyone's
Or
doing
they
their
might
own.
be. They're within a realm, right? Because what they're saying is you can send out 10 and 13 are getting sent out or 12 are getting sent out.
Right.
But they're not sending out 40,
Yeah.
maybe. So what do they, and here is where the other half of this, use with force and power for violence or protection, ? For me, is like, and what do you do? What do they do if someone says no? What do they do if they find out that you have been disobeying this?
Blockades where they start killing your astronauts. That's
hard.
so intense.
That's
and it's
really
hard
intense.
to do, yeah.
Hmm.
And of course, the Rime don't give a shit about this at all. They're sending out teams, you know.
Yeah, they're uniformly rogue, right?
Yeah.
What do they do? We might find out, but like, we talked about this earlier, right? Where like a telephone person says something you don't like, and you're just like, well, come and stop me. You know, I'm
Right.
500 miles away through the mist.
And maybe the answer is they do come and stop you. Maybe there have been instances where they come and stop you. You know, is this a place where astronauts go to get trained? Is this a place where there are more, you know, it's funny. It's like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, it's like, well, they don't have anything special here. They just have the location. But now it's like, have they become a resource for, has being in the center made them a place where there is a lot of, you know, traditional, powerful equipment and magic? So also, wait a second. Sorry. We have to rewind because we jumped to something that this is not asking us. We were talking about how the place is brutal. The
The
question
variant
is,
of magic is brutal.
its variant of the magic.
Oh
is
my
brutal.
god.
Which is part of why earlier I was like, we have to figure out what the magic is.
Right. And the answer we came to, interestingly, was about a lot of not particularly brutal stuff.
Right. It's part of why I was like, okay, so what we now know, the visions of it that we have in the kind of formal sense are some people drink it to become telephone people, which means one of the verbs we now have available is like consuming it through the mouth. We can drink a little vial of the stuff, maybe mixed with something or prayed over a certain way, or, you know, presumably you don't just drink it raw to become a telephone person. You drink it and there's some sort of secondary.
You're trained,
thing.
right? You, this is where the pairs of telephone people come into play.
Oh, so it's just training. It's just you learn how to use the magic energy that's in you from drinking it.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if there's some
Okay.
sort of drift compatibility or some sort of like weird psychosexual
was
thing
thinking
going
of-
on. Or
I mean, that's all on the table always. But I meant more, there's not a certain type of prayer you have to use. You don't have to mix in a certain amount of sunflower seed or
I don't know.
rat fur, or there's no other components in that. Because if there is, then what you could imagine is, or if it's just training, what you could imagine is like some people drink it and instead of becoming telephone people, they get really strong, or
Right,
they
right,
can
right,
turn
right, right.
invisible, or they
Right.
can open up their the D&D spell book and pick shocking grasp. You know what I mean? Like, that's this is kind of why I'm like, the other thing we know we can do is we can kind of like enchant with it. You can make the
Yeah.
robes that let you pray over the crops.
the
You can make
lenses.
salves with it. You can make the lenses that make the sunlight better or whatever, right? So what are, given those particular use cases, drinking it, putting it in a salve, building things with it, in enchanting things with it, what is the brutal version of those core?
I mean, you could
verbs.
drown someone in a verdant pool.
Okay, but that you could drown someone in a regular pool. There's nothing magic about that.
No, but the process could be magic. It could produce a kind of person.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking about
Oh, right.
effect.
Going
You're,
back to
you're
the
coming up
effect.
with different causes.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
I see how thinking about it as effect, you're like, that's not special. It's
Yeah.
drowning.
Yeah.
Okay. You could. I mean, the brutal ways to wield magic are martial.
Mhm.
They are coercive. You could threaten. You could
Right. Truth serum. You could.
Yep.
Mind wipe.
They could be
Can they make things from? Can they summon poolish creatures?
Wow.
Can
we're
they
summoning a poolish creature in the ruined post office from 30 years in the future?
Mm-hmm. Now you're getting it.
Summoning a
Now you're
poolish
working with vernal pools. Yeah.
They summon poolish creature. Well, no, I can't just be compelled by it. I just saw a beautiful vision, and it's not necessarily true.
I like being able to summon a poolish creature, but I also like being able to drink it and maybe summon a fireball. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I really like being able to put some of it in a rag and move the rag across my sword, and the sword catches fire.
Yeah, that stuff is really good.
You know, The Witcher is a potent example in moments like these for me. You know.
Yeah.
In fact, The Witcher's like weird sigils are also really useful here because they're not that. Yeah, his hand signs. If he could only do his hand signs after dipping his finger in a little bit of the verdant pool, and he's like drawing the hand sign in the air with the oil.
Drinking the verdant pool would fix me.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm up for this, but let's zero in on the brutality of it, right?
I do like brutality in the cause. I do like they have people that they've drowned in the verdant pool and now they've come back as super soldiers or whatever, you know?
They've breathed in a poolish creature.
That gets us back to the abyss.
Ooh.
It does get us back to the abyss. Yeah. Yeah. They have fish that they've grown in verdant pools. Awful fish.
Yeah, if you drown yourself in the verdant pool, if you get drowned in the verdant pool, if they drown you in the verdant pool, you can't breathe non-mist air anymore, but you can just live in the mist. And you can move backwards and forwards.
That's it.
There it is. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And they are nightmares. They are like these feared creatures that enforce. That's how they enforce it.
Yeah. Drowners. The drowned.
Nope. The drowned.
No.
Mist-drowned. No.
Mist-drowned.
Well, I mean, poolish creatures.
Poolish creatures. The poolish creatures.
Poolish creatures is fun to me because it has a little Lewis Carroll to it.
Yeah.
In a way that if you look too closely at Lewis Carroll, it starts getting kind of unpleasant.
Yeah.
Okay, so the central city wields brutal magic by drowning convicts? No, drowning people in verdant pools, in their verdant pool.
In their, specifically theirs.
Vernal pool, but we've switched to saying verdant pool.
Vernal
it would be a green, lush pool.
To turn them into poolish creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Mist cops.
Mist cops.
Well, they're mist cops, but they're also like a werewolf. They're like, they're sort of like loose cannons, unlike the police.
Like,
wait a second. Are they monstrous? Are in form? Are they? And do they take different forms? Are some of them big?
I don't know.
Flesh monsters, and some of them not. Or are they just a type of?
I sort of picture them as like ruined people who are very strong.
There are some ruined people on the call with you, Jack.
What?
Me?
Well, oh.
Why are you a ruined person?
That's just how it feels often. What do you mean?
Oh,
well,
I see.
Yeah,
I
okay,
see.
yeah.
Right. I thought you meant poolishly ruined.
Well, it's also because someone drowned Austin in a vernal pool.
Yeah.
Who can only breathe mist, but can move in any direction in it. This is a long...
Now, why are these people loyal to the Power City?
Because that's that's a good question.
Are they simply bound by the magic?
Well, yeah, I sort of... In my brain, I think this is why I've been thinking of them as, like, convicts, as, like prison labor or, like, enforced labor. But then it's like, well, why wouldn't you just
How can you
immediately
enforce them?
kill... Yes, exactly.
They're unenforceable.
Yeah.
Are they loyal because... I mean, here's one way they could do it, which it gets less...
Well, okay. Go ahead.
They choose to do it. They
and why do they choose to do it? It's the most worm-like thing you can do.
Whoa.
Wow, it is
They-
The
they-
worm
one thing you
sacrificed
can do.
itself.
The worm sacrificed
worm
itself.
sacrificed
It is
itself.
the most.
And so the center of Law and Order should have the most traditional
worm
reading
philosophy.
of that legend, the most traditional, right, conservative kind of like that base level version of that story is the worm sacrificed itself for us.
25 minutes ago, this town was pretty cool. They were kind of chill with it.
Yeah, honestly, we
now-
hit brutal, and I was like, we've been going for 4 hours. I don't know if I can make a brutal version of what we just did, but we
The
did come out
Polish
the other
creatures.
side with it.
Foolish creatures.
Yeah,
I didn't
they're,
help, but we got there.
they're zealous, right? They are,
Yeah, they believe. They're true believers.
which makes them all the more frightening because not only are they physically capable, they are ideologically, they believe that they are ideologically sound.
Well, and there's a group out there that's like, let the mists eat us.
Well, yeah, and then, and once you become a Polish creature, you're kind of bought in. Like you don't.
Oh,
you
yeah.
it's like, when you buy something expensive, you're never going to be like, it's not even that good. You're like, I know I'm justifying to myself how extremely right I was to be doing this.
And it's great. Watch, I can go over there. You can't go over there.
You can't go over there. Forwards,
stay a-
backwards, left, right. I'm
Do you
free,
stay a
man.
Polish creature forever, or
Yes.
is there a okay?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
for literally forever, not for the rest of your life. Forever.
Oh wow, you're immortal,
Yeah, like the worm.
like the worm, become worm-like.
I had a question. I have a question. How does the rhyme feel about the Polish creatures?
Bad.
Yeah, I think they've got to
Yeah.
be like their natural enemy.
Yeah.
And also as a
They're like-
perversion of the mist, right? Because they're like, it should be beautiful to be in the mist, and instead the
No, they don't think the mist is good.
right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I got confused.
They think that
Sorry.
they think that the pools are creating the mist, and we got to fill the pools in.
Right.
Which
That
would
we've
also mean
ordered
no more-
society
There might also- wait.
around
Sorry,
this
go ahead.
thing that's awful.
That's right. There might also be groups that love the mist. I don't want to. I'm not saying we don't have that, but it
No,
seems
no,
like
no,
the
no.
Tomorrow's
Yeah.
Rhyme is like.
Well, in some ways, counterproductively, that group is the Polish creatures. You'd
Yeah.
think that
Yes.
they wouldn't be like that,
I
but
was thinking about this too, where it's like, if we cap the vernal wells, from the perspective of the rhyme, we killed two birds with one stone. We end the mist, and we also end the Polish creatures, which means that the city, the central city, actually has an incentive to...
To keep mist in general. And they don't want it to eat all the cities, but they don't want it to go away.
right.
Their whole set of power is based around being the place that's easy to get to and having the Polish creatures
and
and having the laws that everybody
controlling
agrees to.
all
and-
the astronauts.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
theoretically.
exactly. Theoretically.
It gets a lot scary. Now I begin to understand, Dustin, why you're like, well, only some people send out rogue missions. Because if they catch on that I'm sending out too many rogue missions,
Yeah.
the Polish creatures can't get me in my town, though.
No, but they can they report back what what astronauts they've run into? They like you're let's say you're not a rogue astronaut and you run into a Polish creature, you have to do some sort of arcane identification ritual to be like, I am approved.
And if the Polish creatures deny that and they just kill you, who's going to know?
Who's gonna know? I mean, the telephone
The
person at home.
bird. They're your
Oh, the telephone
bird.
person at home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
killed
canary.
by Polish creatures, and we have documents. But then it's like, okay, so now I have to telephone that really unfortunate telephone person in Central City
Yeah.
and say,
Yeah.
your Polish creatures killed another one of my guys. Feeding coyotes, feeding my astronauts to the Polish
Rations
creatures.
to the Polish creature. It sounds like you're full of But also, you see now why on the other hand, if you are a rogue astronaut group, you would maybe not wear the sigil of your realm or whatever, because you don't want it to get back to your hometown.
Yeah.
You don't
yeah.
rather you don't want it to get back. You don't want it to blow back onto your hometown via. So you go out there, you don't wear whatever it's so hard not to imagine them in like cool astronaut patches and shit, but it's not
We'll
that.
get
It's
there.
some other sigil or something, right? That's like my town. But you don't wear it when you're doing your rogue thing. You take it off, You do the
I know
Division
that
Dark
we-
Zone thing.
We said that we didn't want to hew so closely to the oil thing, but we now have invented oil tankers sailing under false flags.
We have. But it's like if the oil tankers were also oil rigs, and they are sometimes empty, and they have to go drill the oil. They don't know if they're going to find any even.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow. The Polish creatures can't enter the cities, otherwise they start drowning, which means that they're all
Can they
gonna
hold their breath?
they can hold their breath, but not for you know.
Yeah.
Which means that they
wait,
have to
wait.
have organization on the edge of the city. Like I'm some bureaucrat from the central city who has to deal with the fucking
Paul
skulls.
Reiser and the fucking aliens.
Yeah. Oh.
Keith, you had a question?
Oh, I was it pre-existing that they drown in non-mist air?
Yeah, that was something Austin figured out when.
Okay.
I didn't say drown. I just said died, but drown is good.
Yeah, I was thinking that if they don't get shredded by the mist, then maybe they get shredded by non-mist. But drown is that's just the other end of shred.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love it.
I love the Polish creatures. What a great discovery.
Well, we got one more here for the city before we decide if it's crumbling or flourishing.
This is who drew that?
We're now.
This is
It's
now
you, Austin. Your drawing. Keith drew
Yeah.
the.
Okay,
Brutal.
and then we're back around to Jack?
Yeah.
Jack. Yes.
Okay, we're sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got a 6 of spades, a hero, titled for their achievements or
A
failures.
local legend is
A local
told of
legend.
hero.
Oh. All right, let's keep making it. Let's keep making it nuanced and complex in some way. The other options here were a miracle, a catastrophe, or a beast. A local legend told in Control City, in Center City.
Control City
Is
is
it
pretty
a-
good. It's not subtle.
Is it a city aligned legend or a rebellion aligned legend?
I think it's a city. It's a local
local.
legend, but it does say achievements or failures. But it does say a hero. I think I want it to be. We've gotten really bad about this city, and maybe it's still bad. But I want something that's like I can imagine people living in the city calling them a hero.
Sure. Well, I was thinking, my question, are they rebellion aligned or city aligned? I think being local doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the brutal cities guy.
But
Folk
it's a
heroes
local.
kill people, kill cops.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think that we have built a pretty asymmetrical source of oppression from this group, right?
Right.
Like the people who are suffering from the Polish creatures are not this city. Weirdly,
Sure.
right?
No, yeah. They like the the
so-
Polish creatures.
If I'm thinking local legend, I'm not thinking. If I'm thinking hero local legend, it's a hero to the people of this city. And I don't think the people of this city hew rebellion. There might be rebels in
yeah.
the town.
It's
But I want to
I-
save the rebellious hero for the places where there are rebels.
yeah. I guess the thing that I think of is like, Occupy Wall Street happens in New York. It's not a city full of people who love the global financialization. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm not. I guess I'm not thinking about this place as New York necessarily.
No, I'm just giving an example of like sometimes the resistance to a thing can happen from where the thing is. Not necessarily. You don't have to go to the hinterlands to find
Totally.
someone who's opposed to the whatever horrible thing is happening in the city.
But I just think that in the particulars of the world we've created, we have made the sort of bad stuff really obfuscated for the people who live in this city.
Uh-huh.
Because they don't talk to people from other cities, right?
It's very hard.
Unless they're talking to people who are passing through, right?
Who are
Yeah.
only astronauts, a particular subset of people.
Right.
But wouldn't the astronauts coming from outside into your city be the exact ones who know all about the ghoulish people and
Totally,
the
but sorry, the Polish people. The Polish
people, right,
creatures, not the
Polish
ghoulish
creatures.
people. Yeah. Yeah, but I just think that there's a degree of I will say partly I'm a little cautious of being like, and the great resistance hero is from the place that's doing the bad thing. Thank God we had the good guy in the bad place.
Yeah, it's just the word rebellion that is it just feels like rebellion is inside.
But
We
it's
have such a
inside. It's not inside. It's in the world. Rebellion isn't in the city. It might also be in the city, but rebellion is. I've been imagining that rebellion happening across the entire
Yeah,
world.
the rhyme are sort of everywhere.
right. It's a
Not
rebellion against the order of the astronauts as a whole,
right.
not against the particulars of this city.
That's how because maybe only
the
because
city
we
didn't
had
exist.
this first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't think the city built the astronauts. The way we told the story was that the city, in fact, had very little, but drew the astronauts to it
Mhm.
and drew the other cultures to it to say, hey, what if we use this place as a place of exchange and good? And and then they started making foolish creatures. But I think then if instead, Keith, what you want to say is like, this is the center, and well, everything important is happening here. You know, the fight is here too. Then we can kind of pivot in that way. But I think it leaves the other towns kind of in a weird place.
I wasn't advocating, just asking.
Right, I see.
And then when you were like, well, it couldn't have, I was like, well, it could have.
yeah.
I'm not. It doesn't mean I was
know.
advocating for it. I just am saying it's all possible. And if
Sure.
the answer is no, then it's fine either way.
Yeah. I'm not opposed to it being, you know, I think if there's overwhelming interest in it being a rebel hero or something. But again, I don't know that this rebellion is right either.
Materially, like on
Very
the
materially.
facts of the scientific facts of their claim.
I don't know that capping all of the pools will make the mist go away. I think that's an open mystery for all of us at this point. Which is why I maybe want a hero who cuts across that stuff. You know,
not a foolish
in some
creature.
way. Not a foolish creature, unless there's like a really fun story of a foolish creature that we have.
But then it's like it's not like this town's Crollo, right? Which would be a foolish creature.
What if it's like the greatest of all time pirate astronaut, like the guy who did the most ever successful runs, illegitimate runs,
or both legitimate and illegitimate.
Right,
was always on both sides of the law.
And he's like retired to this town. He was from this town, and he's no longer running anymore.
Oh, I mean, he's a legend, so I think he's long dead.
Oh, sure, yeah, yeah.
You know, local legend, not local legend.
Right.
Titled for their achievements or failures. Yeah, like the astronaut who went on it's not Robin Hood, because Robin Hood kind of has that little arc. It's like I don't know, it's like Snake Plissken. You know what I mean? It's like
it's Snake Plissken. It's also like there's something like almost like a lineman about it, right? Where like someone who over and over again in the danger, restored the phone lines or whatever. Casey Jones, kind of.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
Casey Jones Bridges, right? Yeah.
Casey Jones's train crashed, but he was a hero.
Yeah. It's not the first though. It's the one who
it was the best.
It was the best.
Greatest, yeah.
And there's just like story after story of this person, right? Did you hear the one where such and such a thing happened, where Ishmael did this? Ishmael didn't. It's not how Ishmael stories kind of go, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Who's a good mythic character in this way who has just dozens of variant stories?
Is it our friend Paul Bunyan?
Oh, I forgot about Paul.
Him and his incredible Wikipedia table.
I forgot about Paul Bunyan. Yeah, maybe.
When I say our friend Paul Bunyan, I do not mean my personal friend. I mean our friend on Friends at the Table because of... I'm just going to put it briefly on screen. An
Um,
excellent.
For what it's worth, I never
want
thought
more
that you were
than
personal
this.
friends with Paul Bunyan.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's close this because of this beautiful table.
Yeah. It's
Overlap
pretty
of
good. I
early
want
Paul Bunyan
more stories than
reprintings.
this. I want more than 8 stories. I want 80 stories.
Stove skating, pea soup lake, giant camp, gigantism, winter of the blue snow, blue ox, logging the Dakotas, and creating geography, something that only the Laughhead newspaper says he did. Yes, I am with you. This is
Who's
like
the Arthurian knight who has the most stories?
Lancelot.
Probably Lancelot,
yeah,
right?
probably.
Does he have the
Lancelot.
most?
He has the
It shouldn't be
sexiest.
Lancelot. He's the worst one.
Media Club Plus,
More Duther.
More to Arthur, yeah.
It's been a long time since I've looked at this stuff, but he's not the worst as in the least talented. He's the most talented, which it doesn't
He's a
align
bad
with this,
person.
but he's boring. Everybody thinks he's boring. Even the court thinks he's boring.
Legendary characters with most stories about them. Top hit Merlin.
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's not Merlin.
No.
This guy's Blackbeard.
Yeah.
But also, what if Blackbeard was also legitimate?
Yeah. But you get what I mean. That's the type of thing I'm thinking, you know?
Yeah.
Not Beowulf, who has the kind of 3 great stories, 3 great acts, you know? But, you know, Sinbad has 7 voyages, more than that.
What about
you know?
Odysseus?
Odysseus, right? That style of chronicled. But Odysseus kind of just has the one arc. This astronaut has gone here and back many times.
Oh yeah, and has always perpetually, and I don't say this in the sense that he's got some secret magic, but has like time and again found the vernal pool to take him home. You know, there have been
Right.
times where it was
That's
really
the-
hairy.
oh, that's the thing, right? That's the thing that is like he always, for some reason, or they always found the pool at the last possible second. The stories turn on, and then wouldn't you know it, you
Yeah.
know?
Every time you'd think that, well, you know, here they were without a pool, stuck at the end of the world.
Yeah. They literally did. They got stuck at the opposite side of the world once. And wouldn't you know it, a pool was there and brought them home.
And we don't know if this person, if that's true.
It's a local legend.
Yeah, statistically, it's very unlikely. But
Yeah.
you know,
Any thoughts on a name or a title? It's the most traveled person, always comes home. They've gone to every major other city state. Anarchs is Homer. It doesn't say this, but because they always make it home. Odysseus, you know, it does fit. It does
I mean,
work.
is there
weirdly.
something like the unteleported man here, right? Like, is this the, you know, you can get corny if you go too far down that road, right? With the like Doctor Who girl who waited stuff.
Yeah. The man who voyaged or whatever is not really, The Jaunt. Just naming other messed up teleportation stories. Yeah, he's Jep. That's correct, Hems and Haws.
Oh, he is
from,
Jep.
He's Jep from Outward.
Mm.
But like the something night or the something, you know.
Yeah, like the Everywhere Knight or something.
Oh, that's pretty good.
The Everywhere Knight.
The Everywhere Knight. Do you have a
Ooh,
real name or
yeah.
just called the Everywhere Knight?
That's the name in the legend.
Right.
The Everywhere Knight. It's like a Vegas crooner song. They call me
Yeah.
the Everywhere Knight.
It's like the history itself remembered to be a little bit fantasy.
Yes.
Yeah.
No one knows when he's from. Okay, cool. So what are we writing here?
The Everywhere Knight.
Locals in Santa City in the center city, I'm not committing to that as a name, have a legend of the Everywhere Knight, a person who, an astronaut who traveled, who, ranged most widely.
Yeah, the Ranger. His name is Strider.
His name is Strider.
That one sounds familiar.
And
Yeah,
successful.
yeah. From the Capcom video game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we think this city is thriving or flourishing?
Wait, no, wait a
Wait.
second. You've given us a false choice, Jack.
Do we think this city's cool or awesome?
Heads I win, tails you lose.
And answer very carefully because of my army of foolish creatures.
Well, of the two, only flourishing is in the book, so I pick that.
Okay, are we crumbling or are we flourishing? The thing that's interesting about this book is that these adjectives are true, but they are inflected differently, right? The crumbling city asks us to think about the possibility of a bright future, and the flourishing city asks us to think of a
Right.
possible fall.
Right.
Vid is doing
But
a
we
bit
have a
of
bad
the
city.
magician's force here.
Yeah, yeah. We do have a bad city, which means
So a
it's
flourishing city is bad.
Yeah.
I mean, so my first thought is it's flourishing, and because we know ways in which this could go badly wrong, right?
Yeah, I
Right.
feel like a city flourishing derogatory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I just want to know, Jack, you're going, right?
No, you didn't just go. I
I just went, which means that Austin, it's you.
No, it isn't. I just went. Didn't I?
What did you just...
No,
Oh my
it was
God.
Dre and then me, and then now it's you.
No, it was Austin, right?
I just went.
Oh, wait,
I
you
thought
just...
Austin
Austin is
Zero.
the legend, right?
I just did Legend.
Oh, it's
Oh, what
me.
did I do then?
The variant
You
of
did the
magic.
variant of the Magic Brutal.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's Jack, I think.
It
We're doing
is.
the order at the bottom of the screen, right?
Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Bottom of what screen?
Oh boy,
Roll
the
20.
roll 20.
Okay.
Wait, we have to pick a exploratory table.
We do. Exciting.
That's why you should read A City Flourishing.
A city flourishing. This table fleshes out the city you have started. A city with a bright future, but for how long? Determine the history and the residents of your city by answering questions within 3 categories. The future, questions that look forward into the city's future and what that reveals about its current state. The ambitions of the people, questions that establish an important resident in your city. The legend's influence, questions that focus on the legend and how the people view them. Oh, we're going to meet the Everywhere Knight again. That's great.
Love it.
Suggested exploratory tables, calendar or pantheon or vignettes. So
Ooh.
I think my gut here says vignettes because I want to get some personal stuff in here.
Yeah. I'm good with
Calendar is
that.
fascinating. I mean, we see a parent cooking dinner for their family. We see people in love on a date. We see a funeral. Where do the names of... Yeah, I think vignettes.
Yeah.
God, vocations is really cool. What art form is emerging and which is dying?
Yeah, I'm good with vignettes. I like that quite a bit.
Okay. I'm going to draw. And the card I have drawn is a 9 of diamonds. It is an odd diamond. Who used to feel welcome in the city? Who
Wait.
used... Oh,
Oh,
wrong.
yeah.
No, I'm
yeah,
flourishing.
wrong. You're
Who is
flourishing.
arriving or ascending in the city to claim power?
Interesting. I will once again be right back as y'all discuss.
Okay. Who is arriving or ascending in the city to claim power? Okay, the most obvious thing is that our poolish creatures have started to become, they are ascendant, right? There is, poolish philosophy
can't
is
arrive
ascendant.
in the
They
city.
can't. They're having to do it from the outside. It's limited, and it's also not terribly interesting. The poolish creatures are extremely cool, and I'm worried about overplaying them.
Sure.
Here is
Yeah,
who
we
else.
want to turn them into just like zombies.
Right, or cool zombies that we just keep showing the audience, and they're like, "Yeah, we know they're cool." Imagine if in The Abyss, James Cameron had drowned that rat and it had become a poolish rat. That rat was fine.
He starts enforcing the rules on the submarine. That's the best movie. It's the only good movie he ever made.
Terminator's good.
Did he make Terminator 1? I always forget.
He did, yeah.
Because he didn't do...
He also made
Alien.
Terminator 2. He made Aliens. Aliens is good.
I haven't
yeah.
seen Aliens. I've only seen Alien, but it is like
good.
one of my favorite movies.
Alien is fantastic. Okay, here are some other options. Someone has come from another town and is starting to rework the Concords. The arrangements were made, and a constitution is being... an outsider has come in and has kind of weaseled their way into the power center of the city and is starting to mess with the Concords.
I'm back.
By
What was the
how
pitch just
how
now?
and why is he allowed to do this?
Artifice, right? Like it's someone who is an outsider who has risen up the ranks. This happens all the time in War and Peace as sort of like different political maneuvers happen where like a star rises and then falls, and then a star comes from outside and rises and falls. Something we talked about but kind of discarded, Austin, was Polish creatures becoming ascendant.
Sure.
Who is ascending in the city to claim power? And there could be a faction of people who are... like, we should vassalize these other cities, right? We're already in a real position of power. What we
Right.
have are a series of sort of like realpolitik arrangements with external city-states. But what if we just cut out the middleman and like sort of establish suzerainties or vassal states, right? What
Yeah.
if there is a king?
Maybe there was a king. Maybe someone came home with evidence.
Oh, yeah.
What if someone came home with evidence that there will be a king?
Oh, yeah, this is it. Yeah. Yeah, because they find...
So they find the future king's living ancestor.
They find evidence of their
No, they
yes,
find
of
or the tomb out in the
the
world.
tomb, right? Or the tomb, a record mural that
Here's-
says
Here's how it
Yeah.
happens. They find a tomb, and on the tomb is a sword. And rather than bringing the sword home, they say, well, I mean, someone's going to make that sword, so it might as well be us. And then once they've made the sword, they're like, well, we might as
Right.
well essentially like make the skeleton in the tomb, right? So we need a king. And it's like it's this very like it's the construction of a future as like a stepped political project as you go down the slippery slope one step at a time. And they are ascending.
and they're finding like, well, sometimes they're finding stuff. I mean, here's where we can get slippery with the time. I said the time is deterministic before, but it's like, you know, they don't find a map of what their domain is at first, right?
No.
Then at some point they decide and maybe they succeed. They bring one town under control, and they find evidence that the town was under control. You know,
Yes,
And
of course, you idiot.
maybe that
because-
evidence also says that 4 other towns are under control, and then they say, "Well, look, it says that these other towns are part of our kingdom, so we better go get them."
Now, after having invented the canticle for Leibowitz from First Principles, we're inventing the divine mandate backwards.
That's backwards. Yeah.
Okay.
The divine in this is the future.
Yes.
The future read by people who've decided we got to build that future.
Yeah. A king is on the rise based on discoveries about a future king. This...
And to be clear, this isn't this king's tomb. It's some descendant of this king's tomb.
Right, yes, yeah. When the mists have passed or whatever.
And the stuff we're finding, I do think, has to be debatable in some... It has to be
sure.
undebatable in
It's-
some way
Right, well,
and debatable in some way,
If you
right?
find a king, how could you ever prove definitively that this is your that you found your descendant in a tomb.
Right.
You could never definitively prove that.
No, but this
Right.
is where
But you could
statecraft kicks in.
claim
Yeah.
this is
Right.
I am this dead king's ancestor, which means at some point he inherited his kingship from my descendant
Oh, this
Right.
is so
on
good.
down the line to me. I should now be king.
The
Yeah.
once and future king.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
A king is on the rise based on discoveries about a future king. This is a complex, multi-step process. Because it's critical, right? If you are the faction that wants to get a king, that you don't jump the gun, right? You have to
Yeah.
make the sword first, or you have to take that one town first. You know, we have to get people who are city-states and are also proud of a kind of republic, a republic of foolish creatures, into we're going to have a king. So you're going to do that gradually.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Me finding a document that's like they guillotined that guy, and I'm like, oh, I won't bring that home.
Right. I mean, the Polish creatures are going to wait by the door and say, turn in all the stuff you brought,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, well, hang on. Do the Polish creatures enforce my team of astronauts? They were
I guess not
comrades.
yet.
Not yet.
No. I meant the other homes.
Oh, I see.
I mean, they
Yes.
start working as, TSA agents on the borders of every town going, and what are you bringing in?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah,
Crucially, on the borders.
Yeah.
we made a kind of
Exactly.
sensor that you get by drowning one. Okay, so I've gone now, which means it's Dre's turn.
Yes. Ooh. 5 of clubs.
5 is odd.
Yep.
We now have
What
2
omen?
5 of clubs. Just gonna pop
What?
that up there. Somehow I drew 2 5 of clubs.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh.
Put
One
that
for me,
up.
one for you.
Stack deck.
One's a foolish
Methinks.
creature.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What omen are the people of the city ignoring? Ooh, that's fun.
That's a good one, isn't it?
That's a good one.
Hmm. Omen, not necessarily bad.
What if they can see the sun through the mist for the first time in a long time?
Yeah. I was definitely thinking something about the mist being
Definitely.
different.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, we can brainstorm around mist ideas.
Mm.
Thinner mist, thicker mist, shapes in the mist.
Yeah, you start feeling the
acridity
acridity whichever way you
changing.
go.
Yeah,
Mm.
mist starts smelling different.
Man, yeah. Seeing the sun through the mist is good. I think it just hits on a lot of things that we have already talked about, I think. I
But
wonder
they're
why would they
ignoring it.
ignore it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the question, right?
The sort of the narrative work here suggests that it's a bad omen because you have more incentive to ignore a bad omen than a good omen.
Sure.
So maybe it isn't the sun then, because that feels like maybe it doesn't feel like a good omen, but
We like the sun
It-
god.
we do like the we like the sun
We
god.
like
Yeah.
the sun god.
I don't know if they like the sun god.
Because it feels like they would be like, look, it's a sign that our kingdom is thriving. The mist is fading back, and then we can see the sun again. That's good, or something, right?
Mm.
But maybe that's not what they do.
Well, maybe they can see the sun again, but it's the presentation of it that is like your first impulse would be to say, oh, the sun, isn't this good? No one's seen the sun in forever. But there's something else about how it's happening that is like, we don't really know how to feel about this.
Is that ominous enough?
Mm.
Astronauts show up and we don't know where they're from. Although that happens regularly. That's how rogue astronauts work. Although they
Yeah.
wouldn't really come to this town, would they? And I don't think that the Polish creatures would be super happy if a team of astronauts showed up and said, we're not telling you where we're from.
Non-astronauts show up. What are some
Ooh.
other?
people who have like astronauts who have left the city, people keep seeing someone who looks like people who have supposedly left like throughout the city.
Whoa. There's like
Interesting.
So
an
like
echo.
astronaut Tom left a week ago, but I swear to God, I saw Tom at the coffee shop yesterday.
That's scary.
Yeah.
That is really scary.
Hearing telephone people hearing voices that they don't know.
Oh,
Or speaking
telephone
words
people.
that they can't. No one knows who's calling.
Yeah, getting
Mhm.
calls in from the telephone
Oh.
people.
Yes, yes.
And they're saying shit that you're like, what? And it's just like, yeah, sometimes it's just the connection gets weird. And they say, you know, they say 1 year hence. And it's they just say that sometimes.
Hence? What's hence?
What's hence?
What's hence?
And then someone on the other side of the town is saying, actually 1 year hence the great king will come.
That's right. They're ignoring it. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I really like, something else is possessing the telephone people, but they're just saying weird issue with the magic communications.
So, yeah, this
Or
one's
it's a sign that the king is, like you said, yeah.
something else is possessing the telephone people. Telephone people is in inverted commas. Yeah. And I think that sometimes they say, like, you know, where lies the slumbering? You know, classic Annihilation crawler writing stuff. But sometimes they just like recite lists of birds or make animal cries or, you know, or just you know, nonsense like echolalia or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like they're radioing in a proper thing, but you know, like none of the facts make sense.
Yeah.
No one was in that area. There isn't a town called that.
God, that's so scary.
That's 2 answers, right, so far?
Yeah.
So 4 more
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's me.
It is you.
All right. 3 of diamonds. That's a exploratory table.
Oh, it is, because we already had a diamond before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So this is 3 vignettes.
Yeah.
We see a healer tend to a sick member of the community. What are they sick with, and what has the healer told them to avoid to get better? Well, I had a gut instinct, and we can at least start there. But you know, oh, what happens when you drink the vernal water? Not like drown in it like the ghoulish.
It depends, I think, is what we've said, right? It
Okay.
depends on a sort of spellcraft that you have constructed around you.
Because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes that's how you become a telephone person.
Right.
And we've gestured at,
sometimes
you can
become
also, it can give you other powers if you have different training or if there's other sorts of components or something involved in what you're drinking.
My gut instinct was like something going wrong with like someone going halfway with becoming a telephone person or halfway to becoming poolish and like making you sick with magic.
Huh.
Can I just pause for a second? Because I want to read what it says for vignettes, which we didn't read out loud.
Okay,
Because I want to make sure that we don't fall into the trap of making what we're about to say too important. Not that it can't be, but fill your world with everyday moments. Create a snapshot of life, mundanity in all its beauty, and the faces of everyday people. Get a deeper understanding of the small things, how your grand world building trickles down to moments rarely seen and day-to-day life in your world. So I want to make sure that we're not like rushing to,
Right.
what's it look like when someone gets hurt and then someone uses magic to heal them? But it doesn't even say magic. It doesn't even say magic. It says when
No.
a healer. It says we see a healer.
It
tend
is
to a
one of
sick
the
member
only
the
kinds of
community.
magic we specifically have talked about
Well,
existing.
we did. You're right, 100%. But I just want to make sure that we don't lose the vignette in search
Sure.
of the event. You know,
Uh-huh.
mostly because I'm curious. One of the reasons we took vignettes is we were curious about what everyday life in this world looks like.
I guess then the two options are that we switch to a lower impact scene in order to highlight the snapshot of mundanity in all its beauty, or that people getting sick with magic is a snapshot of life and
right,
mundanity.
has become
People get sick all the time from magic. It's
Totally.
one of the things that happens in a place like this, and it's why so much of the society revolves around astronauts and talking about what astronauts can
Totally.
and can't do, and why they have a sort of outsized sort of impact on what the society is doing and what they're interested in. Because it's a way that people get sick. People even outside of the astronauts can get sick for magic.
Yeah.
So those are I think the two avenues that I see.
Yeah.
And I don't want to choose. I want to not choose.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to choose it.
You don't lean one way or the other. It sounded like you leaned towards
No.
the magic, towards like something weird is happening with either with Polish creatures or with astronauts or with someone's waking up with elements of that stuff, even though it's not what they normally are. Or you said your first pitch was like something goes wrong halfway through the process or something.
Yeah, I think that maybe what that I do think that the story deserves to have like the weight that's put on this particular piece of society that we've put by being very interested in it and fleshing it out a lot, that like people trying to just like live in the city have to deal with magic in their own way. If when we talked about the scarcity of the magic, the encroaching of the mist, the laws around astronauts and stuff, and it's like, how does this stuff affect regular people? Is it that they just live their lives and they're in a normal city, or is magic a big positive or negative part of their day?
I wonder if... I mean, I was thinking of something really simple, right? Which is, it's like, what if someone got caught in the mist and traveled back in such a way that they were wounded but not killed? Like almost like they got like a rug burn, or a frostbite or something from having to turn back to catch something or to get through a gate or something, and they didn't push hard enough against the mist that they were shredded, but that process began, right? Something really prosaic of like, we talk about the astronauts not going back in the mist, otherwise they'll die, and it's like they're trained obviously not to do that, but it's like, what if a child runs, I don't know why somebody would be out there. I'm trying to find something really simple and, like personal.
Yeah. We can go the other way too, which is that someone got caught in it closing in on them during one of these moments where it's closed closer.
Yeah, a gust that blows the mist close to the edge of the city.
Oh yeah, windstorms that sometimes bring it into town and everyone has to like bundle up and get inside.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
You don't want to breathe it in. You don't want to get caught in it. But
Be
you can
specific
get
about
caught
their
in it.
motions.
Wow. I know we're
It's
trying to get away
like,
from oil, but I know we're doing air quality index now.
in Pokemon ZA, the way that they have Pokemon centers along the spokes on the outside of the wheel of the city, which is just a feature of that city, but in a place where that's where you get burned from the mist during a windy day. That's where you put your doctors, is on the edges.
Yeah. Yeah. I would.
Doctors all bundled up so that they can go out in the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like and this is like abrasions or something. It's like
Yeah, and I guess that you don't have to do anything special. You just clean it and bandage it.
salve or something.
Yeah, and you tell them to go inside, go in the basement, don't get hit again today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I bet in the same way that when you like smash a joint or something on like a table and you have that rush of nausea, I bet there is like a fever or something that's
Yeah.
associated
yeah.
with the thing. But at the same time, it's like a physical injury rather than like a magical injury and your soul has come loose or something.
Burn your hand on a pot and you're like not sure yet if it's going to be bad or not. Like know it's not super serious, but you're like, in an hour, this is going to be nothing, or my hand is going to sting like all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm going to put this down as a person got caught in a gust of mist wind and suffered abrasions all over their body. They are being bandaged and salved by a doctor.
Great.
Now it's you, I think.
That was
Also-
Keith.
Yeah.
That was
That's Keith. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ace of Diamonds. Face
Ooh, a
card.
face card. Let's go up here and see.
Diamonds. The legend's influence, the legend of the Everywhere Night, influence. The legend's influence. Oh, I thought it was going to be a sentence. It wasn't. How do the people tell the legend's story to others? That's fun. Plays?
I was going to say,
lot
is
of
it
plays?
like Mama's Plays?
Ooh.
Mummers plays, puppet shows,
Parade
parades.
of the snake, or how big can we get the snake around?
Well, I think
the
this-
city?
Snake. The worm?
You mean
I
the
mean
worm?
the worm.
Worm.
Oh, right. We're sorry. Wait, which legend is this? This is the city's legend.
Questions that focus
Ooh.
on
Worm.
the legend. I think it's the worm. Wow, yeah.
You don't think it's the local legend? Because this is the city
Oh, that's
section?
the one. That's the hero.
Oh, that's the hero because I chose because we roll
A
hero.
local
Oh, a
legend.
local legend, a hero.
Mm.
What's
Yeah,
the,
I
the
guess,
legend's
yeah.
influence? Questions that focus on the legend. No, but it's
I
capital
think you're
L
right, 'cause
legend.
it's the city's legend. Yeah.
Now I'm flopped and going, wait a second.
Yeah, no, I think it's capital L legend, like the legend.
The OG
section.
legend. A legend.
Oh,
But up there
Worm
it's not
Party.
capitalized. What was that?
All caps.
I was just thinking if we were telling the story of the worm, that's probably a good party, like a good parade.
Did you say worm party?
Worm party.
Oh,
Worm
yeah,
party.
worm party. I see. Questions that focus on the legend and how people view them. Them person. The legend.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. It's a shame that the Everywhere Night is very clearly not of the same
Well,
era as the.
I just to complicate it though, in the examples of the legend, they are all personified in some way: an unbeatable monarch, a band of rebels, a contemplative scholar, a wandering creature. We picked the least them of those four wandering
Oh,
creature.
did we? I didn't
Yeah.
realize that. I see a legend is told of. I see. Interesting. This legend's influence
Dealer's
echoes across
choice.
every corner. Yeah, so maybe it's either. Maybe it's
Maybe
it's
it's either.
become both in a really weird way.
Mhm.
Which, like, it can't be both. We know and have said that they don't live at the same time. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, the Everywhere Night is from the era of the astronaut.
Yeah,
Why
whereas the
can he
worm
be everywhere? It's because he's a 1,000-mile long worm.
No, which is that like it's like, you know, there is the one festival where it's like the day the everywhere night met the worm. I guess the worm legend isn't that the worm is dead necessarily. It's just that it's deep underground, right? So
or out there going forwards.
out there. I think regardless, we kind of have our answer, and we don't have to this doesn't have to be a big one. How do the people tell the legend story to each other? It's a lot of performance. It's puppet shows. It's theater. It's parade. It's public performance, right?
The people of the city tell the story of the legend through widespread public
Mm-hmm.
performance. Great.
And I would say the story of the everywhere night, because that I think is the.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that they're doing that for the worm.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that the worm is getting plays.
Aw.
I mean, it's in the Everywhere Night play about when the Everywhere Night met, but I do think that that's like distinct.
Vid says that he meant local legend.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's me. Hang on, wait. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. This will be the 5th. Yeah. And I have drawn the 5 of diamonds. Oh, it's on the table again.
Ooh.
5 vignettes. We see musicians performing a well-practiced song. What are the instruments and what is the song about? I mean, I think the instruments are wind instruments. They are flutes and whistles and recorders. They are things that can catch the wind. And I think that there are sort of huge wind catchers, right? Like up on the walls of the town and up on the tall buildings that can create these sounds, blow through and produce these tones when their like stoppers are opened up. That singers who are also on the roofs and musicians that are also on the roofs use as like the drone tones. There was that co-op. There's a British grocery store called a co-op. There was a co-op that all its refrigerator units made this beautiful ambient tone that like fell into harmony, and it went viral because everyone was like, the sound of these refrigerators is extremely beautiful. And I think there's that through the wind blowing high above the city. And I think the song they sing is about the worm, right? I think worm music is long and is ambient and is very sort of tonal. I think it's a simple song. I think it's about the founding myth, right, of the worm chewing through the aquifer and opening up the vernal pools.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm going to write here, roof-mounted wind instruments sing, play,
Worm song.
and musicians sing a song about the worm. Because you could categorize, I was thinking about like doing, this is a song about all the various different towns that kind of came together to form this place. But I think that's a bit neat and also is a little close to. There are ways in which this town is like the other towns, and one of those ways is the shared history with the worm, right?
Yeah,
and in that way, it comes in line with the other towns. And now it's Dre for our final city card.
Jack of Diamonds.
Ooh,
Diamond
exciting.
face.
Diamond face. So is that another? We already did a diamond face.
We
right?
did. We just did.
Wow. Okay.
So we're back to vignette. Jack
Ooh, I
vignette.
like this one. We
Hell
see
yeah.
laborers on a lunch break. What are they working on, and what treat is being shared around?
We all love
Oh,
treats.
we do. How do we think this is a city that is very tall?
We know bits of it are because they have the things on the roofs that make the music.
I would
Mm.
advocate for tall because if you have a decreasing diameter because of the mist encroaching, and you know that you can
yeah.
that
Build up.
birds can exist above the wind, you'd build up naturally.
Yeah. Yeah, that
You'd
makes
build
sense
up
to me.
naturally.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I
So I
think even like
do-
a very small city that also has multiple layers.
Mm-hmm.
There's no sun to block, so who cares?
Well, there's light to
It's
block.
true. Yeah, you can make light.
Yeah, you can make light.
I've totally started thinking about the treat being shared and forgot that we still have to determine what they're working on.
Well, we kind of
I
did
can go in
determine
any
what they're
order,
working
yeah.
on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean
You
they're
know.
they're working on some sort of building.
Yeah, like maybe with the increase in or like the tightening of the mist,
Building up.
they're like, we got to start building up the middle. You know?
Yeah. What if it's like a house expansion, but they're just going up instead of
Yeah.
like being like, yeah, we put a new bedroom on the back of the house. It's we put a bedroom on top of the house.
Yeah.
Put a new floor on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We turned the ceiling into a new floor. Okay. Now the important part of the question: what treat is being shared around?
Great question. Important,
Hmm.
shareable treat.
Yeah.
Sweet
kind
or
of
salty?
Food do you think they eat? Because if they don't get a lot of sunlight, it's gonna be hard to grow
That's
plants.
part of what the magic is for. Remember the
Yeah.
lenses that let
Oh,
them,
that's right.
and they can pray over the. My brain is like gummy candy.
Tell me more. I like it.
Caramel or a caramel or something, or like a
No, I like gummy. I like gummy.
What
Well, gummy, closest gummy. I mean, the epitome gummy is the gummy worm.
that feels disrespectful.
I'm saying I see
I
how
don't
you
know,
got
Jack.
the gummy.
You ever seen a king cake? It's just got a little baby
That's
Jesus in the
true.
middle of it. So
That's
That is
true.
That
now,
is true.
importantly, you are not supposed to eat the little baby Jesus in the cake. But
Okay, but
you
it's a
know.
They
good
don't
sign.
worship the worm.
No,
Some
but
do.
the worm
They
is
venerate the worm.
They venerate the worm. Some people venerate the norm is to venerate the worm, and then
You
there are
heard it here
alternate
first.
perspectives.
The
Yeah.
norm is to venerate the
But
worm.
what if there is like a big? What if there's like a? What if there's a king cake thing? Because like part of the king cake is, oh look, I got the piece of the king cake with Jesus in it, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
What if there's like a? Ooh, I got the thing that has the gummy worm in it.
Sure.
But I don't know what it
Oh.
like a fortune cookie, but inside the cookie is like
It's
gummy
a
candy.
gummy.
Oh,
You get some
yeah.
kind of gummy, and if you get the gummy worm, it's lucky
It's lucky.
Sure. Gotcha
Yeah.
snacks.
or unlucky, depending on your.
Yeah, that's right. Damn it, I got the gummy worm.
I got the gummy worm. The worm.
Mm.
The worm fucked us all.
And then everyone's like, "Oh, that person is from Tomorrow's Rhyme."
That's right.
Yeah, but okay. I think this is great. I want to know what the gummy is in, and I want to know why it is widespread enough that a group of people like laboring on a house would have that as a snack, right? Or a treat.
Mm.
It's like it's got to be something
it's-
that you bring in your lunchbox to work, or it's
Yeah.
sold.
Sorry,
it's
Jack. What was the
widespread.
question?
Like, what is the gummy in? What is the outside of the fortune cookie?
Have you you know, at a baseball game, you get the sundae in the little mini helmet.
Yes.
Mhm.
In those sundaes, there's sometimes like cake and ice cream and gummy worms. I swear this
Sure.
is true.
No, yes, you're correct. Keep going.
So I'm thinking like there's like a cream cake, like a cupcake that inside the cupcake is a gummy which I had to say the baseball Sunday to ground it in that is a combination that is real in the world and not a weird thing.
And that cupcake is in my lunch.
Yeah, you get a cupcake, you unwrap it, you take a bite out of it, it reveals the center cavity in which is a gummy.
And the gummy might be the worm.
Oh, okay. So there's always a gummy.
Yeah.
It just may or may
That's
not
what I
be
was
a worm.
saying.
Yeah. There's always a gummy, but it might be the worm.
Okay, this does sound like a treat. I would enjoy this.
It's passed the test.
You should go try dirt
sounds
cake
like a
sometime,
treat.
Jack.
Laborers building a new story
I forgot about dirt cake.
on a building.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
No, totally. I just forgot that that's what it was. Like that it was called that sometimes it wouldn't come in a little baseball helmet.
Okay. Laborers building a new story on a building. Eat treats that are cupcakes that could contain a gummy worm. Let's just scroll up a little and compare that to the central city wields brutal magic by drowning people in their vernal pool to turn them into poolish creatures who can only breathe mist but can move in any direction in it. Good game.
You got to find joy in the day-to-day, you know?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Were you gonna not have a little cake with gummy worms in it?
You could get drowned and turned into a poolish creature. You got to eat that cake while it's there.
Okay. So now we move on to our final section, or our penultimate. There's a little tiny outro.
Yeah.
A journey in the land. With a clear shape of your world, zoom in further to look at a group traveling. This table...
We really built ourselves into a really fun place here.
I know. It's really good. This table brings you down to the ground of the world. Take a moment to see what you've created from the perspective of the people. Who are they? What are they doing? What stories do they tell? We find that one of Vid's prompts is like, someone turns 180 degrees and walks 3 miles. What do they find?
Well, then we would know that they were a Polish creature, so we would still be
we'd
able
say,
to...
right, yes, we'd say, or dead.
Or dead. They find death. Keith, I think, right?
Keith, yeah.
I will draw a card. That is a 4 of diamonds.
Okay.
When traveling with a nomads.
Yep.
Migration, wayfarers, family.
So this is people who have paid for passage, right? Safe passage. They're being escorted.
By astronauts?
Well, here's the thing.
It would have to be astronauts or the poolish creatures, and I don't think it would be them.
It wouldn't have to be astronauts. It would just be so dangerous. Nothing we have said so far about astronauts gives them... You could do it. You can walk out into the mist.
I guess you're right. I've been saying astronaut lowercase a. Everyone who does this is an astronaut.
Oh yes, you're right.
But you're saying like, yeah, you're right, because I've been talking
paid
about
for passage. Who would you pay if not an escort? So I was thinking of
you might not be able to pay
escorts.
Jack is suggesting that anybody could leave town at any time, which is true.
Yeah,
so dangerous.
It's just that the group that we've been talking about and calling the astronauts are people who we've been imagining are trained and equipped and are like
regulated.
Regulated. They're regulated. Right, Polish creatures allow for them when they've been when that has been approved.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you don't need a stalker to go into the zone, or rather, to put it another way, if you enter the zone, you are a stalker. Although, the professor
maybe not for long.
The professor hires a stalker because he knows that he would not survive if he went into the zone.
Not everyone who goes into the dungeon is an adventurer.
Right, yes. So I want to make sure that we leave ourselves open to the option of like, we haven't said anything about the capital A astronauts that means that they are the only people who can enter the mist.
No, but what we have said, there are some things that are interesting here, right? Because like nomads live... People who are nomads in way of life live in transit, or not in transit, but they move. Sometimes they move according to things like seasons because they have flocks of animals that need to move to different territory to have access to feed. Sometimes they move for religious reasons or for familial reasons. You move towards a center of population for important festivals or important parts of the year politically, and then you go back out to the periphery for your day-to-day life. Like, there's all sorts of reasons to do it, but often it means moving out and in again.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You could still have nomads here. They just would be unidirectional. Unless they found a vernal pool. But
then they'd only be able to go back home with it.
Yeah, maybe if they go into a vernal pool, if they have been nomads generationally, what happens if you go into a vernal pool?
What we've gestured at is you attune yourself to a home pool in some way. You're washed, you're baptized, whatever, in a home pool, and you go back there. I mean, we can open the world, the option up here to, like, there are people who don't live in, besides the poolish creatures, there are people who can live out there.
Yeah, it's just
aren't
hard.
tied to a pool.
But
it's just hard. And what happens if you've never been attuned to a pool?
This is what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think this is what Jack was saying. Yeah.
This is.
But does that mean you can go forward and backwards?
Well, that would give a lot of credit to Tomorrow's Rhyme, I think.
No, you can't, because the not going backwards is not a property of the pool, it's a property of the mist.
But it is a property of the pool, because the pool is what determines what home is.
Well, I think the direction that you go in is determined by
what if you were born in the mist
from.
What
so
if
the
you were born in
question
the
is,
mist?
if you're born in the mist, where is from? And I think that there's the two avenues are, well, if you're an intergenerational mist family where there's no home pool, then maybe there's no way to be going from somewhere and no way to get locked in a direction. Or the cruel thing is, you're stuck in the direction you start crawling in when you're a baby.
That's
and that's
also
the
what I
direction.
wondered. I wondered if it was something as mundane as that.
And maybe the way around this would be to say,
I mean, a baby's not actually going to get a mile out.
They're seafaring because it's easier to predict where the mist is going to be, so that you could go somewhere, port there if you need to, find a pool if you need to, go back on the water where there's no...
You cut yourself off so quick.
It's so hard to be out there. I mean, we know this, but...
Right, we've spent the last 5 hours being like...
You can't do this one thing.
You can't go backwards. And more importantly, you can't do this thing, and it's really hard not to do that thing.
That's why where the juice is.
That's where the juice is. So that's where I'm like, is there a smaller group of people who can... We have one small group of people who can do this. They're poolish creatures. They can move backwards and forwards. They're awful. They live out in the mist. That's not good.
Are they the only nomads?
No, and that's what I'm saying is I like the idea of there being another group of people who are not astronauts who, I really like the thing at the beginning of Destiny 2 where you lose your powers and you learn that, like, yeah, of course there are people who aren't fucking guardians who live out here and who have to, like, fight the Vex sometimes. And we don't have your powers, but we make do and we die is what happens. We don't get to come back to life, and then that part of the game ends before you do anything with it, unfortunately. But I do like the idea of there being a small amount of people who are like, what we're trading is living in tall buildings. We are trading away the weekly festival song of the worm or whatever. We're having a really hard life out here. We never get to go into the towns, but we can go wherever we want.
Never get to?
We never go in. They can never come under the sway of a pool or whatever, right?
Right. But
I
they
don't mind
can,
there being...
like the poolish creatures, they can move whichever way. But
that's
they're not poolish creatures, and it's because of, at some point, there were people who were able to be born in the mist, and they were able to stay in the mist without
I think it's just really hard to survive out there, even if you can walk
Even
backwards.
going whatever direction.
Yeah, because like you can't farm in the mist. You can't settle. Maybe you can, but it's,
There are
it
creatures
seems
out
really
there.
hard. There's creatures out there besides the Polish creatures.
Everyone
Yeah.
resents you as well, like culturally.
Right, because you're like, I'm not going to be part of your. I'm not. That's not how we live.
Well,
we
and
don't
also
live
because
like
you
that.
possess something they want so badly, and at least
Mm.
perceptually, you're not a Polish creature. Let's say I want so badly to be able to turn back and walk in the mist, but I look at a Polish creature and I'm like, they can do it, but look at the trade-off,
Right.
But I look at a nomad and they look like me,
Yeah.
They have a kid. And
Okay,
they can just move freely.
Right.
And we know it's so hard.
It's so hard. It's so hard. A complete different alternative idea, because I'm happy to throw anything out, is maybe when traveling with a blank here and it hits nomads, maybe there are towns that have been swallowed by the mist, and there are people leaving those towns, refugees leaving those towns and moving to the cities that haven't been swallowed yet.
I like both of these. Is it structurally more interesting to have only one entity that can move in any direction in the mist, or is it structurally more interesting to have two different ones?
Those people wouldn't
No.
be able to move.
I'm thinking about the nomads
Yeah.
who can move freely.
It's funny because if I was building a setting to use again, I would insist that we also have
Oh yeah.
Polish creatures that can move backwards and forwards, but this is the game designer in me and the
But it's something
the GM in me being like, if we're supposed to tell 100 hours or 500 hours of story in this setting, sometimes I'm going to need you to run into somebody who isn't an astronaut or a Polish creature out there. This is a stalker, right? It's like sometimes you have to meet scientist Dave.
all right, we're
but,
talking about GSC Stalker now.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. Though also sometimes if you're playing the open world game, I want you to run into people who know this place who are not just other astronauts,
I think that we take nomad literally, and they are, because of their intergenerational nomadic lifestyle, they can move backwards and forwards.
But they were born
like
out
a Polish
there.
creature. But they're born out there.
Oh.
They're not transformed. They're just people.
And sometimes they go, I want to move into a town. I want to
Yeah.
attune myself to a pool. I'm done with this.
Yeah,
And that's
I
like a
think this is
whole
good.
Can
thing.
you cross into a town without attuning, like for
You
a
should
day?
be able to,
For
right?
Yeah, I think so. Right? Yeah,
go
maybe.
to a town, buy supplies, head
Right.
back out.
Right.
But I think they're
But
shunned, or not all of them, but I think like in general there is a kind of a wall that
Mistrust.
has come up, yeah, and a resentment.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I'm happy with this. Let me make a journey. Card.
Not only am I satisfied, but also it's 7:30.
It is.
Copy, paste. I'm putting it up here next to our mist diagrams. The journey. A group of nomads.
I didn't even get to draw my diagram of how I think astronauts walk.
Whoa. Very bouncy because of the low gravity on the moon.
I was no, you know that's not.
Nomads who can move freely in the mist, living a hard life by not attuning to a pool. There's texture here, I think, which is good. City. All right. Who drew last? Who drew the nomads?
Keith.
I did the nomads. That was me.
Yeah. All right. So I'm up for Doring. So we're traveling again. We are zooming in on a group that's traveling. Group of nomads is traveling. Doring, the 8 of Hearts, a holiday, a celebrated or observed national or religious. Sorry, celebrated or observed national or religious as examples or as relevant terms. So some sort of nomad holiday.
Yeah. Interesting. And it's traveling during, not traveling to.
That's right. Worm holiday? Do they
I
have?
was thinking worm
how does this
holiday.
nomad culture feel about the worm? I mean, they're behaving wormishly.
Yes.
Positive.
Yes.
The worm moves out here. The worm keeps moving.
Yes. Are they following a path of the worm? No, that could be what one nomad culture does all the time. What if they're at a place where they believe the worm did something? What if the
They're,
holiday is
at
now
the
because we've...
aquifer point? They're at the point where it dug deep. They're at like a big crater in the ground, or like a deep tunnel system or something.
Yeah, what if
A mouth
it's a
of a
spiraling
cave.
tunnel?
Yeah.
And walking the spiral is special because you're going underground, which gets you out of the mist, which, is obviously nice for them, even though it's not.
God, yeah.
But also there's something magical. There's something that only they can do about that. Well, I suppose underground, anybody could do it.
That's what I was going to Yeah, we got there. Can astronauts go backwards underground?
We have, over the course of this recording, we have had two answers to this in two different scenes. In one, birds and digging creatures are exempt from the mist. That's how the worm moves, and that's how birds fly. In another scene, we had some astronauts who were stuck in a canyon and went down a cave hoping to find a way out of the canyon and found that it doubled back.
But I mean, that can still hurt them. Because if it doubles back and spits them out
it
backwards.
Could. Yeah, you're right. Yes.
But you're right that they could go in this version. What we're saying is they could go underground backwards 10 miles and then pop back out.
And then go forward.
And go forward again and try to find a different path forward. I think I've talked myself into liking that, actually. Yes,
this does produce a question that I don't like to think about, which is why haven't the cities done tunnel projects? Is it because they're very far apart and it's really hard?
Horrible terrain.
Horrible terrain?
Like sandy, like you can't dig a tunnel. It's like sand and loam and like
mostly sand and loam. Caves and tunnels are rare. You're right, Keith. This is exactly how they would move.
Yeah, I got another answer that I think doesn't erase the first one, which is Shifra River Valley from Elden Ring. It's weird down there, man.
You got to be real careful. Yeah,
you got to be careful down there. There's weird shit down there.
Though there's a antler people, if I remember right.
Oh yeah.
They'll mess you up. Yeah, all right. They're down in what the legend says is the circuitous path that the worm took to bite the aquifer. This is a holiday.
The festival of the worm bite. The the holy day of, I don't know.
It's dark down here. They got lanterns.
Yeah.
They got a cool caravan, oxen.
Yeah, how big is this group that's traveling?
It's probably safer to move in a fairly large group, right?
That makes sense, yeah.
Like astronaut
multi-family units.
Like 4 astronauts or something.
Yeah.
But
because you need to have a tank, a healer.
God, I had a thought early that terrified me that never came up that I do just want to say, which is that, like, you better fucking hope you've got enough vernal liquid for your telephone person astronaut to make it to the town. Because if they have to take a shot to make the connection, they're presumably traveling with what they believe is enough stock. But if they get waylaid or something, you might just get cut off from town.
Well, this is where you hope to find the bodies of other astronauts
and take
that
their...
you can loot there. Yeah, you bend down and do the marathon loot. This
is how you know the world we've made is so bleak and difficult, because the actual thing you would hope to find would be a vernal pool.
That's true. You're right.
But we're like, no, the bodies, the dead bodies.
That's right.
Okay, I am...
Or another town, or any other,
Yes, yeah. Okay, Queen of Hearts. Let's see here.
There's a story is being told about? Yeah.
Is being told about protection to comfort, subdue, or bolster.
Subdue is a fun one to sneak in there.
I know, it's a little insidious one there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As the caravan is going down the spiral, the concentric spiral of this worm tunnel, they are telling a secondary story that happened like 1,000 years, apart from the aquifer being bitten, right? But the thing that has drawn these two stories together is the shape of the circle, the round, if you will.
The round. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because this is a story about a time that the nomads were set upon in the mist by mist creatures. Not really, this is, way predates Poolish creatures. And the worm arrived and made a circle around them. Like wound its body around the nomad camp to keep them safe, to, keep out the mysterious mist creatures. And this is really interesting because the worm. No, wait, the worm can't do that. The worm can't turn back on itself like that. The worm has to dig to turn back.
Underground
on
it can.
Underground it can.
Oh, the worm. You're saying the worm? Yeah, the worm can't turn in the mist either. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. So this story doesn't work.
Right.
Okay.
Well, what we could say that it goes underground, continues the loop, comes back up, goes down underground.
Oh,
and
well.
and then it weaves itself into this pile and then it shakes the dirt off, and it all the loop rises up from the dirt.
That's fun
to reveal that it is around them.
I do want to say, if the astronauts have a little bit of wiggle room, does the worm not have a little bit of wiggle room?
The worm does have a little bit of wiggle room, but the worm is cursed. And I was going to say,
oh right, the worm is cursed.
While the worm does have wiggle room, the worm is also like 2,500 miles long, so its wiggle room is like, it's not 2,500 miles long. It's like 45 miles long.
It's really big. I mean, then it can protect you very easily simply by turning a little bit forward.
Yes, but the power is in the shape of the circle.
I see what you're saying.
Which is a very...
It can't be a train that cuts the bad guys off from you in the way that like a movie has, where like you're doing an escape and then like the train comes and separates the cops from you so you can get away.
I hate
and they like throw their hats on the ground and stomp on it and go, damn it, they got away again.
And they get into their little open-topped car and they go poop poop on the horn.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlie Chaplin.
That can't happen here is what you're saying. It needs to be a circle.
I think the circle is a powerful shape.
Yeah, it is.
Because it requires, or at least it without great effort, it requires you to double back on yourself. And the worm, like Keith said, can make it by going underground. But
this also does say or suggest to me that the nomads believe the worm is alive fully.
Oh, yeah.
In the era of the mist. There is no question to them about that because this legend takes place.
About,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Era of the Mist, another great unreleased Jethro Tull album.
And we say great, but we have complex feelings about great here with Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull rules. You don't get the Realis theme without Jethro Tull. Shout out to Jethro Tull. Also, feel differently about COVID, you old man.
Yeah.
Look, he's the whistler.
He is the whistler, standing on one leg. Okay, the nomads tell a story about the worm forming a complex circle to protect them from mist. That's a comma, creatures. Okay. The circle is not complex. The circle is simple. The way the worm makes the circle is complex. All right. Who wants to read the final section? Point of view.
To bring the game to a close, each of you makes a character on this journey, listening to or telling this story. Consider being a member of the main group, a guest or stowaway, a child or an elder, someone who hitched a ride to or from the city. Think about every aspect of your world. Draw on the elements that most excited you, something that was deeply fleshed out or something that was only briefly touched on. Look at the various factions, professions, and cultures that exist in your world. Grab that thing that someone else created that inspired you, that you could rant about for hours, or that you'd love to embody as a person. Once you found it, create the point of view in which you'd want to see it explored. Anyone can begin describing their character to the group, jump around until everyone has introduced their character. Treat this moment as if it were the prologue to a story you will tell elsewhere, describing your character in as much detail as you'd like and reveling in the secrets, relationships, and character arcs you'd want them to experience.
God, it is so cool that we are ending on people who can move freely in this world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Though I think my character is someone who can't.
Mm.
I think that there is a who's the Chalice Knight?
That rings a bell.
Who's the one who's the Grail Knight, not the Chalice Knight. The guardian of the Holy Grail at the end of
The Holy Grail.
the Holy Grail, the end of
Percival.
the Last Crusade. The Last Crusade. At the end of the Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade, there's this there's the knight who's guarding the Holy Grail, right? And I kind of like the idea of an astronaut who at some point fell in with the nomads, found out about this place, claims to have seen the worm, and maybe secretly, personally, just loves the freedom to move back and forth, and gave themselves to this place as a guardian of the place that awaits the arrival every year of the pilgrims for Worm Day, for Worm Bite Day, but can't leave here and walk home, and doesn't want to go find a well.
Oh, that's great.
Or not a well, a pool, a vernal pool.
That kind of a gate guard or kind of a psychopomp.
Right, but only for the it's actually kind of it's not a cushy life,
The mist is very dangerous.
Well, and I think that the places we've taught the city would love to plunder this place or explore it. Thinks, well, what if this is where the aquifer got bit, maybe there's more vernal water there.
Yeah. Which we know that it's unlikely because it all flowed out through the worm.
Right, exactly.
And into the world.
Exactly.
Does this knight follow the nomads down through the spiral? Or does
I think only
they stay at the door?
I don't know. It really depends on what else is here. Because if there's a group of people here that they could be, if they have been adopted into the nomadic culture, then yes. But maybe that's not fully, maybe they're working on that, Maybe they are learning these ways still. They will never go out with the nomads, or it will be, it's very dangerous for them to go out with the nomads, because the nomads don't follow the same rules about travel that they would have to.
Yeah.
And the only way that what they would have to do is use one of the pools to go back to a home they don't want to go back to.
Yeah. Better to maybe stay at the door.
But maybe within time, with time and years, they eventually they do the whole thing. They feel like they're a part of this group enough that they are allowed, Not allowed. Not someone said it's okay, you can come now necessarily. There may be that too. But even just of course they're going to go down and sing the Worm Bite Day song or whatever.
My character is a mom who is braiding her kid's hair sitting on the back of an ox cart. They have a light lantern. I think it's just a flame lantern, right? I don't think it's a magical lantern. That's on suspended on a stick and is bobbing with the movement of the ox cart. And the mom is kind of slightly impatiently, turning the kid's head so that she can see the light, see the braids in the light better. And I think that this might be the first time that the kid has made this pilgrimage down here, and probably the mom when she was younger had imagined that in the descent she was going to be telling the kid the story of the worm going down and biting the aquifer, but the journey is really long and she completed the story in the first turn or whatever, and the kid wasn't super interested. So instead she's saying, just move your head like this, and the kid is talking about something that they saw on the surface as they go down in to celebrate where the worm bit the aquifer.
Love it.
This is to go back to the original story, this is like a nomad tradition, is to come to this place.
Yeah.
I think everyone knows that this place kind of exists. It's like
Right.
very culturally important.
It'd be much
but-
harder for anyone else to get there, to organize their way
Yeah.
here. It
Yeah.
would be
Yeah.
a much more difficult journey than if you can just walk to it.
Well, and it sounds like maybe people who are not part of the nomad culture don't know where it is, or some may not even believe it's real.
Then maybe my character is an astronaut who's met a crew of on an illegitimate run, and so is sort of not beholden to anyone, and meets a crew of nomads, which happens. You are wandering through the mist and you find a camp, and it's nomads, and they're basically friendly, and every once in a while you end up sort of taking a rest for an afternoon wherever they're staying, or overnight, or whatever. It's probably better than whatever astronauts are usually doing overnight, because they're just a small crew. They don't have like a society that they're carrying around with them. Talking about, and the nomads are talking about, snake bite day, and he's like, snake, come on, what are you talking about? Yeah, the snake, sure. And gets sort of roped into like, hey, it's tomorrow, it's this way, it's not very far, it's the direction you're already going, just come down, take a look.
You can double back on yourself in the cave. It'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. I bet every few years there's like, one or a small group of people that aren't nomads that are like, that find their way somehow with a group of nomads to the place.
Yeah. And when they come to leave the place, that's of course when they either have to part ways, or depending on the original sort of like direction of the
Yeah.
astronaut.
I have two very different broad ideas. The first is either a current or former like telephone person that has been sent to find the nomads for some reason, or a person who is like an evangelist for this omen about like the king that's supposed to be coming. And is like just wandering the
nomads
world.
on the king.
Well, and maybe it's just like I gotta go find this king, and who knows where they are, or I have to go find like omens for this king or something.
I like that a lot. There's something about
An emissary who's like collecting stuff that he can say is an omen.
That's fun, yeah.
Or again, might legitimately be an omen. We did find that thing that said there was going to be a king.
Yeah, this person believes it. They are not doing a grift. They are doing this very earnestly.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
I will flag that and not flag because we're not playing this game, right? But I do think that I think mostly what it is it reflects that we spent 4 hours building a different group and then being like, there are some nomads here too.
Yeah.
I think Jack, you're the only one who built a nomad, or who's not built, but who's like, and I'm a part of this caravan.
I've started to add.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Ready to go. I'm not.
Yeah, it's
flagging
true. I
that,
mean, we're just under 6 hours right now, and for 5 hours and 20 minutes of it, there were no nomads.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. So I think it's probably natural that we were all like, "Ooh, we're interested in these other places we've spent the last 5 hours building."
It would be weird if there was not an astronaut. Like that would be, right. I think, what would be really weird if in the final thing we didn't talk about astronauts at all.
Yeah, the word that we've said more maybe in the last 5 hours than in the history of Friends at the Table. Almost certainly, right?
Oh yeah. I think that there's weeks at NASA where they don't say astronaut this many times.
Excellent. Have you got to be excellent
according
such
to
at the table? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You go ahead.
It according to Search of the Table, it has been said 26 times across 20 episodes. We are going to double, at least.
We're quadruple. I think that we've at least said astronaut 100 times.
The first time
least.
we said
100?
astronauts was during Marielda 13, and the most recent time we said astronauts was, let's see, because it would have been Palisade 18.
What did we say on Palisade 18?
It's you talking, and you say you're talking about a meme. You say, and the other one about the moon, or like it's the image of an astronaut looking down at the Earth, and one of them says, "Wait, it's all Ohio," and the other one says, "Always has been."
Yeah, I always confuse that. And I think I'm probably saying that at the time with the moon's haunted, where I always go in my mind it goes, astronaut says moon's haunted, and then another astronaut goes, always has been.
Let's find
which
out.
Isn't how it goes.
Yep.
It does feel like I feel like I've seen that one though.
I agree.
Yep, you absolutely. Yep, let me just read here. You say, I always combine those two to moon's haunted, always has been.
There it is. Yeah.
Maybe I've just heard you say that multiple times.
I'm so sure you have. Yeah.
This has been A Land Once Magic by.
Is there not? That's it. That's the. There's
yeah.
no
A game of A Land Once Magic ends when you are ready to move on from what this game offers you. If you are attached to your world and wish to continue to see it grow and change, consider taking it into a different world-building or role-playing game. A journey in the land and a point of view ends in a perfect place to introduce characters for a character-driven game. Start play as the story is being told, decide who is telling it, where and who is listening. Use A Land Once Magic to inspire your own art. Create an original game or story or comic based on the world you made. Keep the story going and the world alive. Or put this world away. Let it rest. Let it live on in your memories. Cherish the world you made together and let that be all. Come back here to make another one and cherish it all the same.
Cool game.
Cool fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Really cool. Really weird place we made.
Astronaut. Using the numbers. Astronaut.
I want to shout out a game that I think would be a really cool one to play this game in, which is Off Guard Games Into the Dark, which I once ran for the Beastcast. It's by Strauss Asimovic, who you might remember was one of the designers on Scum and Villainy years ago. It is a fantasy game. I'll just read the little pitch. The world is covered in murk. It is more than just a darkness. It is a miasma that hates the light, devours flame, and warps the living. Somewhere in that hungry dark is a night well, and near it, a shade, a creature born of the murk itself. And not just twisted like the beasts that it creates. Your lands are threatened, and someone must bear the silver flame to the night well to close it. If you're lucky, you might make it back with treasures from the world before the murk. If you're careful, you might just survive your expedition into the dark. It is like a simple Forged in the Dark style game with like 4 classes and like more traditional adventure structure. But I think you could hack it pretty easily to be Mistworm.
What is our 4th class? We have astronauts, nomads, foolish
Our
creatures,
4th class.
and
You're saying,
yeah. Do we have a 4th
something
class?
with the sun god?
oh, that's pretty good. We haven't really.
Yeah, we know nothing about that.
That's
Oh,
fine.
it's a cool bird.
Knights. We talked about knights.
Yeah, but sorry, the knight that I was talking
Knights
about was
are
an
just
astronaut.
astronauts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's specifically. Yeah,
Everywhere Knight was also an astronaut.
that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
People looking for the king evangelists. Regular people, a sort of realist struggler who've got lost in the mist. You could also play realist here, I suppose.
Oh yeah, pretty easily for sure. This could be a Moon of Realis, easy.
Easy.
You know, the mist always keeps you from moving backwards, etc. Always keeps travelers, from. Anyway,
thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for playing, Austin and Keith and Dre. This was a really good time.
Yeah.
And we will see you soon for another Live at the Table. Is there any other business we want to hit before we leave?
have you all recorded the Media Club Plus Q&A yet?
No, we're recording that. It's not scheduled, but soon.
But soon, so people should get
But-
their questions in for
Yes,
that, right?
which means, if you have any questions about M. Night Shyamalan or the M. Night Shyamalan movies that we watched, or comments about the scant few that we didn't watch, you can send your questions to friendsofthetable@gmail.com with Media Club Plus in the subject line, and we'll be picking from those to talk about on the Q&A.
Some cool stuff is happening in Realis over on our Patreon. You can back us on Patreon at friendsatthetable.cash.
I love to back us on Patreon.
Cool stuff is happening in Perpetua. We are deep inside the labyrinthine halls of the Castle Ascatonic. We are only moving forwards, but not because we will die if we go back. I mean, I suppose we would die eventually. The way out of the Escatonica is forwards.
Yeah.
But there's no shredding mist.
There's no shredding mist. The shredding mist might get you.
What's the
What about
place
next
with the
time?
card creature that bites you?
Genesica?
The
Or
place is like
Ikoria?
Ikoria,
Or-
yeah. Ikoria
Yeah.
would have some shredding mist somewhere
Oh,
in
yeah.
it. Okay. Have a great rest of your night. We will see you soon. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.
Bye bye bye.